From the endless ordinary, in a world where mundane existence prevails, one finds solace in simple sustenance. In the timeline, there may be discrepancies, all details are anchored in this narrative. Marvel Universe. In a tranquil classroom at Midtown High School. Mr. Romang, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance. Peter gazed at the young man of Chinese descent before him, his face alight with surprise. However, he seemed somewhat awkward with the pronunciation of Romang, stumbling over the words and mispronouncing them. Too kind of you, Peter. This decay formula is fascinating. I am eager to see the results it can yield. Romang smiled, resembling a benevolent teacher observing his promising pupil. As Peter hurriedly opened the classroom door and departed, the smile on Romang's face gradually faded. He slowly maneuvered his wheelchair to the window, basking in the sunlight, memories swirling in his bewildered gaze. He was not of this world. By a twist of fate, he had inexplicably traversed into an endless realm. Armed with a profound understanding of the narrative, Romang had seized NZT-48 ahead of others. With the aid of NTZ-48, he advanced rapidly across various fields. Eventually, he even conquered the side effects of NTZ-48. He transformed the drug's effect from temporary to permanent. Regrettably, after his evolution, Romang's brilliance drew the attention of the government. How could one man contend against the machinery of the state? In a desperate flight, Romang gradually succumbed to exhaustion and lost consciousness. Yet when he awoke, he discovered he had been reborn as a child in this world. The young man who had just conversed with him was none other than the future Spider-Man Peter Parker. Romang lowered his gaze slightly, observing his lower body, now entirely devoid of sensation. A flicker of anticipation crossed his eyes. At last, it is about to begin. In this world, Romang was an orphan. Reborn, he retained the enlightened state granted by NTZ-48. However, his body was left with a congenital disability, rendering him unable to step away from his wheelchair. Having learned from his previous life, Romang approached this existence with utmost caution. In a world rife with firearms and extraordinary mutations, he feigned vulnerability to safeguard himself. Though he was well-versed in the Marvel Universe's narrative, Romang did not rush. The more he contemplated, the clearer he understood the rarity of such an opportunity. Should his presence alter the course of events, he would find himself regretting it far too late. For the past 20 years, Romang had considered himself an ordinary individual. Now, the moment for the narrative to unfold had finally arrived. Through the tightly woven garment Peter had just donned, Romang could perceive, through the prism of color, the homemade, loosely fitted spider suit beneath. Coupled with the decay formula Peter had provided, Romang realized that the emergence of Dr. Connors was imminent. Regeneration serum, he murmured, gazing into the distance. Behind his glasses, his eyes could not help but glance once more at his legs. A fleeting shadow flickered across his gaze. Yet when he lifted his head again, that shadow had vanished, replaced by an exquisite calm. If he wished, with the decay formula he had just arrived, he could easily formulate a complete regeneration serum. Likewise, should Luo Mang desire, he could also fabricate an armor akin to Iron Man's in advance. However, at this moment, Luo Mang placed his faith solely in himself. The armor was ultimately just an external object. Life is ephemeral, flesh must transcend. In Luo Mang's eyes, the only means to ensure his survival lay in that grotesquely perfect physique. However, before that, I should witness the birth of Spider-Man first. As dusk descended, Luo Mang slowly approached a street across from him. His eyes, filled with anticipation, were fixed upon the opposite side of the street, where the most conspicuous sight was a dilapidated supermarket illuminated by incandescent lights. Observing the hurried silhouettes within, a subconscious smile re-emerged at the corners of Luo Mang's lips. They're here. Luo Mang propelled his wheelchair forward, directly approaching. Hey, Ben, long time no see. Hey, Luo, have you seen that boy Peter? He has run away from home, and I'm quite worried about him. Uncle Ben's lips were pale, trembling from the biting cold wind, yet he immediately inquired about Peter's whereabouts. As Peter's most beloved teacher, a glimmer of hope flickered in Uncle Ben's eyes. Of course, I just saw Peter dash into that supermarket. I intended to greet him, but I saw you first. Oh, thank you, Luo. You have helped us immensely. A spark of brilliance flashed in Luo Mang's eyes as he began to guide Uncle Ben toward accepting his fate. Though, under normal circumstances, Uncle Ben was destined to perish. Luo Meng could not afford even the slightest error. Thus, it was best to steer events back on course. As Uncle Ben made his way toward the supermarket, a chaotic figure with disheveled hair burst through the doors. In an unfortunate twist of fate, Danny collided with Uncle Ben in a seemingly accidental encounter. After a brief scuffle, a resounding bang echoed, the fleeting sparks becoming conspicuous under the dim light. As reality set in, Uncle Ben bore a new wound, a hole in his flesh. Although Luo Meng was already aware of this scene, he did not intend to intervene. In fact, he had been anticipating this moment for quite some time. The birth of Spider-Man was never defined by the instant Peter was bitten by the spider, but rather when he irrevocably lost the one who cared for him most dearly, when he lost the few tender connections he held. Watching Peter rush to Uncle Ben's side, cradling him in his arms, Luo Meng knew that the iconic phrase that would shape Spider-Man's destiny was about to manifest. Observing Uncle Ben, summoning every last breath to guide Peter, Luo Meng could not help but sigh. Rest assured, from this day forth, I shall aid in guiding Peter. Coldly observing Uncle Ben's final moments in Peter's embrace, Luo Meng felt no shred of remorse. The truth remained unchanged. In this world, Luo Meng was prepared to sacrifice anything to survive. Having witnessed the demise of Uncle Ben, Roman chose not to approach Peter. Now, it was imperative for Peter to process this on his own. Pushing the wheelchair, Roman slowly departed in the opposite direction, vanishing at the end of the street. Are you implying that you require my assistance? Yes, Professor Roman. This time, Peter finally articulated the words correctly. His bloodshot eyes brimmed with determination. Although Roman was not surprised by Peter's request, he feigned astonishment on the surface, donning his habitual smile. Roman gently maneuvered the wheelchair closer to Peter and patted him on the shoulder. I have already heard about Uncle Ben. Please accept my condolences. You are my most exceptional student. Whatever you wish to pursue, I shall undoubtedly support you. As Peter gazed into Roman's resolute expression, his eyes instantly clouded with moisture. Apart from Uncle Ben and Aunt May, the only person who had treated him with such kindness was undoubtedly Roman. Alas, Uncle Ben was no longer. At this thought, a surge of wrath and hatred flickered in Peter's eyes. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. He vowed to locate that individual, compelling him to atone for his transgressions. P.S. The character of Spider-Man draws from the Sony Universe's second iteration of the Spider, and the timeline doesn't need to be overly rigid. Should you have any suggestions, feel free to leave them at the end of each chapter. We'll review them when time permits. It has come to my attention that many readers have automatically associated this with the cerebral enhancements and high intelligence seen in Limitless. But in truth, Ant Easy 48 represents a form of enlightenment, facilitating clearer thought processes and rapid learning. Akin to suddenly acquiring talents across various domains, there are also minor attributes, such as photographic memory and a certain allure, among others. Chapter 2. A carefully orchestrated encounter. This is the final adjustment, Peter. A unique chemical substance is transformed into a viscous and elastic web through this. Ramon adjusted his glasses and handed Peter a ring-like object reminiscent of a watch. I never expected you to possess such power. I hope you will not squander it. Ramon gazed at Peter, his words imbued with profound meaning. Thank you, Professor Ramon. I will make good use of it. The bitterness in Peter's eyes had not waned with the passage of time. On the contrary, during the period when Ramon refined the web shooter, Peter's pent-up fury intensified. Of course, this was greatly influenced by Romain's guidance. Ramon scrutinized the nascent Spider-Man before him, as if appraising a rare treasure. Disheveled hair and fists stained with traces of blood. It seemed Peter had stirred up considerable trouble during this time. Merely a glance, and information seemed to seep into Romain's consciousness as if it had a life of its own. Observing Peter in his current state, Romain silently nodded. The Peter he had nurtured was far too timid, causing Spider-Man's potential to remain completely concealed beneath that red suit. Peter Parker, you require a thorough metamorphosis. With this thought, Ramon retrieved a sheet of white paper from the drawer, upon which were several lines of text and a sketch portrait. This is a sketch I drew based on the description you provided of the murderer. If all goes well, the individual who murdered Uncle Ben should be in this vicinity. Ramon spoke with an unwavering tone. Upon receiving the paper, Peter's hands clenched tightly as he beheld the portrait. It is him. Each word seemed to be forced through Peter's gritted teeth. A wave of murderous intent radiated from Peter, rendering the sheet of paper tattered in an instant. "Leave the rest to me." After a brief lapse of composure, Peter regained his focus and swallowed hard. His reddened eyes were filled with gratitude as he cast a glance at Ramon. Peter did not inquire about the source of the address. Why would a chemistry teacher possess such exceptional artistic skill? Nodding at Ramon, Peter turned and departed swiftly. Ramon remained silent. In his eyes, he observed Peter's body trembling with rage, suppressed hatred simmering beneath the surface. "Grow, Peter. In the future, there shall undoubtedly be a place for you in this world," Ramon muttered to himself as he watched Peter's receding figure. However, Romain's plans did not end there. Once Peter had left, Ramon produced his mobile phone and skillfully dialed a number. "Hello, is this May? This is Peter's teacher, currently working at Midtown High School. I would like to discuss Peter with you. Are you aware of his recent circumstances? I believe we should find a place to sit down and have a proper conversation." How does 8 p.m. sound? In the CAF, seated opposite Luomong was the legendary Mei. Though she had surpassed the age of 50, her exterior belied her years, displaying minimal wrinkles. However, due to recent events, she appeared quite haggard. The faint redness around her eyes suggested she had wept not long ago. "I have always held high hopes for this child, Peter, yet he seems to be somewhat out of sorts lately." As he stirred his coffee with a spoon, Luomong spoke earnestly, adopting the demeanor of a concerned elder. The coffee swirled within the white porcelain cup, subtly forming a harmonious pattern reminiscent of yin and yang. While his words continued, Luomong's attention drifted outside the glass window. Casting a glance at his watch, a smile appeared on his face. It was getting late, and I fear Peter may worry. Let us converse as we walk. I can accompany you home as well. May hesitated upon hearing Luomong's words, but thinking of Peter, she wearily nodded. "I appreciate it, Lu." As the two departed from the CAF, they ventured into a dark alley not far from the establishment. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the street behind them. Accompanied by shouts, a figure with golden hair burst forth from the crowd. Upon seeing Mei Yi's frail form and Luomong seated in his silver wheelchair, Danny's eyes lit up. He dashed towards them, forcefully dragging both into the shadowy alley. "You, and this cripple, hand over everything you possess." Despite appearing somewhat disheveled during the struggle, Luomong exhibited no fear, as if he had anticipated such an encounter. "Do not harm us. I will give you everything." In that moment, Luomong feigned innocence, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, his arms trembling slightly. With meticulous control of his faculties, he portrayed the image of an ordinary person genuinely fearful for his safety. His hands continuously retrieved pre-prepared items from his person. In contrast, May was already petrified by the situation, trembling as she surrendered her valuables. Yet, when it came to the final diamond ring, she hesitated. Her right hand clutched her left ring finger tightly, her eyes filled with reluctance. Observing the ring on Mei Yi's hand, neither of the assailants noticed Luomong's gaze. "Hand it over, you wretched woman." Danny's breath quickened, frequently glancing towards the alley's entrance, as if evading something. Seeing Mei Yi's hesitation, Danny, having lost his patience, yanked violently. "Ugh! Ah!" A piercing scream echoed as Danny's brutality caused a sharp crack from Mei Yi's finger. "I warn you, if you tell anyone you've seen me, I will return. I have memorized your faces." Ignoring Mei Yi's plight, Danny left with a menacing remark. Luomong, sprawled on the ground, watched Danny's departure with calm composure. Indeed, Danny is the mastermind behind the murder of Uncle Ben. Roman meticulously calculated the timing of Peter's attempt to apprehend Danny and subtly altered the web shooter in a manner that would allow Danny to escape before the police arrived. The combination of timing, location, and an analysis of Danny's character led Roman to deduce that the probability of Danny passing through this area was exceedingly high. Furthermore, if he were to exit the CAF at the opportune moment, the likelihood of an encounter with them would approach certainty. However, it remains uncertain whether Aunt May realized that this man was the very murderer of Ben. Yet, such considerations are inconsequential. The presence of Roman as an eyewitness suffices. "Aunt May, are you all right?" "Don't worry, I'll call an ambulance right away." Observing Aunt May's pallid complexion as she clutched her severed finger, Roman could not suppress a quiet chuckle. He maneuvered the wheelchair back to the CAF and dialed for emergency assistance. Meanwhile, in the cover of night, A hurried Danny found his arms unexpectedly illuminated by the sudden brightness of Aunt May's phone, which displayed the name Peter Parker on its screen. Chapter 3. Why don't you let them go? Hey, Peter. Ramon pushed the wheelchair, waving at Peter not far from the ambulance. At that moment, Peter's eyes were slightly reddened, and he was panting heavily. In his overwhelming panic, he instinctively unleashed his abilities. His figure flickered like a shadow, moving with the swiftness of lightning. In the blink of an eye, Peter appeared before Ramon, disregarding the flicker of surprise in Romang's eyes. His immediate concern was Aunt May. Seated at the rear of the ambulance, Aunt May was allowing the medical personnel to tend to her injuries. The pallor of her face was so stark that it seemed to drain the very essence of life, and fleeting expressions of unbearable pain crossed her features. The veins in Peter's eyes surged with fury. His fists clenched ever so slightly, enough to convey the terrifying power that simmered beneath the surface. Turning back to Ramon, Peter's demeanor radiated an unmistakable aura of violence. His body trembled slightly, caught between sorrow over Uncle Ben's departure and the anguish of Aunt May's injuries. Or perhaps struggling to contain the flames of rage within. Who did this? Peter's words were deliberate, each syllable marked by a fierce intensity. Do you truly wish to know, Peter? Your current state is tell me. Before Ramon could finish, Peter roared, his pent-up anger and murderous intent erupting uncontrollably. He seized Ramon by the collar, their faces mere inches apart. In that moment, Ramon felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. The pounding of his heart urged him to retreat, yet even in the face of such fury, Ramon managed to regain his composure swiftly. The two engaged in a battle of glances, and surprisingly, it was Peter who faltered first. A flicker of clarity passed through Peter's eyes as he lowered his gaze. His once formidable presence suddenly diminished. I'm sorry, Ram. I lost control. But Uncle Ben has just left me. I cannot bear to watch Aunt May suffer any longer. Peter cradled his face in his hands, revealing the crimson depths of his eyes through his fingers, a heart-wrenching sight. This child, having lost his beloved in such a short span of time, walked perilously close to the edge of danger. One misstep, and he could plummet into a chasm of despair. Irretrievable. He needed an outlet. Observing Peter's plight, Ramon silently acknowledged the turmoil within him, though his expression remained one of hesitation. Although it was but a fleeting moment, it was not lost on the newly empowered Peter. Ram, you know who it is, don't you? Tell me. You saw his face clearly, Peter implored, his tone bordering on desperation. At that moment, his mind was consumed with a singular focus. He was not Spider-Man. He was determined to bring those who harmed Aunt May to justice. Noticing the hesitation on Romang's face, Peter instinctively believed Ramon was worried about his impulsiveness. His expression grew serious as he looked directly at Ramon. Rest assured, Ram, I will never take the law into my own hands. Criminals must face the consequences of their actions. Yet upon hearing Peter's words, Roman's brow furrowed even tighter. With an expression of incredulity, he directed an intense gaze towards Peter and articulated a fact that was difficult for Peter to accept. The same individual who robbed us is the one who murdered your uncle. What? You can't be serious. Even Spider-Man, endowed with formidable strength, felt a moment of powerlessness. Peter's body trembled slightly, his mind already forming conjectures, yet he pressed on with desperate inquiry. I regret to inform you, Peter, but after meticulously sketching the description of the suspect you provided, I can never forget his long golden hair. Roman's tone was low, his gaze dropping slightly, speaking with unwavering certainty. Witnessing the seriousness in Roman's demeanor, devoid of any jest, struck Peter like a bolt from the blue. His spider sense ignited in an instant. A surge of energy, seemingly from nowhere, coursed from Peter's tailbone to the crown of his head. Every hair on his body stood on end, and each pore seemed to throb with an acute sensation. I will find him. You know my capabilities, Peter coldly declared, casting a deep glance at Aunt May before turning to leave. However, Roman's voice halted him mid-step. Let me assist you. I know his current location. Peter turned back, his eyes filled with curiosity as he regarded Roman, whose fingers were interlaced. How did you install a tracking device on your phone? In response to Peter's question, Roman gestured to his own legs and shrugged slightly. In America, if you don't keep a few tricks up your sleeve, you could easily find yourself robbed of everything. Sorry, Roman, I didn't mean to. No need for apologies. The priority is to locate that person, is it not? Indeed. Peter nodded emphatically. The thought of his Uncle Ben being shot and now Aunt May being targeted filled Peter with an overwhelming rage. Despite possessing extraordinary abilities, Peter had never entertained thoughts of taking a life. Yet, the primal predatory instinct manifesting at a genetic level was far beyond what ordinary individuals could comprehend. Had Roman not been before him, but rather another, that person would likely have been terrified beyond words, reduced to a quivering mass. Half an hour later, the two arrived at an abandoned building. Peter exchanged a signal with Roman and donned his mask, scaling the wall with remarkable agility, vanishing into the night without a sound. As he watched Peter depart, Roman removed his glasses to wipe them and lightly tapped his temple, lost in thought. In just 5 seconds, he maneuvered his wheelchair directly through the front door, his eyes shimmering with resolve. Humanity. This was something Roman had consistently overlooked. He had not anticipated that despite Danny's heinous actions, Peter still sought to administer justice through the law. Indeed, I remain profoundly influenced by Uncle Ben. But what if I were to stoke the flames further? Let me observe how you, Peter Parker, will ultimately decide. The building is enveloped in silence. Within this entire structure, it seems that the only sound is that of Ramon propelling the wheelchair. Scattered about are various construction materials and debris, suggesting that it has been quite some time since anyone last visited. However, Ramon is acutely aware that in a certain shadowed corner, Danny and Peter are present. Suddenly, the wheel accidentally brushes against a steel pipe, producing a sharp, echoing clatter as it rolls across the ground. Yet, Ramon remains unfazed, continuing to push the wheelchair forward. The faint light seeping in from the abandoned building illuminates the side of Romain's face. Alone, he maneuvers the wheelchair as Peter's voice, strained and desperate, finally reaches his ears. Why won't you leave them alone? Chapter 4. The Principle of Non-Killing, Shattered. Peter's voice was deep and hoarse, as if he were enduring immense pain or suppressing a torrent of anger. In an instant, his voice echoed throughout the building. Luo Meng slowly pushed his wheelchair past a brick wall, and 2 figures standing by the window suddenly came into view. At that moment, Peter had already struck Danny several times, leaving him dazed. With a sudden thrust, Peter shoved Danny out the window. No, please, give me one more chance. I had no idea about your connection with that woman. I have children and a wife at home. I beg you, please. Danny pleaded, hanging precariously outside the window, clinging to Peter's arms as if they were his last lifeline. He shouted desperately, hoping for mercy. Peter's eyes, concealed beneath his mask, were fixed intently on Danny. His chest heaved rapidly, breath coming in heavy gasps, as if he were engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Witnessing Danny's pitiful state, Peter's anger began to wane. For the first time, he hesitated upon confronting the man who had shot his uncle and harmed Aunt May. Ultimately, Peter could not bring himself to release Danny. Instead, he hoisted him back from the brink and threw him heavily onto the ground, glaring down at him with clenched fists. I have memorized your face. If you do not turn yourself into the police by tomorrow, I will come for you again. Peter reiterated Danny's previous words to Aunt May. Fear flickered in Danny's eyes as he met Peter's cold gaze. Internally, he cursed, wondering what kind of monster this man was. He truly deserved to die. Though he seethed with resentment, Danny dared not show it. He nodded submissively, lowering his head in acceptance, no longer resisting. Luo? What brings you here? Peter noticed Luo Meng's gaze and turned to inquire. They had clearly agreed that Luo would remain outside. I was merely concerned for your safety. Watch your back. Luo, emerging from the darkness in his silver wheelchair, abruptly altered his tone. Even in the night, Peter could see clearly that Luo's pupils had contracted, every hair on his body standing on end, as if he had encountered something terrifying. At that same moment, Peter's instincts kicked in. Bang! From such a close distance. The first assault was the deafening noise, followed by a blinding flash in the darkness. A heavy scent of gunpowder filled the air. To Danny's astonishment, Peter's body shifted, his head tilting at an odd angle as he narrowly evaded the bullet. Initially stunned by his instinctive dodge, Peter's shock quickly transformed into fury. Grinding his teeth, Peter glared ferociously at Danny. Just as he prepared to step forward, a frown creased his brow, and his movements halted abruptly. A sound, almost primal, emanated from deep within Peter's throat, compelling him to turn around. Yet, Upon doing so, he was confronted with a scene that nearly shattered his. A crimson stain began to spread across Ramong's body, the blood gradually transforming his white shirt into a vivid scarlet. "Peter, I am so sorry," Ramong uttered. His pallor strikingly pronounced, evoking in Peter a haunting recollection of Uncle Ben's final voicemail. No. The red tendrils swiftly engulfed Peter's vision. Beneath the mask, his mind was a blank slate. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Struck by instinct, Peter did not even turn his head. Facing away, he unleashed a white web, which with a mere tug, sent Danny's weapon crashing against the wall, shattering before it could reach the ground. With a sharp sound, the white web inadvertently ensnared Danny's skin. As Peter pulled, he not only disarmed him, but also tore away a significant portion of Danny's flesh. It was not until a spurt of blood erupted forth that Danny became aware of the large hands embedded in his chest. With disbelief, he lifted his gaze to meet Peter's eyes, which radiated a murderous intent devoid of humanity. "What are you?" Danny struggled to articulate his final words. However, before he could finish, Peter exerted force with both hands, tearing Danny completely in half. In an instant, blood poured forth like a torrential downpour, splattering Peter and staining his attire crimson. The pungent, metallic scent of blood was discernible even from 10 meters away. After dismembering Danny, a glimmer of clarity gradually returned to Peter's eyes. He turned to see Ramong, clutching his wound, hurriedly approaching. "Oh my God, oh my God." Ram. Kneeling beside Ramong, Peter regarded him with a pleading gaze. "Breathe deeply. You will be all right. I will take you to the hospital immediately." Danny's blood stained Peter's hands, and as he cradled Ramong's, it thoroughly soaked the latter's white shirt. Utilizing his web to staunch the bleeding, Peter rushed Ramong towards the nearest hospital. "Hey, just find a place to set me down. Go back and clean up my wheelchair and any traces," Ramong whispered weakly, expending his last reserves of strength to lean closer to Peter's ear. "But you." At that moment, Peter was far from the Spider-Man he would become. Ramong's predicament had thrown him into disarray. Yet, the words Ramong uttered next halted Peter in his tracks. "You have taken a life, Peter. If you wish to avoid bringing trouble to me in May, return swiftly. Trust me, I will be all right." He coughed weakly between breaths, each spasm more labored than the last. However, what he articulated was not mere deception aimed at Peter. Ramong, determined to endure within the Marvel Universe, had no intention of perishing here. The position of that previous shot was meticulously calculated by Ramong. It might appear as though he was gravely injured. Yet with timely medical intervention, there would be no peril. Romang's initial utterance struck Peter's chest like a heavy hammer, and it was only after hearing Romang's subsequent words that he truly comprehended the gravity of the situation. "I shall place you in a safe neighborhood not far from the hospital. Promise me, you must not die." "I promise you." Simultaneously, Ramong silently vowed to himself, by any means necessary, to survive until the very end. He would not allow himself to be outmaneuvered a second time. He would rather be the one orchestrating the schemes than allow others to manipulate him. His consciousness gradually began to blur. After an indeterminate period, Ramong felt his body relax, making contact with the cold ground. The footsteps nearby receded, only to be followed by the sharp sound of knocking returning. Then, it seemed a woman's scream pierced the air, and subsequently, there was nothing more. Ramong, having lost too much blood, succumbed entirely to unconsciousness. Chapter 5. Madam, I presume you do not wish for this either? Gradually regaining consciousness, Luo Meng felt an overwhelming weakness enveloping his body. As he attempted to stir, a sharp pain surged through him. However, in comparison to the agony of a bullet embedding itself within his flesh, the current discomfort had considerably lessened. Just as Luo Meng was wrestling with the intense pain, his consciousness still somewhat hazy, an emotionally charged voice suddenly resonated in his ears. Despite the warmth, he could discern the underlying chill, reminiscent of an imitation of a truly sentient being. "Sir." The instant this word graced his ears, a spark of realization flickered in Luo Meng's eyes. What an extraordinary coincidence! Recollecting his thoughts, he inquired in a feeble voice, his pale visage betraying a genuine perplexity. "Where am I?" "Sir, you are currently in Mr. Stark's private hospital. Would you like me to summon Miss Potts for you? It was she who discovered you by the roadside when Mr. Happy was escorting her home." Luo Meng slowly opened his eyes and turned towards the source of the voice. He noticed a speaker positioned high in the corner of the room. At that moment, the camera above shifted to face him, even swaying slightly, as if in a nod of acknowledgement. Witnessing this, Luo Meng's suspicions were confirmed. The voice, which bore no resemblance to a human's yet endeavored to imitate one, emanated from J.A.R.V.I.S., Tony Stark's exclusive artificial intelligence assistant. Even the subsequent development of the armor would be entrusted to J.A.R.V.I.S. For Tony Stark, J.A.R.V.I.S. was an unwaveringly loyal and meticulous aide. Thank you for your assistance. My thoughts are rather muddled at the moment, and I require a little more rest. With that, Luo Meng closed his eyes once more, yet his mind continued to race. The notion of contacting Peter through J.A.R.V.I.S. was swiftly dismissed. If J.A.R.V.I.S. were to detect the slightest hint of his intentions, it would almost equate to alerting Tony. At this juncture, he had no ties to Tony Stark whatsoever. Considering the current narrative timeline, Tony Stark had yet to develop the earlier iterations of the Iron Man suit. He had not yet undergone the trials of life and death. Nor had he achieved the profound realizations that followed desperate survival. Should Tony discover the dealings between Luo Meng and Peter, it was likely that both would find themselves under the thumb of the government. The catastrophic conclusion of his previous life lingered vividly in Luo Meng's memory. As Luo Meng's mind wandered through a myriad of thoughts, the familiar, melodious voice echoed once more within the confines of the hospital room, approaching with swift determination. A fragrant breeze accompanied her presence. Luo Meng gradually opened his eyes to meet the gaze of a pair of bright, expressive eyes. "Sir, are you all right?" Pepper Potts expressed her concern, her countenance radiating kindness. For reasons unknown, upon seeing the unfamiliar Asian man collapsed by the roadside, Pepper felt an irresistible urge to assist him. Observing the now awakened Roman, she experienced an inexplicable sense of tranquility. It seemed that Roman's mere presence could always bring solace to one's heart. "This is all thanks to you, I." However, before Roman could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a teasing voice from the doorway of the hospital room. "Indeed, you are Roman, raised in an orphanage, leading a life devoid of distinction, currently employed at Midtown High School. To be precise, had it not been for Pepper, no one would have come to your aid, so you ought to express your gratitude to her." A man with a small mustache swaggered into the room, removing his sunglasses and chattering away as if his mouth were a machine gun. "Who are you?" Roman did not express anger at Tony's words. Instead, he maintained his smile, only to be interrupted again as he attempted to correct Tony's error. "Yes, that's right. Before you stands the illustrious Tony Stark. The very same Stark of Stark Industries. Lucky you, indeed. You now have the opportunity to work for Stark Industries, which pays significantly more than what your high school teacher earns. Wouldn't you agree?" An unparalleled confidence radiated from Tony, as if it were an innate quality. He paid no heed to Roman, a mere nobody in his eyes. Of course, to be precise, even the universally acknowledged nemesis of Stark would not garner his respect. With that, Tony disregarded Roman's response and turned his attention to Pepper, speaking in a playful tone. Hey, isn't this the renowned Pepper Potts? How does it feel to have personally saved a life?" At this moment, Roman fully comprehended why Tony would suddenly extend goodwill towards him. Yes, goodwill. Despite Tony's seemingly irritating demeanor, it was merely superficial. Just as Roman instinctively smiled to mask his own feelings, Tony's motives were not to curry favor with Roman, but rather directed towards another. Roman's gaze followed Tony's to Pepper. "I recall your flight was scheduled for an hour and a half ago." Pepper did not respond to Tony, but instead crossed her arms, revealing her impeccable poise, her tailored suit resembling that of a teacher scolding a wayward student. "I assumed my plane would wait for my arrival before taking off. Otherwise, what would be the point of having a private jet?" It seemed that Tony's boastful remarks flowed from him with an air of naturalness. However, he was curious. "When did you, Miss Potts, develop a penchant for altruism?" With a raised eyebrow, Tony finally unveiled his true intentions. He cared little for Roman, but he was concerned about Pepper, which was precisely why he had come in person. Yet this sparked Roman's curiosity. For what purpose was Tony there for Pepper? Surely, it couldn't be just for him. Roman's remarkable memory allowed him to recall every individual he had encountered. However, Roman was quite certain that he had never encountered Pepper. One must always treat oneself to a gift on one's birthday, right? Your birthday? Today? How peculiar. It coincides with the same day as last year. Observing the seemingly trivial exchange between the two, laced with an unspoken understanding unique to them, Roman could not help but cover his face and turn away. It was utterly nauseating. Rome. It was not until he heard the name Rome uttered once more from Tony's lips that Roman was compelled to turn and smile as he spoke. Mr. Stark, my name is Roman, but you may also call me Ro. It is a pleasure to meet you, and I am truly grateful for the assistance you and Miss Pepper provided. You saved my life. Rome. Roman, why can I not discern the difference? Nevertheless, it matters little. Today might very well be our final meeting. Hearing Tony's confident words nearly caused Roman's expression management system to falter. It's all right. Perhaps we shall have another opportunity to meet? Roman's words were imbued with deeper significance. The controllable hypermemory ability, liberated by the brain, would never misremember. Pepper's birthday, Tony's whimsical flight delays. If all goes as anticipated, Tony's dealings in arms would soon lead him to encounter the 10 rings. Roman's gaze shifted from Tony to Pepper, his thoughts echoing. I presume you would not wish for your husband to be unable to return, would you? Chapter 6. The Relentless Punisher, Spider-Man, is here. However, Tony appeared to be unfazed by Roman's words. Upon learning the reason behind the tension, the subtle scent of jealousy in the air diminished significantly. After exchanging a few banter-filled remarks with Pepper, Tony cast not another glance at Ramong and departed, driving straight to the airport. Likewise, Ramong declined Pepper's invitation to stay, citing other matters, and casually found a wheelchair to leave the hospital. Yet, before exiting, Ramong cast a lingering glance at Pepper, then turned away without a backward glance. From the timeline, it had been 2 days since Ramong was shot. Peter and the school must be searching for him. The wound in his embrace continued to bleed, the bandage subtly tinged crimson. Nevertheless, Ramong did not halt. He bore the pain and propelled the wheelchair back home. True to the standards of Stark Industries' private hospital, the wound had remarkably not split open. Calmly stroking the injury, Ramong murmured to himself. At that moment, however, the water in the transparent glass beside him began to ripple slightly. Ramong had not opened a window, and there was no breeze. Yet why? With this thought, Romang's expression remained unchanged. He slowly raised his gaze to confront the front, attempting to speak in a steady tone. Peter, I know you are here. The room fell into a profound silence, devoid of any response, as if Ramong were truly alone. But in the next instant, from the dark corner devoid of light, Peter, clad in black, crawled on the wall, gradually stepping out of the shadows, revealing his figure. His movements were eerie, reminiscent of a human spider, as he crawled with all force. When he reached above Romang's head, he suddenly dropped from the ceiling. Despite this, Peter emitted no sound, embodying the inherent qualities of a top predator. Facing Ramong, he removed his mask, unveiling a complexion even paler than Romang's and eyes ablaze with red. Ramong, I couldn't find you. I thought you had been taken by the nearby gang. Peter's voice was hoarse, akin to a dying beast desperately grasping at the last thread of salvation. As Peter approached Ramong, a potent scent of blood enveloped Romang's senses, lingering obstinately. How many have you killed these past 2 days? I do not know. Upon seeing Ramong, Peter's tense voice softened considerably. After a brief silence, he provided this answer. The moment he had torn apart Danny, it felt as though a new door had swung open. The rage and long-standing grievances within him dissipated significantly. Yet, when Peter returned to search for Ramong again, he found himself unable to locate him. Even within all the nearby hospitals, there was no trace of Ramong. Peter was on the brink of madness. Throughout these 2 days and nights, Peter had been embroiled in violence. He had no idea where this teacher, who was as crucial to him as Uncle Ben, had vanished to. He even could not ascertain whether Ramong was still alive. Thus, Peter unleashed all his fury upon the nearby gang, mercilessly targeting those who preyed upon the weak. They deserved their fate. Clad in Uncle Ben's black leather coat, he enveloped his homemade combat suit within. As each drop of vile blood stained the fabric, merging into a kaleidoscope of darkness, Peter felt a sense of satisfaction emanating from Uncle Ben regarding his transformation. Uncle Ben was indeed correct. With great power comes great responsibility. These demons from the abyss, I shall return them to their infernal realm. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, yet suddenly, Peter felt a pair of warm hands gently resting on his head. Rowan, with a soft smile, tousled Peter's disheveled hair. You did nothing wrong. It is I who caused you concern, and for that, I apologize. Hearing Rowan's words, Peter was abruptly reminded of those two fateful nights. The night Uncle Ben was shot. The night Rowan was wounded. Peter, I am so sorry. The feeble words, like shards, gradually coalesced yet pierced Peter's fragile heart like a drill. It is I who should be apologizing, Rowan. Peter lifted his gaze, his eyes now aflame with resolve. From this moment onward, I shall not allow you to suffer any harm. I promise you. There was no doubt in his conviction. Peter's current demeanor exuded an overwhelming intensity, yet Rowan stood unwavering, meeting his gaze. However, you must return home now, Peter. May has just lost her beloved, and after being hurt by Danny, she needs you. As Peter listened to Rowan's calm words, the image of Aunt May's pain flashed through his mind. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes, as if the essence of the old Peter had returned. Oh, Rowan, you are right. I have been searching for you and neglecting Aunt May. My goodness, I have not returned home these past 2 days. Aunt May must be frantic. No, how could I forget Aunt May? She has just endured such suffering. Peter appeared somewhat flustered, but amidst his turmoil, a surge of determination emerged, dispelling the previous desolation. I must leave immediately. Oh, sorry, Rowan. I shall take the window instead. Rowan calmly observed as Peter stealthily exited through the window, swinging away on a thread of web. A sense of satisfaction welled within him. This was the essence of Spider-Man. Not some knight engaging in his capture games, with a punch capable of delivering 20 tons of force. Apprehending criminals should not entail holding back for fear of inadvertently causing harm. Such notions were absurd. Rowan merely sought to channel what rightfully belonged to Spider-Man, steering matters back onto their rightful course. Yet, what Rowan did not anticipate was that even on Peter's path of growth, the shadow of Uncle Ben still loomed. With great power comes great responsibility? No, it is with great power that comes great authority. Uncertain of what perfection Peter might embody under the guidance of this uncle, a sense of anticipation swells within me. A smile graces my lips, yet unlike other occasions, this time, the joy emanates from the depths of my heart. Seated in his wheelchair, a few droplets of blood seep through the gauze, cascading down the silvery surface of the chair, as the room resonates with a melodious echo. With the prerequisites fulfilled, it is time for the plan to embark on its intended course. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience my unexplained absence has caused you. However, I find myself unable to fulfill the responsibilities of this role any longer. I hope you can find a more dedicated teacher to take my place. Thank you for your years of care. Setting down the phone, I gaze upwards at the minimalist villa before me and gradually propel my wheelchair forward. Chapter 7. Regenerative Serum. The villa's door creaked open, revealing at first a figure clad in white. As Luo Mang's gaze ascended, a gentle and focused visage came into view, with silver-framed spectacles adding an air of refinement. Noticing Luo Mang's stare, Connors tilted his body slightly, concealing his dismembered limb behind him. This instinctive gesture inadvertently revealed the very concern that weighed heavily on his heart. Who are you? I do not recall having met you before, Connors said. Lowering his gaze to Luo Mang, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes. I am Luo Mang, Dr. Connors. I have come regarding the regenerative serum. Luo Mang stated forthrightly, without a hint of obfuscation. That is rather unfortunate. I fear I am unable to assist you. I have been dismissed from Osborne Industries, Connors replied, his eyes glancing at Luo Mang's feet, revealing a moment of understanding. Yet, he shook his head, indicating his inability to help. However, perhaps out of a shared sense of loss due to physical disability, Connors hesitated in closing the door, lifting his gaze once more to Luo Mang. Though I am unsure how you learned of the serum, if you seek it, you might try your luck at Osborne. They are currently conducting human trials on the regenerative serum. At that moment, Dr. Connors had just lost all hope, his demeanor reflecting despair, accompanied by the acrid scent of alcohol wafting from him. A trace of self-mockery flickered in Connors' eyes. while Luo Mang might have ulterior motives. He felt he had nothing left to lose. Just as Connors was about to shut the door, a hand abruptly reached out to stop him. Pushing the door open was a benign smile. "Dr. Connors, I can fund the remaining research on the regenerative serum. The condition is that I become the first recipient of the completed product." As straightforward as ever, Luo Mang had no interest in beating around the bush with Connors. To him, wealth was merely a byproduct of acquiring knowledge. Although his accumulated fortune did not rival that of industrial titans like Tony, it was more than sufficient to support Connors in finalizing the serum's last modifications. Furthermore, he had the advantage of being the foundation for the successful research of EZ-48. What appeared foreign to others could be mastered by Luo Mang in a single week, even delving into depths that would elude most for a lifetime. The challenges that Connors perceived were trivial in Luo Mang's eyes. The reason he still required Connors was simply to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. What? Upon hearing Luo Mang's words, Connors' pupils constricted, instinctively glancing at his dismembered limb, a fleeting struggle evident in his eyes. Luo Mang observed every nuance of Connors' reaction. What individual exists without vulnerabilities? Only the dead. Only the dead possess no weaknesses, for as long as one lives, there will undoubtedly be obsessions. And as long as there are obsessions, they can be exploited. What initially seemed intricate was, in truth, remarkably simple. In that moment, Ramon could almost perceive the palpable excitement and eagerness sparkling in Connors' eyes. Indeed, the very next second, Connors turned to Ramon, his expression serious, and proclaimed, "I am willing to do anything to complete the regenerative serum." Connors had endeavored to remain steadfast in his ideals, yet he discovered that in the face of stark reality, those ideals seemed utterly insignificant. Much like Osborne Industries, perhaps in their eyes, he was even less valuable than a compliant dog. A flicker of resentment flashed in Connors' gaze, and he silently vowed that if he ever had the opportunity, he would present Osborne with a grand gesture. After all, reciprocity is a fundamental principle, is it not? "I have been waiting for that very statement, Dr. Connors," Ramon exclaimed, clapping his hands, his smile widening. "And you need not worry. I am just like you. Merely a person striving to survive." Upon hearing Romang's words, Connors instinctively glanced at Romang's disabled legs and nodded emphatically. Connors then extended his only functional arm, grasping Ramong's hand firmly, who was seated in his wheelchair. In that fleeting moment, both men seemed to glimpse the shared hope reflected in each other's eyes. 3 months swiftly elapsed. In a cold yet remarkably pristine and orderly basement, a figure clad in a white lab coat paced restlessly within the laboratory. Until, suddenly, a container that appeared to be veiled in a white mist emitted a soft chime. Connor's gaze instantly fixated on the container. Almost in an instant, as if the white mist had lifted, the frosted surface of the container transformed. Its rigid walls became transparent, revealing the contents within to Connor's eager eyes. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if he were confirming something of great significance. The moment he beheld the unscathed little mouse inside the container, the excitement and exhilaration surged within him, nearly overwhelming his composure. "It's done. It's finally accomplished." Of course, the complete regenerative serum still required human trials. But according to my calculations, there should be no issues. I believe, no, the first person to use it should be Ramon. Without him, I could never have completed the serum. Connors, resembling a person grappling with a fractured mind, found himself incessantly muttering to himself. The conclusion he had just voiced moments earlier was now being overturned in the very next breath. His legs took small, eager steps around the laboratory, a smile blossoming on Connor's face, a sight not seen in the past 2 months. Excitedly, he approached the computer to document the experimental results, entirely oblivious to Ramon, who was maneuvering his wheelchair towards him. What a splendid day! Our Dr. Connors has lost his composure. The changes of the past 3 months seemed trivial compared to the decades before, yet the smile lingered on Romang's lips. "Ramon," Connors exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. "The regenerative serum is complete." He hurriedly approached Ramon, gesturing excitedly towards the little mouse in the container. "Next, we simply need to find a volunteer. Just administer the injection to me directly." Upon hearing Luomong's words, Connor's voice abruptly ceased. Though interrupted by Luomong, Connors felt no irritation, rather A furrow of concern etched across his brow as he gazed at Luomong. Lu, I understand you're enduring great distress, but the final experiment is of utmost importance. Perhaps bonded by their shared plight, Connors comprehended Luomong's predicament. Yet, adhering to the rigorous principles of a scientist, Connors was unwilling to allow Luomong to take such risks. You promised me, did you not? When the regenerative serum proves effective, I shall be the first to receive it. Come on, Connors. I am the perfect candidate for this trial. A rare glint of madness flickered in Luomong's eyes, his words resonating with the allure of a demon's temptation. Observing Connor's silence, Luomong forcefully braced himself against the wheelchair, leaning forward, his gaze locking with Connor's. Let me remove the final barrier for your rebirth. Chapter 8. Regenerative Serum? Lizard Serum. A faint green serum slowly coursed through Romang's veins. As the serum entered his bloodstream, the delicate green hue spread through the blood vessels of his arms, enveloping his body. Accompanying this was a bone-chilling coldness that permeated deeply, a sensation that even caused Romang to instinctively clench his fists in an attempt to counter the frigid invasion. A wave of weakness washed over him, as if every cell within his body was thirstily drawing in the serum. If Romang were not seated in a wheelchair, he would likely have succumbed to the ground by now. After a brief moment of chilling cold, an overwhelming heat surged forth, as though a furnace were raging within him. Beneath this intense warmth, every pore felt as if it were being scratched by tiny claws, an insatiable itch. You, Rom. At that moment, Connors appeared to witness something terrifying being born, his mouth agape in shock as he gazed at Romang in the wheelchair. What is happening to me? Thanks to the permanent liberation of his brain, Romang's mind cleared rapidly. Hearing Connors' voice, he instinctively glanced at his own body. The orderly arrangement of dark green scales resembled the work of a skilled artisan, each piece crafted with care. Even within the confines of this underground laboratory, they emitted a subtle yet profound glow. They were breaking free, still clinging to remnants of Romang's flesh and fabric. Turning his head towards the transparent glass, he used the reflection to observe his current form. The armor-like green scales extended from his neck down to his feet. Rather than mere scales, they resembled meticulously chosen battle armor, perfectly safeguarding every aspect of Romang's body. The tail behind him swayed unconsciously. The sensation of having an additional limb felt peculiar to Romang. While his facial expression remained unchanged, his pupils shimmered with a deep green hue. If the previous Romang resembled a learned and benevolent scholar, the current Romang bore the air of a refined general from another realm, exuding an elegance that hinted at an indescribable restlessness. Rom, are you all right? Kana swallowed hard, approaching Romang and raising his hand as if to touch the scales, only to restrain himself and awkwardly lower it. I feel remarkable, unprecedentedly so. With merely a slight exertion, the metal wheelchair began to contort and twist. A look of joy sparkled in Romang's emerald eyes. Since his arrival in the Marvel Universe, he had never experienced such a profound emotional shift. After this wondrous first, Romang rediscovered a sense of familiarity. He savored the transformations within his body, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. It was as if he were perpetually enveloped in warm water, and the sensation of gaining power was intoxicating. However, almost in the next moment, Romang's expression abruptly shifted. An intense aura of danger began to emanate from him. Why? With a sudden exertion, Luomang's wheelchair collapsed, disintegrating into countless fragments scattered across the floor. Without the support of the wheelchair, he fell to the ground with a thud. Gazing at his powerless legs, a whirlwind of confusion engulfed Luomang. Images of the data concerning the regenerative serum from the past month flashed through his mind. His brain functioned like a finely tuned machine, desperately recalling and analyzing the myriad of data. Yet, in the end, he discovered that everything had checked out perfectly, deepening his despair. If the earlier surge of joy had marked the first significant emotional upheaval since Luomang entered the Marvel Universe, this moment undeniably surpassed it, amplifying his sense of defeat to unimaginable heights. Decades of meticulous planning had crumbled at the very first hurdle. This was a sentiment Luomang had never experienced since acquiring the MTZ-8. His previous unbroken success had led him to harbor unrealistic expectations. But where had things gone awry? This was impossible. I have tirelessly verified the data countless times. Such a situation should not have arisen. Connor, observing Luo Meng's reaction, could no longer deny that his physical restoration had failed. Watching Luo Meng's demeanor, Connor muttered the same phrase to himself, burdened with the weight of his lifelong dedication and aspirations. If Luo Meng failed, would that not also imply a significant likelihood of his own failure? Yet, the failure had manifested. After a bout of emotional release, Luo Meng calmly turned to Connor. However, from his vantage point, the first thing that met his gaze was Connor's severed arm. The stark white skin surrounding the amputation was jarring, with the grotesque appearance close to the bone impossible to overlook. A severed arm, a severed arm. As Luo Meng beheld Connor's exposed stump, a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes. What are you thinking? Is there a mistake? Connor could not help but inquire. No, Luo Meng shook his head. The earlier sense of defeat vanished entirely. A smile began to emerge, hinting at a burgeoning excitement. If my thoughts are correct, just give me one day. One day to provide you with a result. Are you certain you want to do this? Peter glanced at the towering electric saw in his hands, feeling a pang of sympathy as his head drooped slightly. His gaze swept over Luo Meng's armored form, the infamous and merciless Spider-Man who had dispatched countless gang members. Now found his palms sweating uncontrollably. Were it not for Luo Meng's insistence, Peter would never dream of harming a single hair on his body. Of course, Peter, this is my only hope of standing again. Luo Meng maintained his smile, the reflection of the electric saw under the harsh light glinting sharply. Yet it did nothing to weaken his resolve. If this is your wish, I shall comply. After a moment of silence, Peter set aside his hesitation. Gripping the electric saw tightly, he lowered it beside Luo Meng's legs. A chilling sound echoed through the darkness, a horrifying buzz that sent shivers down the spine. Luo Meng remained silent, refraining from uttering a cry of pain. After consuming the modified NTZ-48, he had acquired the ability to manipulate his perception of pain at will. In response to Peter's actions, he could only sense the searing warmth generated by the friction of the chainsaw. However, as blood flowed from his body, his complexion appeared somewhat pale. Yet, under the influence of the regenerative serum, the lost blood could swiftly regenerate in a remarkably short time. Consequently, a rather absurd scene unfolded in sync with the rhythm of Peter's underlings. Luo Meng felt akin to a performer of the traditional face-changing art, albeit limited to only two hues. Despite the resilience of his armored scales, they could not withstand the relentless wear of the chainsaw and Peter's immense strength. Before long, this grand operation reached its conclusion. Though he was the focal point of the surgical spectacle, the smile on Luo Meng's face grew increasingly pronounced, the curve of his lips widening. At that very moment, he could distinctly feel a warm current swirling rapidly around his legs. He had indeed guessed correctly. Chapter 9. I said I would bring him back. Romain shook the newspaper, a subtle curve appearing at the corners of his eyes, as if he were smiling. It seems you have become quite the celebrity, Peter. Casting a sidelong glance at Peter, who was gingerly adopting a cautious stance, his gaze fixated on Romain's feet. Romain, with a hint of exasperation, tucked the newspaper into Peter's embrace. Enough, Peter. I am not an infant still learning to walk. You are being overly cautious. With the gradual recovery of his lower limbs, the sensations that he had lost began to return. However, due to his prolonged absence from walking, Romain felt somewhat clumsy. Last night, after descending from the operating table, he had faltered and collapsed into Peter's arms, which led to Peter's heightened anxiety ever since, fearing for Romain's well-being. Peter lifted his gaze, remaining silent, yet the seriousness in his eyes was unmistakable as he met Romain's stare. All right, do as you wish. Romain sighed, adjusting his clothing. As he prepared to venture outside, he knew he must dress more discreetly. Otherwise, the mere sight of his green armor would invite endless trouble. Fortunately, the scales on his hands and feet could retract into his skin, and his tail could wrap around his waist. As long as he could grow stronger, Romain did not mind having an extra appendage. The adjustments to the regenerative serum would soon be complete, and May's fingers would also heal. Remembering something, Romain looked at Peter with concern and offered comforting words. Following Danny's attack on Aunt May, the emergency responders had only provided rudimentary bandaging. The subsequent swelling, heat, and pain escalated to acute infection in just a day. When Aunt May returned to the hospital for a follow-up, she was informed that an urgent amputation was necessary. Thus, despite Uncle Ben's ring being returned to Aunt May, she would never be able to wear it again. I know. I have never worried about that. Peter lowered his head slightly, pressing his lips together, his demeanor somber. The gnawing guilt within him was inescapable. If he had been present at the time, perhaps Uncle Ben would not have met such a fate. Had he been quicker to eliminate Danny instead of clinging to that absurd notion of not killing for justice, perhaps Aunt May would not have lost her finger and Romaine would not have been shot. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Peter's fists instinctively clenched. But in the next moment, a clear ringtone pulled him back from his reverie. Hello. Romaine answered the call, his tone warm and inviting. Romaine, do you remember me? Of course, Miss Pepper. You are indeed my benefactor. Romaine replied with enthusiasm, already suspecting the purpose of Pepper's call, yet feigning ignorance as he inquired further. A subtle smile graced the corners of his lips, enhanced by the allure of NST-48, coupled with the lingering suggestions from his time in the hospital. Luo Meng found himself curious about how long it would take Pepper to reach out. Is there something you require my assistance with? As I mentioned previously, I possess certain unique experiences in specific areas. Upon hearing Luo Meng's words, Pepper on the other end of the line suddenly exhaled in relief. Ever since Tony's incident, she had exhausted nearly every contact in her network to no avail, and in her desperation, she had finally thought of Luo Meng. Let me be candid, she began. Tony is missing, and reports about his disappearance are rampant. I trust you have heard about it. I hope you can bring him back safe and sound. At this point, Pepper fell silent, and Luo Meng could hear her breathing through the phone. Luo, I have no other options left. I am willing to comply with any request you may have. In that moment, Pepper shed her authoritative demeanor, her tone laced with a hint of pleading. This display of vulnerability was entirely within Luo Meng's expectations. Although Pepper was a figure of authority, she was also a woman. And if forced to choose, she would grasp even the slightest chance to save Tony. With the allure of his presence, when Pepper's heart was in turmoil, it was inevitably Luo Meng who intruded upon her thoughts, which explained why she had initially chosen to save him. Would Pepper be concerned about the means by which Luo Meng operated? Certainly not. Through the military, through Stark's connections with arms dealers, and even through certain ZK, Luo Meng was merely one of the potential avenues Pepper considered amid her multifaceted strategies. Come on, merely speaking won't bring about any harm. Luo Meng understood this well. He was merely a contingency. Yet, he still spoke without hesitation. I will bring him back. His voice was calm and steady, betraying no hint of emotion. I can offer you what? Pepper seemed not to have heard clearly, hastily seeking clarification. I said, I will bring him back. Luo Meng reiterated, his tone unwavering and composed. At the moment he agreed, Pepper inexplicably felt a significant weight lift from her heart. However, before she could respond further, Luo Meng's voice resonated once more. I require no agreements or benefits, but I can assure you that I will return Mr. Stark to New York unscathed. Why? Pepper could not help but retort. As Tony's trusted assistant, she had encountered countless opportunists. In the face of profit, they would abandon all morals, leading her to expect enticing conditions. Yet, Luo Meng's selfless approach was a first for her. Because you and Mr. Stark once saved my life. The ancient Eastern philosophy values reciprocity, does it not? Luo Meng's voice trailed off, thin and crystalline like shards of ice. Upon hearing his reasoning, Pepper gasped in surprise, covering her mouth in disbelief. Little did she expect that a mere birthday gift, chosen at her whim, would return to her in such a meaningful way when she needed it the most. Ro, if you can save Tony, you will earn Stark's friendship, Pepper vowed earnestly, articulating each word with conviction. Yet, if Tony were to fail to return, Stark might vanish in a profound sense, rendering any notion of friendship moot. Give me some time. Romang nodded, this time accepting the terms. His objective was to navigate the vast Marvel universe, teeming with gods, and seize his own destiny. As a self-proclaimed son of Marvel, he embodied the most human essence within this universe. Befriending Tony Stark could only yield benefits, devoid of drawbacks. For when an event transpires, this frivolous playboy would never forget such loyalty. The flamboyant genius, the sovereign of Stark Industries. This man, who should be devoid of sentiment, proves to be the most devoted in critical moments. Otherwise, Tony would not have retained his graduation project from MIT, the small arm. Did you hear that? Romang hung up the phone and turned to Peter. Completing this task alone might present some challenges. The weapons utilized by the Ten Rings gang were all products of Tony's research, their worth beyond question. If Peter could accompany him, the entire endeavor would become significantly simpler. Indeed, the Ten Rings gang, they are a cancer to the world, and I must return them to their rightful place. Peter nodded emphatically, a fierce determination flickering in his eyes. His agreement was not solely to assist Romang. With great power comes great responsibility. Peter was intent on assisting the gang on their journey to hell. His fingers absent-mindedly brushed against the hem of his clothing, revealing a form-fitting black combat suit. Subtly, the crimson spider emblem on his chest became visible, though this spider appeared more menacing and terrifying than Peter had originally envisioned, as if it sought to obliterate all injustice and malevolence in the world, harnessing fear to dominate the darkness within people's hearts. Chapter 10. Why don't you take a look in the mirror at your current state? The sun blazed down upon the grains of sand, which danced in the oppressive heat, creating waves of scorching air that seemed capable of igniting everything in their path. Two figures were racing wildly through the desert, each step sending plumes of yellow sand billowing upwards. Ro, I still find your calculations a bit perplexing, Peter said, dusting off the sand from beneath his mask. In this desolate wasteland, there was no one to see him without it. Ro slowed his pace, exhaling softly. The coordinates for Tony's abduction, combined with the initial intelligence gathered by the military, along with the fragments of information Pepper had provided and the timing of Tony's incident, were swirling in his mind as he gazed at a distant black dot. Thus, the conclusion was drawn. Tony must be right here. We've arrived, Peter. The speed at which they sprinted would surely leave any onlooker astonished, as if witnessing superheroes in action. Before long, the black dot had materialized into view. Observing the cache of weapons stacked around the cave, each emblazoned with the word Stark Industries, Ro felt a surge of certainty. He removed his white shirt, neatly folding it and placing it upon the golden sands, revealing his deep green armor beneath. I only brought one outfit. I certainly don't wish for it to be ruined later. He surveyed the impeccably tailored shirt with satisfaction. All right, Peter. Since this is an off-site internship, let us not keep May waiting at home. Of course, Ro. Peter donned his mask once more. While he might not be concerned about exposure, he was acutely aware of his vulnerability regarding Aunt May. He had no desire for her to suffer any further harm. Together, Ro and Peter infiltrated the camp, their primary objective being the safety of Stark. The regeneration. Lizard Serum bestowed abilities upon Ro that bore a certain resemblance to Peter's. His retractable claws enabled him to scale any surface, while his remarkable adaptability, camouflage skills, and heightened senses provided him with exceptional stealth capabilities. Coupled with his agility and immense strength, Ro could effortlessly crush metal, and human bones were no challenge at all. Navigating past the guards into the cave, the two silently climbed above the patrolling sentries. Once they slipped into the shadows, they became undetectable. The labyrinthine complexity of the cave made their search somewhat time-consuming. It was not until a tremendous sound erupted that Ro's eyes widened in realization. Boom. Upon hearing the sudden, thunderous noise, Ro and Peter exchanged glances, seemingly able to decipher the unspoken meaning in each other's eyes. In an instant, they sprang into action. One climbed while the other adhered to the surface. As the explosion occurred, Ro etched the location of the sound into his memory. With minimal effort, he arrived at a cave entrance still shrouded in smoke. The cave's door had been flung open by an immense force, pinning one of the members of the Ten Rings beneath it. Blood began to flow slowly through the dust, and the man was clearly struggling to breathe, exhaling more than inhaling. A mere glance from Roman revealed no flicker of emotion in his eyes as he lifted his gaze towards the cavern's interior. They have arrived. Ethan, sweat glistening on his cheeks, suddenly realized something as he stared at the computer screen before him. We need more time. Turning to Tony, Ethan's resolute gaze spoke volumes as he strode purposefully towards the cave's exit. I will buy you some time. As per the plan, trapped within his armor, Tony could do nothing but shout to halt Ethan's advance. Perhaps sensing the impending events, a gentle glow shimmered in Tony's eyes. According to the plan, his voice became muffled in his throat as his eyes widened in horror at the scene unfolding before him. Ethan, clutching a machine gun, had barely stepped out of the cave when a ghostly green tail ensnared him, lifting him off the ground. The only weapon he possessed was disarmed in an instant. Ethan's face bore an expression of sheer terror, while Roman cast a curious glance at Peter. "What do you make of this individual? He is a good person." Peter's voice emerged from beneath his mask, tilting his head in curiosity as he observed Ethan, his words resonating throughout the cavern, causing Ethan to tremble in fear. "You are a good person. You need not fear me." Noticing Ethan's state, Peter instinctively explained. Yet, unbeknownst to him, it was Roman that instilled the deepest dread in Ethan. Following the direction of the tail, he discovered that it extended from Roman's very being. The ghostly green pupils were anything but human, sending a chill down Ethan's spine. "In that case, Spider-Man, I kindly ask that you assist this good man in completing his unfinished business, if you would be so obliging." "With great pleasure." Peter nimbly crawled along the edge of the cave, making his way towards the source of the disturbance. This posture, combined with his battle suit that epitomized fear, led one to question whether Peter was indeed a true embodiment of a terrifying spider. "As for you, Mr. Ethan, there is no need for trepidation. I come on behalf of Stark Industries to assist Tony in finding his way home." Roman gently set Ethan down, his imposing figure descending from the rock wall to stand firmly before him. Ethan's gaze fixated on this man, who towered over him by a head and a half. Despite his monstrous appearance, there was an inexplicable sense of elegance and rationality about him. If one were to liken him to a mythical creature, it would be a vampire. Yet, Roman bore none of the typical characteristics associated with such beings. Meanwhile, the sound of gunfire erupted behind Roman like a torrential downpour, prompting Ethan to gesture anxiously towards him. "That, Spider-Man, will you not assist him?" Ethan managed to utter, though he held no doubt regarding their capabilities. Roman smiled and shook his head, about to speak when a familiar, flippant voice interrupted him. "Ethan. Oh my goodness, Ethan, come quickly behind me." Tony merely cast a fleeting glance, his vision entirely consumed by Roman's peculiar emerald-hued armor and his bizarre tail. In a moment of urgency, he raised his right hand, the miniature rocket launcher automatically emerging from its track. While gesturing for Ethan to approach, Tony steadfastly aimed his weapon at Roman with his left hand. "Mr. Stark, has it truly been merely 3 months that you have forgotten me?" Roman raised an eyebrow, stepping forward to stand beneath the light. The white glow filtering through the cave's openings illuminated Roman's face. Tony was momentarily taken aback, his astonishment unmistakable in his eyes. "You are Roman?" "I am Roman." He corrected with a hint of exasperation. "Mr. Stark, your attire today is rather unique." "Oh, Roman, why don't you take a look in the mirror at your current appearance?" Tony smacked his forehead, finally recalling the proper pronunciation of Roman's name. Despite being imprisoned for over half a month, Tony Sharp remained utterly unscathed. Chapter 11. The Return of Tony. Tony's reputation precedes him, indeed. However, sensing that Tony still had intentions to continue, Roman quickly interjected. "Miss Pepper has entrusted me with your rescue. This is not the place for conversation. Let us move away from here before we speak further. Of course, I am longing for my cheeseburger. I yearn to return and recline in my bathtub at once." With that, Tony trudged along in the cumbersome Mark I, following closely behind Roman, while Ethan brought up the rear. After navigating a few corners, the first sensation that assaulted their nostrils was the heavy stench of blood, as if the very air had been replaced with crimson. Suddenly, a panicked member of the Ten Commandments gang rushed towards Roman, colliding directly with him. The weapon in his grasp clashed against Roman's armored form, producing a sharp sound. Upon seeing Roman, the gang member's pupils dilated in terror, words caught in his throat. Unable to escape. "Allow me to handle this," Tony asserted, eager to test the prowess of his battle suit after months of relentless effort. "Mr. Stark, since Miss Pepper has tasked me with your rescue, I cannot allow you to suffer even the slightest harm," Roman replied, smiling down at the gang member. Without turning back, he uttered a chilling remark. The glinting, sharp claws of his armor seized the gang member's head, lifting him effortlessly, with a mere exertion of force. The gang member did not even have time to scream before his skull was crushed in Roman's grip. Blood splattered across Roman's armor, yet it could not cling, sliding off onto the ground. Simultaneously, Tony and Ethan felt a wave of nausea wash over them. Having survived under the control of the Ten Commandments for so long, Their mental fortitude was commendable. Yet, confronted with such a gruesome scene, they could hardly contain themselves. Damn it, Roman. I will never again add ketchup to my food. Tony's complexion paled, the shock of the encounter unsettling him. Roman, unhurried in his response, clasped his hands behind his back and took 2 steps forward. His voice then drifted back. If it is merely this, I believe you could walk out with your eyes closed, Mr. Stark. Roman's words piqued the curiosity of both Tony and Ethan. Rushing out, they were met with a sight that would haunt them for a lifetime. Ugh. Ethan could no longer hold back, leaning against the rocky wall as he retched. Tony fared little better, his face growing even paler, his mouth twitching as if something were about to erupt. Roman casually kicked aside the remnants of flesh at his feet, turning to regard Tony with a bemused expression. Mr. Stark, if I were you, I would not force myself to endure this. Ugh, damn it. Roman, I should have heeded your advice. For the first time, Tony expressed his agreement with Roman, albeit with somewhat heated words. Hey, you're out. The 3 individuals turned their attention towards the sound almost simultaneously. Although it was Tony's first encounter with Peter, the latter left an indelible impression on him. Stripped of his mask, Peter exhibited a youthful naivety, with a few conspicuous blushes adorning his cheeks. His attire, stained with fragments of flesh and blood, appeared almost decorative against the backdrop of his black coat. Yet, this young man was smiling at Tony with an expression of genuine kindness. Come on. Could you not employ less gruesome methods? Tony remarked with a tone of resignation, having just regained his composure. After being imprisoned by the 10 Rings for 3 months, he had endured considerable suffering and felt no sympathy for them. Not to mention, Tony was an arms dealer, with countless lives indirectly lost due to his actions. I apologize, Mr. Stark. As I promised Miss Pepper, I shall not let you come to harm, but beyond that, I cannot make any guarantees, Roman said, slightly bowing and performing a gentlemanly gesture towards Tony. Oh, splendid. You found me. I can finally return to Pepper for my reward, Tony quipped sarcastically. Roman merely smiled at the irony without offering a rebuttal. If there are no further matters, it is time for me to take you home. As the 4 of them emerged from the cave, the suddenly silent Tony abruptly turned around. With his arms hanging at a 45-degree angle, a torrent of orange flames erupted uncontrollably from the tubes beneath his hands. Boom. All weapons emblazoned with the name Stark Industries were obliterated, the explosion engulfing a radius of several hundred meters. In an instant, Ethan was lifted by Roman and transported over 100 meters away, closely followed by Peter. With his hands clasped behind his back, Roman's tail swayed gently. Observing the ascending silver figure, Roman could not help but exclaim with fervent admiration, truly, Tony Stark. The armor forged within the shattered cave possesses such formidable power. Roman admired not only Tony's brilliance, but also his spirit of survival against all odds. It seemed inevitable that Uncle Ben's demise would lead Tony to experience this ordeal, paving the way for the birth of I Am Iron Man. However, Roman glanced sideways at Ethan. The loss required for a hero's maturation was still somewhat lacking in Tony's journey. Originally, Roman had no intention of saving Ethan, just as he had watched Uncle Ben perish. Yet, upon arriving at this juncture, he altered his decision. Those cursed by knowledge are perpetually losing, are they not? Roman said with a serene expression, a faint smile gracing his lips. Watching the fragments of iron plummet before him and Tony emerge from the sand like a gopher, Roman added, All right, I believe Pepper must be yearning for you. Let us go. With that, he cast a lingering glance at the scattered pieces of steel on the ground before turning to leave with Peter, leaving Tony behind, helplessly waving from the sand. Hey, hello. Pepper requested you to bring me back unharmed. Do you remember? Hey, Miss Pepper. I believe you must be quite delighted to see someone. Roman glanced at Tony, who was voraciously devouring a cheeseburger beside him, and spoke in a gentle tone. Oh my gosh. Tony, let me speak with him. Roman. Pepper's voice was laced with unmistakable surprise and excitement. As time ticked away, she found herself still waiting for Roman's call. She had assumed that Roman had not even set off yet. Recently, Roman's signal had been in a dead zone, and the flicker of hope that had ignited within Pepper quickly dimmed. However, she never anticipated that Roman would silently bring Tony back. Are you shedding tears for your missing boss? Tony's words instantly lifted Pepper's spirits. At that moment, she was entirely convinced that the voice on the other end belonged to none other than Tony Stark. Chapter 12, The Raft. As you may know, I was imprisoned for 3 months. Now that I have returned, there are but 2 things I wish to do. First, indulge in cheeseburgers to my heart's content. And second, suddenly, Tony rolled his eyes, seemingly having overheard something. It is not what you think. I intend to hold a press conference. Listening to the incessant chatter of Tony and Pepper, Roman found himself on the verge of slumber. However, fortunately, Tony had yet to delve into the depths of his extravagant musings. Roman, drive directly to Stark Industries. Before the party commences, I need to warm up. Gently maneuvering the steering wheel, Roman did not hesitate and started the car. I heard Pepper mention that you haven't taken anything, just as the atmosphere grew rather somber. Tony could not contain himself and spoke first. Yes, Mr. Stark, I merely dislike being indebted to others. Do not call me Stark. You saved me, remember? Call me Tony. At the pinnacle of his life, Tony encountered a profound transformation, and thus he felt a deep sense of gratitude towards both Ethan and Roman. What a coincidence. I too abhor being beholden to others. Ethan will be joining Stark Industries, and as I mentioned earlier, how about you? I can offer you a position with an annual salary in the millions. How about being my personal bodyguard? Do not look at me like that. I only want female bodyguards. Despite having just escaped peril, Tony recovered swiftly, jesting with an air of amusement. Tony, have you ever pondered what you might become in the future? Ignoring Tony's jest, Roman nonchalantly swayed the steering wheel, as if posing a casual inquiry. Oh, I imagine I will be lost amidst a sea of dollar bills. Tony shrugged, responding with indifference. What if someone sought to take away everything you have painstakingly built? Then I would make them pay the price. Tony's tone was calm, as if revealing his truest self in that moment. Through the rearview mirror, Roman caught Tony's gaze, and he couldn't help but smile. It seems we are quite alike. A gentle curve, sunlight streamed through the car window. Though warm, it was somewhat blinding. I hereby announce the immediate closure of Stark International's weapons manufacturing division. Clad in a black suit, Tony proclaimed this amidst countless scrutinizing eyes. In the crowd, he could always spot Roman's figure. Perhaps due to their earlier conversation, Tony at that moment yearned for Roman's support. Upon seeing Roman smile at him, a sense of inexplicable relief washed over Tony's heart. Hello, I am Phil Coulson, affiliated with the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Regarding the details of Tony Stark's rescue, I would like to ask for your insights. As soon as Roman stepped into Stark Industries, he felt the weight of someone's scrutiny. Little did he expect the ever-amiable Coulson to emerge only now. I believe you should inquire about the specifics with Tony, rather than me. Lao Mang turned to face Coulson and politely spoke before abruptly turning away without a backward glance. Coulson, what do you think? Coulson gazed at Lao Mang's retreating figure as a commanding voice echoed in his earpiece. It's quite dangerous, sir. Though he maintained a smile, I instinctively felt the urge to evade his gaze. Nick Fury furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Lao Mang's record was spotless, yet the eyes never lie. Regardless of how deeply one may conceal their true self. Coulson, provisionally classify Lao Mang's threat level as high. Monitor his interactions with Stark. Understood, sir. Coulson lowered his right hand from the earpiece, but as he turned, his pupils suddenly dilated in shock. I hope I'm not interrupting, Lao Mang said, smiling at him, causing Coulson to break out in a cold sweat. When did Lao Mang position himself behind him? Why had he not noticed? And no, it's fine, Coulson forced a smile. Although he maintained his amiable faade, turmoil surged within him. To Coulson, Lao Mang's smile resembled that of a devil. Do not follow me. I am considering your well-being. Having reached this point, Lao Mang felt no need for further concealment. His emerald green eyes were fixed on Coulson. Lao Mang cared little for whether Coulson was a nice guy. In essence, his message was clear. Those who obstruct my path shall perish. Should Coulson choose to court danger, then his demise at Lao Mang's hands would be inevitable. Understood. After a brief moment of mental blankness, Coulson recalled the fundamental principles of being an agent. Oh, right, I should respond quickly. I do not wish to be treated as a suspect without cause. Before departing, Lao Mang touched his right ear, finally taking his leave. Coulson, respond. It was only when he had relaxed from his tense state that Coulson heard Nick Fury's voice. Sir, Coulson stammered, swallowing hard. I believe it may be prudent to elevate Lao Mang's threat level to the highest tier. Silence reigned on the other end of the earpiece until two words finally emerged after a long pause. Approved. On the vast, boundless ocean stood an isolated and forsaken sea prison. Thank you, Pepper, he said. No need for thanks. You saved Tony, so it was my duty, she replied. As I promised, you shall receive Stark's friendship and support. However, I am curious as to why you wish to go to the raft. After all, it is a sea prison. All right, Pepper, no more questions. Lao has some, well, you understand, issues of that nature, came Tony's flippant voice from the video call. Observing Tony's incessant winks directed at him, Lao Mang recognized that Tony was providing cover for him. With a final exasperated glance, he expressed his gratitude once more and ended the call. With a flourish, Ramong ascended to the renowned maritime prison. However, the moment he set foot on the island, he keenly observed some peculiarities. His lizard-like emerald eyes granted him a vision far surpassing that of an ordinary person. As he slowly lowered his gaze, he noticed the treacherous waters teeming with venomous jellyfish all around him. Towering walls encircled the area, equipped with 30 computer-controlled laser guns. From the instant he stepped onto the island's soil, Romang's scaled armor reacted as if confronted by a formidable foe, instinctively bracing itself. The bioenergy dampening field of the raft was indeed intriguing. Adjusting his spectacles, Ramong ambled toward the prison as if in a trance. Ah, I was just wondering when you would arrive. A blond man clad in prison guard attire approached Ramong. It was Lakem. Shifting his baton to his left hand, he extended his hand for a handshake. Ramong maintained his customary smile, slightly tightening his grip. He was aware that this seemingly ordinary guard was, in fact, the true master of the raft. A.S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, saved by the organization, had taken charge of overseeing the raft, controlling and monitoring dangerous criminals and superhumans. Yet, in reality, this place was Lakem's private domain. The ease with which Ramong managed to enter signified that Tony had undoubtedly bestowed upon him considerable advantages. Chapter 13. Luke Cage. Upon encountering Ramong, Lakem exhibited an even greater eagerness. As the two made their way into the prison, their conversation flowed. Mr. Stark mentioned you wish to enter the raft? Ramong nodded in affirmation. However, aside from the criminals, only the guards had access to the raft. A knowing glint flickered in Lakem's eyes, yet Ramong grasped his implication instantaneously. For each day spent here, I shall personally offer you $1 million. Haha, you are exceedingly understanding. Coincidentally, there has recently been a dismissed guard. Lakem erupted into hearty laughter, the shadows in his eyes dissipating significantly. Turning to the guard closely trailing behind, he boomed, Soya, why haven't you escorted our esteemed guest to change his attire? Mr. Ramong, please. Nodding respectfully at Lakem, Ramong followed Soya away. Observing Romang's retreating figure, Lakem turned, unceremoniously striking the newly arrived inmate before him. This is my domain, and you shall all heed my commands, understood? As a guard, many of the rules here are hardly rules at all. You need only remember one thing. Obey Lakem's orders. Soya, with a stoic expression, led Ramong towards the changing room. His words imbued with reverence for Lakem. Of course, Ramong squinted his eyes, betraying not a hint of discontent. Through this journey, he had come to comprehend the reality. They were entirely indifferent to his true purpose for being there. As long as the money was sufficient, all was negotiable. Yet, this simplicity also facilitated Romang's plans. Indeed, this was one of the forthcoming strategies for Ramong, or rather, a revised strategy. Ever since he acquired the lizard serum, an instinctive yearning had arisen from the depths of his being. Perhaps the NDZ-48 had undergone subtle alterations. Ramong naturally believed he could undergo various mutation experiments and seamlessly integrate them. Thus, he shifted his focus to another individual, Luke Cage. Renowned as the man with the toughest skin in the Marvel Universe, humorously suggested to perish from appendicitis due to his impenetrable dermis. His two primary abilities were superhuman strength and invulnerable skin, the latter enabling him to withstand the impact of 150 pounds of TNT without sustaining harm. While the claim of being the toughest may possess some exaggeration, for Ramong at this moment, it represented a commendable capability. With resilient skin coupled with formidable regenerative powers, At the very least, he would not be as vulnerable as Deadpool. Possessing superhuman strength, even if he did not rival Spider-Man, he would certainly possess the means for self-preservation. Upon arriving at the changing room and donning the guard's uniform, Romang's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. Beneath the uniform, he felt an indescribable sensation, as if he were wholly out of place with the attire. After acquiring the provided radio and emergency weaponry, Romang proceeded directly to the watchtower. As Soja remarked, there are essentially no rules for the prison guards here. Although Romang is a stranger, the moment the other guards glimpsed his attire, they averted their gazes, showing little interest. Is this truly Luke Cage? Romang pondered silently, maintaining an impassive expression as he observed the solitary figure in the courtyard. With curly hair, skin as dark as night, and a countenance reminiscent of a beast, he stood out remarkably even amidst the throng. Noticing the wounds adorning Luke's face, Romang felt a stirring within. If all goes as expected, Luke is currently being coerced by Lockham to participate in illicit underground boxing matches. If that is the case, it won't be long before Luke becomes a subject of experimentation. In the ensuing days, as Luke was granted some fresh air, Romang made his way to the prison courtyard. When Luke returned, Romang accompanied him. This territory belongs to Lockham. It is futile to feign ignorance, so it is better to be candid and straightforward. Before long, a week had elapsed. All the guards regarded the peculiar figure clutching a white book with strange expressions. Have you heard? This kid handed Lockham $7 million. What on earth does he do? Merely read? Who knows? Why not go ask him? What I acquire is mine. The hushed whispers among the guards could not escape Romang's keen hearing. Soon, a trio led by a burly guard approached Romang with ill intentions. Hey kid, how has your week been? Quite well, Romang replied, tilting his head toward the sun, his expression utterly harmless. This demeanor caused Kevin to swallow back whatever he intended to say. For reasons unknown, Kevin felt an inexplicable sense of futility, as if his fists were striking against cotton while staring at Romang. Glancing at his companions, Kevin's irritation mounted as he fixed a glare on Romang. I hear you enjoy gifting others with dollars. Why not share a little with me? How about $1 million? Kevin slowly approached Romang, locking eyes with his emerald orbs, which sent an unsettling chill down his spine. Yet, with other guards observing, Kevin could not afford to back down. Maintaining his bravado, he clenched his baton tightly, the veins in his hand bulging. Should Romang's words falter in the slightest, the baton would surely descend. However, Romang's next statement left Kevin questioning his own ears. Sure, gazing at the anonymous card in his hand, Kevin was struck by a sense of unreality. $1 million? Was it truly within reach? Even the other guards, who had been watching from a distance, exchanged bewildered glances. Their greed for Romang was palpable, and the darkness within them began to swell. All of it. I want every dollar you possess. Kevin's breath quickened. $1 million was nearly equivalent to a decade of his earnings. But I wish to keep some, Romang replied without a flicker of emotion. Yet those words instantly contorted Kevin's expression into a snarl. At this moment, Kevin was almost certain that Romang was nothing more than a wealthy coward. Each year, several individuals find themselves in prison, and it was unexpected that he would encounter such a situation. Here, you have no right to speak. Hand over your money. Kevin swung a club fiercely towards Luomong's head, accompanied by the two individuals beside him. They had witnessed Luomong's willingness to part with his money just moments earlier, and the prospect of acquiring that sum was enticing. However, a shocking scene unfolded before Kevin's wide eyes. The club, which was initially aimed at Luomong's head, had somehow found its way into Luomong's grasp. As Kevin stared at his now empty hands, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. In contrast, Luomong casually toyed with the club in his hand, expressing regret as he spoke. Is $1 million not sufficient? Why can one not restrain their hands? Kevin was about to respond, but in the next moment, a sharp crack echoed in his ears. The sudden pain felt as surreal as an anonymous card, yet it was undeniably occurring to Kevin in that instant. In the blink of an eye, Kevin's arm twisted at a 90-degree angle. White bone, laced with blood and muscle tissue, protruded from his arm. The towering figure of a man, standing at 6 feet 3 inches, was effortlessly torn apart before long. Oh, I almost forgot about you two. Luomong's sudden realization appeared devilish in the eyes of the remaining two. The subsequent sounds of crack and their horrified screams immediately drew the attention of numerous criminals. When they turned to witness the commotion, they could only see the once mighty prison guards kneeling before Luomong. The white cover in Luomong's hand was splattered with droplets of blood. His once gentle smile now appeared terrifying to everyone present. A chill ran down the spines of all present, as if they were ensnared in a frigid abyss. Chapter 14. Skin. Divine Power. At 11 o'clock in the evening, within the confines of Raft Prison, the crisp sound of footsteps echoed from the depths of the facility. Strangely, the typically fierce and ruthless criminals, upon hearing this sound, instinctively recoiled into their gray blankets, seemingly attempting to evade something. As the footsteps drew nearer and rounded a corner, the composed visage of Ramong emerged. With each passing cell, Ramong offered a smile and a nod to the inmates within. Cradled in his arms was a white-covered book, upon which the red dots had conspicuously multiplied. It was only after Romang's footsteps had completely faded from the vicinity that the prisoners dared to poke their heads from their blankets to catch a breath of air. Thank heavens, the demon has finally departed. I had a nightmare last night, and he appeared in it. Damn, I fear him more than I do Rockham. The one who killed Rockham managed to stroll out of his office unscathed. What a freak. Hey, aren't you afraid he'll hear you? The prisoner who spoke these words, upon hearing a companioness warning, shrank back into his cocoon. The entire night was spent in a state of heightened anxiety. In the corridor, Ramong moved with purpose towards the section where Luke Cage's cell was located. However, this time, the atmosphere was far from the usual tranquility. Two inmates clad in orange jumpsuits emerged from Luke's cell, their blood-stained fists enough to evoke chilling images of the events that transpired within. Glancing at the overhead camera, Ramong narrowed his eyes, coldly observing the unfolding scene. It seemed tonight marked the inception of his plans, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Ramong pondered briefly. Sure enough, it was too long before a prison physician in a white coat approached. He entered Luke's cell and assisted Luke toward the medical room. Ramong followed closely behind, his footsteps utterly silent. In a sealed chamber, Luke reclined within an experimental tank that began to hum softly. The physician methodically manipulated the buttons beside the tank, and only when the last button was pressed did he exhale in relief. Luke, the human experimentation is not yet perfected, but this is the only way to save you, the physician murmured, gazing at Luke within the tank. He was the principal researcher behind Rockham's clandestine human experimentation program, aiding Rockham in the creation and control of a super army. However, Luke's unexpected situation had sparked new ideas within him. As he observed the liquid within the tank beginning to bubble, the physician gradually relaxed. Just as his eyelids began to droop, an abrupt surge of alarm jolted him awake. Following the direction of the physician's gaze, a figure had silently materialized beside him. A swift turn to face the intruder sent the physician stumbling back 3 steps, instinctively wanting to retreat. You cannot leave, Ramong asserted, shaking his head as his shadow loomed ominously behind him. In a place unnoticed by the prison doctor, a serpent slithered along the ground, coiling around the doctor's ankle and gradually creeping up to his neck. With a gentle twist, the doctor fell limp, devoid of life. His lifeless body thudded to the ground, producing a dull sound. However, Luo Meng appeared to disregard this as he stepped over him and approached the experimental tank. At that moment, the liquid within the tank had been fully infused and began to simmer faintly. Paying no heed to Luke's terrified gaze, Luo Meng reached in and seized him. Without the tank's restorative effects, Luke's breath faded rapidly, his vitality waning to the brink of extinction. Luke Cage, do you know? Luo Meng's voice was reminiscent of a conversation with an old friend, tinged with melancholy. In the distant East, there exists a saying, to achieve anything, one must have the right timing, location, and harmony among people. None can be overlooked. The same event occurring at different times may not yield the same results. You and I share no enmity. We merely seek to survive. Luke's once wide eyes gradually drooped as time passed, and when Luo Meng looked again, Luke had closed his eyes, his chest no longer rising and falling. Observing this, Luo Meng adjusted his glasses with his knuckles. The skin on his arms began to ripple, ultimately transforming into a clawed appendage adorned with scales. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged the claw into Luke's chest, crushing his heart with lethal precision. After inspecting the fragments of the heart, he discarded Luke's body aside. Taking a deep breath, Luo Meng immersed himself in the experimental tank. The segmented tail of the armored creature coiled around him, driving the tank's power to its maximum. As he plunged into the liquid, he felt an intense heat enveloping him. The previously simmering liquid began to boil violently, akin to water reaching a rolling boil. The next moment, Rackham hurriedly burst through the door, only to be met with a blinding white light emanating from the tank. The dazzling brilliance engulfed the entire chamber, and with a resounding boom, the ground trembled beneath them. Components of the tank, along with shards of glass, scattered in the explosive force. Poor Rackham, upon entering, was swept away instantly. A tiny screw struck him squarely between the brows. The force behind this projectile rivaled that of a bullet. A drop of blood trickled from the wound on Rackham's forehead, and the esteemed overseer of the raft fell silently into the darkness. Simultaneously, as the smoke within the chamber dissipated, Luo Meng emerged bare-chested, his green scales frantically extending outward until they resembled the prickly edges of a pine cone. His chest heaved as he gasped for breath, the scales on his claws manifesting uncontrollably, mirroring the transformation of his body. As he gazed upon the remarkable transformation within himself, a wave of satisfaction coursed through Luo Meng's heart. Observing the surrounding confining walls, an impulse surged within him, prompting him to unleash a powerful punch. The formidable 50-centimeter thick wall was effortlessly pierced by this strike. Lowering his gaze, Luo Meng's sharp claws glided over his scaled armor, producing a chilling, electric sound that sent shivers down his spine. Witnessing this spectacle, he nodded in approval. He had unequivocally inherited Luke Cage's abilities. The divine strength and impenetrable skin elevated his survival prowess to unprecedented heights, even. Luo Meng paused, exerting himself to maintain control. In the next moment, the scales adorning his body seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, retracting instinctively. As the scales vanished, his smooth skin was revealed. With the acquisition of Luke Cage's powers, Luo Meng finally gained mastery over his own scales. Casting a glance at the three lifeless bodies at his feet, he abruptly turned and strode towards the exit. Upon his return, he possessed a card, the very one he had previously entrusted to Rakim, a stack of US dollars. Looking at Rakim's corpse, a smile graced Luo Meng's face as he bowed slightly. I extend my gratitude for your care, Warden. Now that he had secured his abilities, there was no longer a reason to linger. Observing the sizable hole he had just created, Luo Meng used both fists, quickly enlarging it to a passageway accommodating human passage. The night was dark, the winds howled, and beneath the sea lay an abyss, seemingly bottomless. Yet, with a mere glance, Luo Meng leaped directly into the depths, disappearing from sight. Chapter 15. Return to New York, Chaos. Across the ocean, a shadow glided across the surface of the sea with an astonishing speed. The surrounding fish, sensing an impending terror, fled in a frenzied panic. The once renowned predator of the seas, the great white shark, shared only one distinction with these smaller fish, a swifter escape. Yet, had anyone been able to observe from above, they would have discerned that the shadow was, in fact, a human figure. With a splash, Ramong burst forth from the water, expelling a mouthful of salty seawater. It was astonishing to think that he had once struggled to ascend onto a raft. Yet now he could swim back without pause. The scales upon his body grazed against one another as he emerged. Just as Ramong reached the shore, a cacophony of screams pierced the air. Initially, he assumed yet another robbery had occurred, a frequent occurrence in this area. However, in the next heartbeat, a sense of dread enveloped him, as if he were plummeting into an abyss, prompting him to instinctively sidestep. In an instant, a car sped past him, plunging into the very waters he had just vacated. A superhero? Or a villain? Despite the near miss, Ramong maintained an air of composure. His legs tensed, veins protruding as the concrete beneath him fractured like a spider's web. In the next moment, he vanished from sight, swept away by the tide of humanity. Having traversed several blocks, Ramong surveyed the ravaged streets, a hypothesis forming in his mind. It was not until he crossed yet another block that he beheld two green masses rolling together, solidifying his conjecture. Before him stood the green behemoth, clad in super-elastic trousers with tousled hair, Robert Bruce Banner, the Hulk. Engaged in a fervent embrace with Banner was a figure adorned with bone spikes. His lower half devoid of pants, resembling a green-skinned suit, The Abomination, Emil Blonsky. Once a member of a special forces team, Emil's relentless pursuit of power led him to undergo gamma radiation exposure and the injection of super soldier serum, ultimately transforming him into the Abomination. Both he and the Hulk derived their strength from their emotions, one from an overwhelming loathing, the other from a seething rage. The distinction lay in the Abomination's two experimental injections, one targeting deep muscle and the other the bone marrow, endowing him with an additional 800 pounds of skeletal mass, hence the protruding spikes from his back and body. Though the Abomination was a villain, the Hulk was scarcely any better. The lives he had taken during his uncontrollable rages were no fewer than those claimed by the Abomination. Moreover, how could the pianist of the sea possibly be deemed a villain? As Ramong observed the two green giants clashing, it became evident that cars were wielded like mere toys in their hands, tossed and torn asunder. He couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, captivated by the spectacle. No wonder the raft remained silent. This chaos had rendered the other side busily entangled in conflict. Judging by the tumultuous scene, it seemed Tony had also dealt with the Iron Tyrant. Witnessing these two brawlers, devoid of finesse and reliant solely on brute strength, was a sight to behold. Romang instinctively compared himself to the two formidable figures before him. However, he quickly shook his head. While his abilities were commendable, the prospect of confronting them head-on was nothing short of folly. At this moment, the Hulk was brimming with primal ferocity, and the Abomination was steeped in malice. Observing these two titans, Romang felt a stirring within him. To survive the impending conflict, he would undoubtedly require such power. "Hey, Ro, you're back." Just as Romang was lost in contemplation of the Hulk and the Abomination, a voice, laced with surprise and playful teasing, broke the silence. Turning his head, he found Peter descending from the adjacent wall. After a fortnight apart, Peter bore an even more pronounced vitality, his black coat tinged with the scent of blood. Concealed beneath the mask, his features were obscured, yet his present demeanor and posture rendered him all the more peculiar. Nevertheless, Romang felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing him. "Are you back? How is May?" Romang responded softly, but his next words touched Peter deeply. Having hurried back to New York City from the wooden raft, Romang's attire was in tatters. Had it not been for the fierce clash between the Hulk and the Abomination, Peter might have struggled to recognize him. Yet, upon seeing Romang, his foremost concern was for Aunt May. Gazing at the one of the few who genuinely cared for him, Peter's expression softened. If outsiders were to witness this moment, they would surely be flabbergasted. When did this ruthless spider demon become so approachable? Dr. Connors successfully modified the serum. Aunt May's fingers have regrown. With a gentle tone, Peter responded, and with a light leap, he gracefully landed beside Romang, making not a sound. That's a relief. I've been exceedingly worried about May's condition in my absence. Romang maintained his composure, nodding slightly. Deceiving a Na'vi rookie hero was as effortless for Romang as lifting a small car. Turning his head, he noticed Peter gazing intently at the battlefield, where the two green behemoths were still locked in combat. "What's your take on them?" Romang inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he subtly probed. "The Peter Parker of yore would have undoubtedly rushed in with quips to mediate the brawl. They're formidable. Until one engages them, one cannot fully comprehend their strength," Peter replied, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on the colossal figures. After a moment of deep contemplation, he added, "But I suspect that if he were to abandon his no-kill principle, Peter might indeed have a chance of overcoming one of them." Romang began to articulate a thought, but suddenly furrowed his brow. In the next instant, both he and Peter seemed to sense something amiss, both sharply turning their heads in unison. A rapid, thunderous roar echoed in the air. An armed helicopter appeared before them, soaring high above, evidently wary of the potential fallout from the fierce struggle between the two beasts below. A sudden, brilliant spotlight illuminated the scene, instantly casting its glow upon Roman and Peter. Peter instinctively leaped from his position, deftly adhering to the wall with a single bound. In the next moment, as the spotlight shifted away, Peter had vanished without a trace. "General, we've spotted additional targets on the battlefield," a soldier aboard the helicopter bellowed, striving to drown out the cacophony of the rotor blades. "Disregard civilians. Focus entirely on capturing Hulk and Emil." However, the soldier hesitated for a brief moment. "Just now, I saw a peculiar figure clad in a black and red bodysuit next to him," They vanished in the blink of an eye. It's likely another mutant like Hulk. Should we pursue him as well? Peculiar figure? Are you referring to me? Before Ross could respond, a playful yet bloodied voice whispered into the soldier's ear. So close it seemed as though it was spoken right beside him, unaffected by the noise of the helicopter's rotors. The soldier's eyes widened in shock, a chill racing down his spine. He turned abruptly, only to meet the gaze of a warped mask, its eyes distorting in a grotesque fashion. Meanwhile, Peter clung to the side of the armed helicopter, grinning at him. Chapter 16. The Psychologist Cursed. I fired. The soldier's expression shifted dramatically, and before he could consult Ross, his M16A2 was aimed at Peter. The bullets surged forth, spitting fire as they raced towards him. However, once the smoke cleared, nothing remained in the darkness but emptiness. What on earth has transpired? Report immediately. Ross's voice crackled through the radio, just as the soldier was about to respond. A sudden turn left him frozen in place, drenched in cold sweat. There hung Peter, inverted from the armed helicopter, his head aligning perfectly with the soldier's. His long black coat draped down, resembling a gargantuan bat. Despite the mask obscuring his face, the soldier could unmistakably sense Peter's smile. What manner of creature are you? Fear was evident in the soldier's eyes, his grip tightening around the unloaded gun. Peter remained silent, a hand clad in a red bodysuit reaching languidly toward the soldier. Enough. Spider-Man, it's time to depart. Hearing Roman's voice whisper beside him, Peter's hand abruptly halted, his fingers mere centimeters from the soldier's throat. Buddy, next time? Refrain from commenting on others' appearances. Instantly, Peter reverted to his playful demeanor, tossing off a cheeky remark before gracefully leaping to Roman's side. I merely wished to teach him a lesson. Peter shrugged, his tone a stark contrast to before, reminiscent of a child caught in wrongdoing. Either abstain or go to extremes. The concept of lesson should not apply to you. Do not forget, you still have May. Roman gazed intently at Peter, causing the latter to feel a wave of shame wash over him. Yet, a warm hand soon rested on Peter's head, gently ruffling his hair. But rest assured, I will always stand by your side. Peter's eyes brimmed with tears once more. This was not the first time he had seen Uncle Ben's reflection in Roman. Subsequently, Roman cast a deep glance at the armed helicopter representing Ross and the abomination entangled with Hulk behind him. He turned with Peter and departed from the street corner. Now is not the time. The blood samples have been nearly destroyed. We must devise another plan. Roman's voice mingled with the sparks in the wind, whispering through the dark alleyway. 3 months later, within a clandestine military base, Emil has been quite stable lately. The special confinement cell effectively restrains him. The 2 individuals from that day? Apologies, General. We have yet to yield any results. Yes, I understand. Through the thick walls, the sounds of a meeting could be heard nearby. A man wandered through the military base as if traversing his own home. After navigating numerous security checkpoints, he produced an unknown card, effortlessly gaining access to the special cell where Emil was held. Hello, Emil. We meet again. Row. This marks your 26th visit in the past 3 months. I truly do not require a psychiatrist. Emil's demeanor appeared somewhat listless, a far cry from the once formidable figure brimming with disdain. Do not speak like that. Emil, you are unwell and in need of treatment. Ramon remained undeterred by Emil's attitude, maintaining a subtle smile as he casually set a book aside. I do not believe it serves any purpose. Emil shrugged. Confined within various restraining devices and energy fields, he had grown accustomed to Romain's presence. Would you like to see the latest newspaper? Ramon extracted a crumpled, wrinkled sheet from the book, shaking it gently at Emil. Of course, if you wish. Ramon approached the table and spread the newspaper out for Emil to peruse. Damn it. Emil sauntered over languidly, but upon catching sight of the newspaper, he could not restrain himself from striking it with fervor. Do not act this way, Emil. Your outburst will only draw more attention. I can no longer provide you with news from the outside. Despite his words, Romain's expression remained unchanged. Why am I confined here while Bruce Banner roams free? Emil roared in fury at Ramon, momentarily regaining a semblance of his former contempt. Nothing in this world is inherently fair. You should be aware of that. Ramon leisurely folded the newspaper away and picked up a book with a white cover from the side. Very well, it is time to commence today's narrative. Today, let us delve into the tale of Typhon, the father of all monsters. Ramon lowered his head, the curve of his smile widening slightly. Yet it failed to capture Emil's attention. Typhon, born of Gaia, the Earth Mother, and Tartarus, the embodiment of the abyss, is the wrath of Hera. He inherited the most potent Titan bloodline, instilling fear among the gods. Conceived from loathing and resentment, his purpose was to obliterate the deities. Over the past 3 months, Ramon had stealthily visited the military base where Emil was imprisoned, under the guise of a psychiatrist, quietly imparting some nourishment to Emil. The environment can indeed foster a transformation in humanity, not to mention Emil's confinement in such an isolated space. The only person he could interact with was Ramon. Thus, the Lucifer effect was born. At this moment, Emil was progressing in the direction Ramon hoped for. Well then, that concludes today's story, Mr. Emil. Until next time. Ramon said as he rose, producing a dog whistle from his pocket and blowing it before preparing to leave. Ramon took note of Emil's subtle hints during each visit. Yet Emil's current state fell short of Romain's expectations. It seemed that patience was required. Do you not wish to rescue me? Emil finally could not contain himself, looking at Ramon standing by the door. Oh. In Roman's eyes, a flicker of astonishment emerged for the first time. His raised hand fell back down as he turned to face Emil. I am a former member of the assault team. I am fully aware of my fate. If that is the case, why would there be a psychologist? And if there is none, how did you come to be here? Emil hung his head, seemingly engaged in a dialogue with himself. I had originally thought you were merely a figment of my imagination, a construct of my subconscious following the trauma I endured. Each time you departed, I questioned my own sanity. Yet this time, I am finally certain. Emil gradually lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot and reminiscent of the former Peter. However, Emil possessed a purity that set him apart. Share your thoughts, Roman said, devoid of embarrassment at being unmasked, instead watching Emil with keen interest. A story. Emil bellowed with a wild glint in his eye, locking his gaze on Roman while breaking into a smile. Chapter 17. Awakening. Deadpool. Emil's disheveled black hair spoke of neglect, while his unkempt beard bore the weight of countless trials. There was an issue with the story. For the first time, Luo Meng perceived something beyond mere lethargy in Emil's gaze. With both hands resting on the bars of his cage, Emil began to recount his tale. In my childhood, I would incessantly pester my mother to narrate bedtime stories. She would embrace a book of myths and regale me with tales from Greek mythology. I was well versed in all the Greek legends, except for one. Emil abruptly halted, his eyes widening considerably. Except for the story of Typhon, the father of all monsters. My mother merely mentioned his name. In the absence of any prior knowledge, I could not possibly conjure an image of him. Clap. The spacious prison cell echoed with the sound of sharp applause. Luo Meng regarded Emil with admiration. Quite the analysis. So when shall you rescue me? Emil, not forgetting his purpose, shrank back slightly and inquired hastily. Well, did I ever promise to rescue you? In the face of Emil's astonished expression, Luo Meng decisively turned and departed. Upon leaving the military base, Luo Meng pondered with his head tilted back, entirely unaware of Emil's embarrassment upon discovering the truth. Very well. Emil has now caught on. All that remains is to leave it to time. The glimmering eyes behind Luo Meng's glasses sparkled with a ghostly light, despite the daylight. An unmistakable chill radiated from them. Had it been the former Emil, he might have reverted to his original self, cleansed of all hatred, rendered a weakling surviving by engaging in fixed matches. However, with the seed that Luo Meng had sown within him, Emil was destined to traverse the depths of anguish. When Emil's hatred reached its zenith, it would signify the resurgence of that loathing. Returning to New York, Luo Meng was just about to visit Peter and check on May. Yet, in the next moment, his attention was captured by a hand that abruptly emerged from an alleyway. This hand, entirely clad in red leather, could not suppress an alluring allure. It seemed to have noticed Luo Meng as well. The hand languidly beckoned, exuding an enticing charm. Staring at this hand, Luo Meng momentarily froze before instinctively stepping forward. Hey, robbery. Hand over your most valuable possessions. The leather-clad figure spoke with a peculiar lilt, brandishing a short knife against Luo Meng's neck. Only after fully discerning the figure's appearance did a smile break upon Luo Meng's face. The pursuit had been arduous, indeed. Among all superheroes and supervillains, the one before him was perhaps the most elusive. possessing merely formidable combat skills and exceptional regenerative abilities. He proved far more difficult to vanquish than most with superpowers. Even in the comic Deadpool, Night of the Living Dead, he was devoured by a horde of zombies yet still emerged unscathed. All it takes is a single cell, and true resurrection is achieved. As Deadpool confronted the seemingly impervious Roman, a smile unexpectedly graced his face, despite the knife that threatened him. Hey, I'm the one robbing you right now. Why do you look as if you've just spotted a bikini-clad beauty? But if you fancy, I could oblige with a playful flick of his fingers. Deadpool's irreverent banter surpassed even that of Spider-Man. Yet, Roman remained unfazed. The next words that escaped his lips rendered Deadpool utterly speechless. Do you wish to restore your appearance? In an instant, Deadpool regained his composure. Restore my appearance? What are you implying? I was referring to an action verb in fact. My current visage is rather tactile. He began to peel away his mask, but as soon as he revealed his unbeholdable mouth, Roman halted him. If you accept my employment, you may consider this proposal as a condition. Of course, if someone offers a higher bid, forget I ever mentioned it. Goodness, are you serious? Deadpool pressed his palms against his cheeks, feigning shock. You don't want me to think this is genuine, do you? Roman tilted his head, countering with a question. You must realize who you're conversing with. Should you deceive me, you'll end up like this hand-o, with a sharp crack. Deadpool twisted his own hand until it broke, rolling on the ground in agony. However, this display was short-lived as his severed wrist quickly regenerated. A glimmer of desire flickered in Roman's eyes as he witnessed Deadpool's remarkable healing ability. Although currently slow, it was enough to ignite Roman's envy. Possessing Deadpool's abilities would grant one dominion over the Marvel Universe. After all, Deadpool himself had done just that with a resounding leap. Deadpool sprang back to his feet, hands on his hips, adopting a renewed tone of menace. Trust me, no matter where you flee, you cannot escape my pursuit. I will cling to you like an unrelenting parasite, like the most sinister demon, shattering every bone in your body. Could you perhaps silence the background music before you continue? Roman gestured wearily towards the black phone in Deadpool's grasp. Oh, right. Deadpool clumsily pressed several buttons through his gloves before finally silencing the music. What was I saying again? You mentioned you agreed to my proposal. Did I? I have no recollection of that. Wow. Must it be this way? Can you be a tad gentler with me? In truth, I can accommodate anything you desire if you but ask. In the subterranean laboratory, Deadpool found himself restrained on a recliner, his limbs bound by metallic fixtures. Yet, not a hint of panic could be detected in his voice. To him, this scenario was merely a trivial affair, a mere echo of past experiences. Connor stood beside Deadpool, gripping a large syringe with a needle measuring an impressive 20 centimeters in length. The needle pierced through Deadpool's spinal cord, extracting a viscous, milky liquid. While this scene might appear cruel to an ordinary individual, for Deadpool, it elicited merely a languid sigh akin to a stretch. However, he instinctively felt discomfort at the sight before him, perhaps a remnant of past experiments endured. It seems your arm has healed remarkably well, Dr. Connors, remarked Logan, who stood nearby, his gentle nod warming Connor's heart. A flicker of orange hue danced in Connor's eyes. Thanks to you, Logan. After withdrawing from the spinal cord, Connor seemed to recall something, gesturing towards the corner. I've kept your old wheelchair for you and repaired it. While you may no longer need it, it can serve as a memento, can't it? Following Connors, Logan's gaze landed on a display case nestled in the corner. A soft white light emanated from its base, revealing the pristine wheelchair that Logan had occupied for many years. It had been shattered by Logan but meticulously reassembled by Connors. Thank you, Connors, Logan murmured softly, his voice barely audible as he regarded the wheelchair. Chapter 18. Who is this effeminate figure clad in a tight leather suit? Ah, I can indeed fulfill your request. When shall you assist me in restoring my appearance? I cannot endure this visage for even a second longer. Deadpool sprang up from his reclined position, adopting a comical pose at the feet of Ramon. He then unabashedly embraced Romang's thigh, embodying the demeanor of a lamenting lover, pouring out his heartfelt grievances. Not at present, but later it may be possible. The initial part of Romang's statement caused Deadpool to squint his eyes. However, upon hearing the latter part, he instantly reverted to his playful self. Oh, how vexing. Yet, As Deadpool finished speaking, Romang's expression darkened ominously. "Remove your hand, or I shall not hesitate to delay our meeting for several hours." Observing the unwelcome hand upon his rear, Romang spoke with irritation. "My bad." Deadpool sheepishly retracted his hand. Indeed, this man, skilled in creating discomfort, seemed to permeate the air with an aura of awkwardness wherever he went. "Starting tomorrow, you are required to come here daily for sample extraction. This will continue for 3 months, after which I shall assist you in restoring your appearance." How cool. Being held by a stranger and having to visit his home for injections every day? Oh, dreams do come true. Wade, Deadpool exclaimed, striking his fist against his palm. Somewhat exhilarated in his soliloquy. "Darn it, I must reward myself tonight." Romang's ears filtered out Deadpool's frivolous chatter as he patiently began to explain. "Your extraordinary self-healing is both a gift and the very reason you cannot restore your appearance. You may understand it as your super healing treating your ruined visage as a 0. Each act of healing resets to 0. Yet the visage you long for is a 1. In response to Romang's explanation, Deadpool tilted his head, appearing somewhat dazed. "Shit, I quite liked 0. Romang, undeterred by Deadpool's erratic thought process, continued. Based on Deadpool's participation in the experiment, it was evident that acquiring such formidable self-healing had rendered his thoughts exceptionally vibrant. His unconventional combat techniques and the erratic nature of his daily conversations were manifestations of this. The rapid regeneration of his cerebral gray matter would swiftly overshadow his existing perceptions. Newly formed synaptic connections would lead to such peculiar behaviors. But who cares? Whose mind is entirely sound? Romang silently reassured himself not to dwell too much on Deadpool's eccentricities. Even Romang's own overclocked mind occasionally exhibited moments of peculiarity. In brief, a touch of madness. "By the way, you mentioned that Peter introduced you to me?" Romang, lost in thought, suddenly recalled a detail. "Indeed, we are the best of buddies." Deadpool interlaced his fingers, rubbing the back of his hand against his cheek, his legs, encased in leather, entwined and wriggling playfully. Clearly, there was a sense of satisfaction regarding Peter, the little spider. Could the Punisher Spider-Man, who has broken his principle of not killing, truly become friends with Deadpool? It was peculiar. For the first time, confusion flickered in Roman's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. "Where are you going?" "To Peter's house to find May. May I accompany you? Do you wish to be smashed to pieces by Peter's fists?" Ultimately. Roman could not resist Deadpool's enthusiasm. The two ventured to Queens. In Deadpool's words, he merely requested that Peter be gentle when the time came to strike, as he had a fear of pain. After all, being nearly immortal, how could he be threatened by the notion of being smashed? "Hey, May, are you feeling better?" Upon seeing the elderly gentleman with a head of white hair, Roman's face broke into a warm smile. "Oh my goodness, Roman, it has been such a long time." Aunt May's face lit up with delight upon seeing Roman. However, this strange shift in her emotions puzzled him. Logically, his relationship with Aunt May was established through Peter. Neutrality should have been the norm, shouldn't it? Yet, Aunt May's next words brought clarity to Roman's thoughts. "Peter mentioned you were busy, and I was wondering when I might invite you over to express my gratitude in person. Without your research, I fear I would not have regained the use of my fingers." Aunt May's smile was remarkably benevolent. One could even say she was one of the few kind souls in the neighborhood. "In truth, this is the result of my collaborative research with Dr. Connors," Roman replied, settling onto the sofa, reflecting on his myriad emotions. It was he who had once driven Ben Parker toward his demise. Yet now, he sat before Aunt May, receiving her heartfelt thanks. And who might this be? Aunt May then noticed the bashful Deadpool beside Roman and inquired, "Hello, Andy." "I am Wade." Deadpool stood with his hands awkwardly between his legs, his toes turned in, resembling a character from a whimsical anime. Wade's face was marred in an unfortunate incident, yet he is truly a good person. "I can see that, just like Peter, he is a kind-hearted child," Aunt May remarked, her gaze shimmering with maternal affection as she looked upon Deadpool. Hearing her words, a subtle twitch appeared at the corner of Roman's mouth. She referred to the Punisher Spider-Man and Wade as kind-hearted children. Avoiding the topic, Roman engaged in light conversation with Aunt May, primarily expressing concern for her well-being. Suddenly, an emergency news bulletin interrupted the television program. "Tony Stark has been attacked. What is the identity of the mysterious assailant wielding dual whips? Already, Roman's pupils narrowed as he hastily bid farewell to Aunt May and departed Queens. Oh my goodness, this is Tony Stark. Does he require personal protection? For your sake, I can offer a 9 discount. Deadpool chimed in beside Roman, his mouth incessantly spewing new phrases. Roman, feeling some impatience, retorted, if you mention a 9 discount in front of Tony, he will only raise the price exponentially. In light of Peter's reputation, could you perhaps temper your words? Fortunately, Queens is not far from the interrogation room where Ivan Vanko, the Whiplash, is being held, and soon the two arrived. Just as Ron was about to meet Tony and Whiplash, he entered the interrogation room alongside Deadpool. You arrived so promptly? Have you fallen for me? Fear not. It is not a matter of shame, Tony teased, as self-absorbed as ever, eyeing Ron's approach. At this moment, Tony had not only recently faced death but was still teetering on the precipice of life and death. Beyond the threat posed by Whiplash, the issue of palladium poisoning had robbed Tony of restful nights. Though his words retained their familiar flavor, it was evident that he had matured considerably in the face of mortality. Hello, I am Wade. From the very first moment we met, I was hopelessly enamored with you, Wade declared, his demeanor one of earnest confession as he moved to kiss Tony's hand. The outcome was predictable, as Tony deftly sidestepped, avoiding Wade's advance. Tony cast a bewildered glance at Ron, incredulous. Who is this flamboyant figure clad in tight leather? He wondered. Do not dwell on such trivialities, Ron replied, rubbing his nose, regretting his decision to introduce Wade to Tony. Both of their tongues were not easily tamed. Chapter 19. A Conversation with Deadpool. Tony S. Entrustment. How long do you intend to chat? Do you require me to prepare afternoon tea for you? Deadpool observed the three engaging in flirtation, leaving himself on the sidelines, unable to suppress a mocking remark. Is that so? That's splendid. I'll have my usual with extra sugar. Deadpool was never one to miss a quip, and upon hearing this, he immediately turned to Deadpool with an eager expression. The technology is quite remarkable, but the cycle per second is somewhat lacking. At this moment, Tony retracted his smile, placed his hands in his pockets, and slowly approached Deadpool. What followed was a series of technical analyses accompanied by Tony voicing his perplexities. You seem to have acquaintances in the underworld. Why not find a way to market this technology? You would earn a fortune. Your family, a bunch of thieves and butchers. Deadpool glared at Tony, his teeth clenched in irritation. Meanwhile, not far off, Deadpool, who had been standing beside Roman, turned away in mild grievance, facing the corner. His fingers traced circles on the ground as he incessantly murmured, "Why don't they listen to me? Am I so inconspicuous? Yet, I can't comprehend a word they say." Roman, on the other hand, attentively observed Tony and Deadpool's conversation, two sworn enemies. Yet they sat together in a hushed tone, albeit their words were not particularly amicable. Suddenly, a burst of laughter from Roman drew the attention of both Tony and Deadpool. It's nothing at all, just a sudden thought tickled my funny bone. Watching the two fully turn their bodies towards him, Roman continued. Consider this. After Tony's severe injury, he crafted a reactor from scrap in a cave that could output 3 billion joules per second. But you, with your blueprints, can only achieve 1.8 billion joules. Isn't that rather amusing? As his words settled, Roman discreetly assessed Deadpool's reaction. Just as Roman anticipated, Deadpool was now gnashing his teeth, seemingly chewing on something, with a glare that could kill. Well then, stay comfortably in your cell. I will send you some soap. Following Roman's interruption, Tony rose, cast a glance at Deadpool, and turned to exit. 5 minutes. I need to speak with him. Hearing the voice beside him, Tony turned just in time to meet Roman's gaze. For some reason, whenever Tony encountered Roman, he felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if he had met a kindred spirit. All right, the soap I send will be for both of you to share. Tony instinctively agreed, but then quickly followed up with a teasing remark. Oh no, are you leaving? Do you need personal protection, sir? Don't go. I can do anything. Deadpool trailed Tony outside, chattering incessantly. Bang! With the metallic door slamming shut. Only Roman and Deadpool remained in the interrogation room. Roman turned back, only to find Deadpool staring intently at him, his eyes glistening with unspoken thoughts. Your talents are commendable. However, they pale in comparison to Tony's. Luo Mang, undaunted, leisurely approached and sat beside the grim whip, merely a shattered deity of defeat. His bleeding marked the commencement of his demise. The grim whip's voice was somber, as if gears were grinding within his throat. Is that so? But what does defeating Tony truly prove? Who will remember the death of your father? Luo Mang gazed at the grim whip with a smile, as though appraising a delicate artifact. Upon hearing Luo Mang's words, the grim whip lifted his head, scrutinizing him intently. You appear not merely to mock me, but to offer assistance. The grim whip was astute, and Luo Mang did not evade the point, addressing him directly. Can you aid me in eliminating Tony Stark? In response to the grim whip's inquiry, Luo Mang shook his head. This is your affair. It must be addressed by you alone. However, I can assist you in your growth. Luo Mang gestured towards the grim whip's mind. Since you possess the blueprint, there exists an opportunity. You assist me, and I shall aid in your development. This arrangement is quite straightforward. Observing the grim whip's silence as he contemplated, Luo Mang chuckled and rose to his feet. You may ponder it. I am in no rush, yet your time is limited. Luo Mang departed the interrogation room without a backward glance, leaving behind the grim whip's dimly flickering gaze. After exiting the room, Luo Mang discovered that Tony had not left, the incessant chatter of Deadpool still echoing in his ears. Shall we depart together? Tony nodded at Luo Mang, stating, I did not come in my armor. Naturally, Luo Mang accepted with pleasure. As the two entered the vehicle side by side, Deadpool became restless. Mr. Stark, you have chosen me, and I. Before Deadpool could finish, the car window automatically lowered, and a check for $10,000 fluttered out. Then Happy drove away without a glance back, leaving Deadpool kneeling on the ground, carefully cradling the check. In the car, Tony inquired, What's wrong? You're not contemplating dividing my shares arbitrarily, are you? Watching Deadpool's silhouette recede into the distance, Luo Mang casually posed a question. Of course, if you desire it. I would be surprised to find Tony even more nonchalant, sipping from a bottle of green liquid. How about 35 of the shares in exchange for you becoming a special consultant for Stark Industries? Following the Iron Monarch incident, Tony had gained clarity on many matters. Even Pepper, despite her capabilities, struggled to maintain the vast Stark Industries. Just as Tony had recently experienced in a hearing, without sufficient strength, nothing can be retained. It truly is a wretched world governed by the survival of the fittest. Sometimes, what seems like a setback is, in fact, the best strategy in the long run. Noticing Luo Mang's silence, Tony continued, You want to need to manage anything. All responsibilities can be entrusted to Pepper. You merely need to agree. And voila, 35 of the shares will be entirely yours. Tony wore an exaggerated expression, yet a rare tension flickered in his eyes. You do not strike me as a fool who would engage in a losing venture. Let me venture a guess. Are you on the brink of death? Your speech resembles that of one delivering a last testament. Luo Mang's eyes sparkled with amusement, yet it sent a jolt through Tony's heart, prompting him to hastily mask his unease by sipping on his green juice. In the driver's seat, Happy heard this exchange and instinctively tightened his grip on the steering wheel. However, his long-standing professionalism compelled him to maintain his composure, feigning indifference to the conversation. Haha, just kidding, look at you getting scared. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, Luo Mang abruptly altered his tone, bursting into hearty laughter. If you had said that while I was in bed with June, I would genuinely consider killing you. Tony shot Luo Mang a disgruntled glance, only to find him still regarding him with a knowing smile. As if he could see through everything. He truly knows. A sudden shock coursed through Tony's mind as this thought inexplicably surfaced. Chapter 20. Sandman. This was the most unprofitable venture I had embarked upon since the establishment of Stark Industries. Tony shrugged and quickly continued speaking. In truth, it no longer mattered whether Roman was aware. Eventually, everyone would come to know. At this moment, it sufficed that the two of them understood, and moreover, Roman had become one of Tony's most trusted confidants. Although their first meeting had been somewhat peculiar. Upon hearing Tony's anxious attempt to disguise his feelings, Roman adjusted his glasses. The next moment, he caught sight of a hurried figure outside the car window, and his pupils dilated in surprise. Happy, can we stop here? I see a familiar face. Roman's tone was gentle as he exchanged a knowing glance with Happy through the rearview mirror. The vehicle came to a gradual halt, and Roman offered Tony a polite smile, before turning to leave. Tony, clutching a bottle of chlorophyll juice, cast a lingering gaze at Roman's retreating figure before departing. "Sir, I believe I have seen you somewhere before." In a narrow alley, Roman cheerfully blocked a figure's path, leisurely surveying him from head to toe. The man before him wore a striped short-sleeved shirt, his skin slightly reddened. At that moment, his eyes reflected sheer terror as he instinctively lowered his head. "You must be mistaken. I resemble many others," he replied, turning to leave. "Is that so? Flint, I imagine the sensation of evading capture must be quite distressing." Indeed. The individual whom Roman had recognized was none other than Sandman, Flint Marko. Originally a confident antagonist in Spider-Man, it was perplexing to find him here. However, with the emergence of the second Spider-Man, it no longer seemed entirely strange. "I just want to go home." Flint furrowed his brow, his arms tightening slightly, as fine grains of sand began to spread beneath his feet. He had, at this moment, been corroded by nuclear radiation, transforming him into the infamous Sandman. Observing Flint's movements, a broader smile crept across Roman's face. In the next instant, a flicker of emerald light passed through Roman's eyes. A formidable, majestic armor of scales began to writhe beneath his skin, gradually enveloping his entire being, even his face now thoroughly encased in that impenetrable armor. The densely packed scales evoked no horror. Rather, they connected seamlessly, reflecting a cold, eerie luminescence, exuding an aura of calculated and bloodthirsty ferocity. This posture starkly contrasted with Roman's earlier modest demeanor. Upon witnessing Roman's transformation, Flint instinctively swayed. This was his first encounter with another individual possessing abilities beyond his own. Yet, in the very next moment, Flint's arm morphed into a sand hammer, hurtling towards Roman. Roman merely observed Flint's approach without making a move, and with a powerful strike, Flint sent him flying out of the alley. On the bustling street, the sudden appearance of a creature clad in scales ignited a chorus of screams. However, Roman, having landed atop a car, stood up unharmed. The car's roof had long been crushed and distorted, deeply dented. Yet, Luo Meng lowered his gaze with an air of nonchalance, inspecting his scaled armor. Its defensive capabilities were indeed remarkable. However, he pondered whether its regenerative abilities would suffice. Unfazed by his own exposure, he gazed expectantly towards the alley. But in a fleeting moment, anticipation morphed into bewilderment. The sand figure that had been in the alley moments ago had vanished without a trace. His eyes fell upon a few remnants of sand glimmering on the manhole cover, and Luo Meng's tail gradually extended from his vertebrae. It curled around the manhole cover, and he leapt downwards, his tail conveniently sealing it shut behind him. Utilizing all four limbs, he scuttled through the sewer like a true lizard. If the desert was the domain of the Sand People, then the sewer was the perfect arena for Luo Meng, who had been injected with lizard serum. He navigated swiftly, darting between the walls of the sewer, leaping with agility. The echoes of the sewer resonated incessantly in his ears. Before long, a faint, labored breath caught Luo Meng's attention, igniting a spark of excitement. "I've got you." He accelerated rapidly, launching himself forward and tackling Flint to the ground. Flint's back scraped against the bank of the sewer, dislodging a multitude of sand particles. Luo Meng raised his clawed hand, its tip glinting ominously in the air, before it descended upon Flint's chest, claiming another portion of sand. Without a fresh supply of sand, how long can you endure? Luo Meng observed Flint tilt his head, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Yet, Flint was unwilling to engage in conversation. His arm morphed into a sand hammer and swung towards Luo Meng's head. Luo Meng did not evade. He braced himself and absorbed the full force of Flint's strike. The impact was tremendous. Flint's arm shattered into countless grains of sand, only to swiftly coalesce once more. In contrast, Luo Meng, struck with Flint's full might, merely lost 2 scales. The scales that had cracked and fallen were restored within mere moments. The regenerative capability was indeed sufficient, Luo Meng mused internally as he felt the wound healing. At this moment, he and Flint were perilously close. Looking at Luo Meng's scaled visage, Flint was overtaken by fear. However, as Luo Meng's claw struck, the sand within Flint began to dwindle, rendering him increasingly powerless. "Penny, Penny," Flint called out his daughter's name repeatedly, his eyes glimmering with despair. Yet, just as Flint was on the brink of total incapacitation, Luo Meng ceased his assault. The layers of scales peeled away, revealing his gentle countenance. He extended a hand, lifting Flint with a serene expression amidst Flint's astonishment. I can offer you ample financial support. I can even arrange for the finest hospital in all of New York. Luo Meng spoke with an unassuming tone, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. What do you need? Flint found himself perplexed by Luo Meng's intentions. In a fleeting moment of life and death struggle, the very next instant, the two resumed the appearance they bore upon their initial meeting. Flint Marco. I require your unwavering loyalty, Roman declared without reservation. The Sandman's abilities, when ample sand is present, are undeniably formidable. Flint has only recently acquired his powers and is still incapable of manipulating sand for flight, resorting instead to escape through the sewers. Should the sand giant emerge in the future, it is likely that Roman would find himself overwhelmed. It is essential to recognize that the Sandman is a formidable adversary, one that even Peter must confront with utmost seriousness, entirely different from those villains who temper their strength for fear of lethal blows. Yet, this immensely powerful being possesses a glaring vulnerability, his daughter, Penny Marco. It is precisely this weakness that Roman excels at exploiting. Chapter 21. Being human means having weaknesses. How can I trust you? Flint swallowed hard, his throat feeling parched. He had prepared himself to ambush the armored truck. Yet now someone appeared to offer a solution to all his troubles. In response to Flint's skepticism, Roman smiled faintly, but his expression faltered the next moment. The phone had been destroyed when his powers were used. Do you have a mobile phone? I just escaped from there. At this moment, two formidable individuals found themselves at a loss for words. Hell's Kitchen. Flint led Roman to his home. Is this your residence? Roman, following Flint, felt somewhat incredulous. Who breaks into their own home? Well, it seems many heroes have a penchant for entering through windows. Shoo. Flint placed a finger to his lips, then cautiously peeked into the house. Observing Flint's furtive demeanor, Roman delivered a swift kick, propelling Flint inside. Oh, ouch. A gasp echoed from within, promptly muffled by Flint's hand. Roman entered the house with an air of confidence. Aren't we already in enough trouble? Hurry up. Otherwise, I will call the police. Upon seeing Flint, his wife, Jenny, displayed no hint of joy. Instead, her face was a mask of fear and anger. As Roman stepped in, Jenny clutched her phone, poised to make a call. Jenny, I found a way to treat Penny. Flint gazed at his wife, a flicker of guilt passing through his eyes, quickly replaced by hope. Their essay way? Jenny momentarily faltered, but her expression soon hardened with disdain. You are going to do those things again, Jenny shouted, filled with mistrust towards Flint. Grasping the phone, she intended to call him out, but as her vision blurred, all that remained was a fist aimed at Flint. When she turned back, she found the receiver resting in the hands of a courteous gentleman. Might I borrow your phone? The man's tattered attire belied his refined demeanor. Instinctively, Jenny shielded her sleeping daughter behind her, her gaze wary of Roman. He is here to help us, Flint hurriedly explained, omitting the details of their previous altercation. The busy signal on Roman's end ceased, and a woman's voice emerged. Hello, Miss Pepper. It has been a while. I have a matter for which I hope you can assist. Is it the hospital affiliated with Stark Industries? Certainly. Thank you for your help. After hanging up, Roman disregarded the astonished expressions of Flint and Jenny, dialing another number. Hey, can you come to Hell's Kitchen now? Bring the card from my drawer. After ending the call, Roman fell silent. Leaning against the window, it seemed as though she awaited someone's arrival. In merely 10 minutes, a shadow of night swept past outside. Suddenly, a head appeared, startling Jenny considerably. Hey, Ro, I've brought the goods. Business is quite bustling in Hell's Kitchen. I must get back to work. Peter tossed a small package inside, greeted Ro with a nod, and departed without delay. Although Peter's presence lasted only a fleeting moment, it was enough to leave Jenny and Flint thoroughly shaken. The notorious Punisher, Spider-Man, and the illustrious Pepper from Stark Industries. Who exactly is this Ro? Turning to Flint, Ro tossed the small package into his arms. Flint instinctively swallowed hard, his mind racing with myriad speculations regarding the contents. Upon opening it, he discovered 3 bank cards quietly nestled within. All expenses for Penny's treatment will be covered by Stark Industries. This card represents my promise to you. Each one contains $1 million, Rose said with a smile, having retrieved the cards from Rackham. In his eyes flickered a barely perceptible glimmer of menace. If he could reclaim funds from Rackham, he could just as easily eliminate Sandman to retrieve money. Should Flint prove disobedient, that would also be manageable. Let us not forget, Flint has a daughter. Though such sentiments may appear despicable, Roe would spare no effort for survival. The Marvel Universe is fraught with peril. As an ordinary individual, one lacks even the privilege to fight for their own interests, left only to silently await calamity. How tragic. Flint and his wife Ginny exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with conflict. Yet the next moment, a bright voice rang out, sending shivers down their spines. "Daddy, you're back," Penny exclaimed, joyfully approaching Flint and tugging at his pant leg. Gazing at his daughter and then at Roe's beaming expression, Flint took a deep breath and approached Roe, bowing his head in submission. "Uncle, who are you?" Penny asked innocently. "Be good, Penny. You should call him brother," Roe replied, effortlessly lifting Penny into his embrace. An action that made Flint's eyelids flutter. The image of that bloodthirsty lizard was still fresh in his mind, coupled with the fact that this man could command Spider-Man at will. Flint's gaze toward Penny was filled with concern, fearful that those formidable claws would soon descend upon his fragile daughter. However, Flint's worries were entirely unfounded. Roe held Penny with utmost care, his demeanor that of a protective older brother tending to his younger sister. "You mentioned you were once in Kingpin's service?" Flint nodded, acknowledging that he had been merely a street thug before. Yet, tracing back to the roots, it was indeed accurate to say that the ultimate boss was Kingpin. For in Hell's Kitchen, all matters were dictated by this emperor of the underworld. "It appears we can take the opportunity to exchange greetings." Ramon gently stroked Penny's small head, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. It was 11 o'clock at night, a time when Hell's Kitchen often thrived with its most vibrant chaos. Malevolence festered, and disorder reigned. It seemed that in every shadowy alley of Hell's Kitchen, one could stumble upon 2 or 3 unidentified corpses. The gangs may have divided the territory, yet there was one individual who inspired dread in all. Wilson Grant Fisk, known as Kingpin. He is undoubtedly one of the most formidable villains, renowned for his cunning and over 98 muscle mass. In a certain comic universe, Kingpin was said to have struck down Peter with a single blow and kicked Captain America with ease, claiming to represent the pinnacle of human capability, an overwhelming force that defies belief. Thus, Ramon made a small arrangement. "Hey, Ro, I brought a friend." From the shadows of the rooftop, Peter slowly crawled into view, startling Flint, who stood behind Ramon. Just moments ago, he had not noticed how Peter had materialized. And there was more to come. Chapter 22, Fisk Tower. As Peter gestured, a tall figure with a slick-back hairstyle emerged from the shadows. Clad in a black and gray tactical suit adorned with a white skull insignia, it was the Punisher, a friend known from work. Peter crawled over to Ramon, casting a curious glance at Flint before introducing, "The Punisher? Have you encountered Daredevil?" Observing their reactions, Ramon inquired with intrigue. "Indeed, but we couldn't find common ground and ended up in a brawl." Peter, squatting at the edge of the rooftop with his feet together, commented with a hint of sarcasm. "Surprisingly, you didn't outright kill him?" This remark piqued Ramon's curiosity further, prompting him to ask, "What pride is there in killing a blind man?" Peter replied, turning his head away to evade Ramon's gaze, with a hint of stubbornness. Not probing further into Peter's peculiarities, Ramon acknowledged that Peter inhabited his own world. Unlike Flint, Ramon typically refrained from commanding Peter with an authoritative tone. "Oh dear, little spider, you didn't personally invite me. And it truly saddens me." A shadow from above descended and crashed onto the rooftop, splitting in two. Deadpool, struggling, propped up his severed head with both hands, gazing at Peter with exaggerated sorrow. "All right, Wade, pick up your head. I told you to pick it up." Ramon exclaimed in frustration, taken aback by Wade's remarkable regenerative abilities. Hearing Ramon's voice, Wade shakily stood up, cradling his head as he attempted to reattach it. However, after several futile attempts, he could not succeed until Peter intervened, using his web to secure Deadpool's head back in place, facilitating a swift recovery. Unlike the time required for limb regeneration, Deadpool's reconnection was markedly quicker. "Is everyone here? Let us depart. Kingpin has lingered in Hell's Kitchen for far too long. He must be eradicated. He is guilty and deserves death," the Punisher declared coldly. exuding an aura of bloodlust, embodying the very essence of vengeance. Another has arrived. Roman slightly tilted his head to observe the opposite side of the rooftop. Under the gaze of the onlookers, a colossal figure scaled the structure. Dr. Connors, the gigantic lizard, nodded towards Roman, astonishingly articulating human speech. The oppressive presence radiating from him caused the faces of the assembled to shift uneasily. Unlike Peter and Deadpool, who donned masks, the lizard was unmistakably a non-human entity. A veritable monster. Flynn instinctively glanced at Roman, sensing an uncanny resemblance in their powers. "Doctor, we have awaited your arrival for quite some time." Roman responded with a nod to the transformed Dr. Connors, now embodying the lizard. Unbeknownst to them, a multitude of heroes and villains, including Connors, Peter, Flint, Deadpool, and the Punisher, had unwittingly chosen to stand by Roman's side. The gaze of the crowd converged upon Roman. He slightly lowered his head, and when he raised it again, the glimmering scales, illuminated by the moonlight, became apparent. His ethereal green eyes appeared even more frigid under the moon's glow. Roman flashed a grin, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs. "Let Kingpin witness your prowess." At that moment, Fist Tower, reminiscent of a cacophonous Hell's Kitchen, blazed with light. Inside the penthouse office, Kingpin's muscular frame stretched the fabric of his white suit. His robust hands were interlaced, cradling his chin. "Are you suggesting a new little spider has emerged here recently?" His voice rumbled from his throat like distant thunder. A particularly cunning ability user, frequently appearing alongside the Punisher, replied Bullseye, nodding in affirmation while toying with a dart that appeared poised to strike a target in a concealed corner, its tail quivering slightly. "Oh dear. The violence is rather frightening." From behind Bullseye emerged a woman, her exaggerated makeup contrasting starkly with the fearful expression she wore, utterly unbefitting of her flamboyant attire. Yet, in the next heartbeat, her demeanor shifted. "Hee, let them challenge me." The woman licked her lips, raising her hand to caress Bullseye's chin, a fleeting glimmer of desire flashing in her eyes. However, Bullseye remained unmoved, as if accustomed to her antics. Moments later, a ferocious aura enveloped the woman. "Hee. All troubles ought to be exterminated," she shrieked, flames erupting around her. Yet, neither Bullseye nor Kingpin uttered a word in response. Kingpin merely tapped his ring with, halting the woman's frenzied state entirely. "Mary, should that reptilian creature reappear, you and Bullseye shall handle it." Despite Kingpin lacking the formidable powers of a true enforcer, he managed to impose an overwhelming pressure upon Mary, rendering her breathless. I understand," Mary stammered, seemingly reverting to her timid nature, her fingers entwined nervously, like a chastised student. But in an instant, her expression froze, as if she had witnessed something alarming. An invisible wave emanated from her, expanding outward. Her countenance erupted in shock. Swiftly, she turned to fixate on the soul elevator. Before she could utter a word, a surge of energy erupted from her hand, obliterating the elevator and its doors in a single, devastating blast. Bullseye's expression shifted dramatically at this sight. Though Mary often appeared neurotic, she would not falter when it truly mattered. From seemingly nowhere, Bullseye produced a handful of steel balls, launching them like shooting stars directly toward the elevator. Yet, Kingpin remained seated, steadfast and unyielding, his formidable aura palpable. "Damn it, Roman, forcing me to be the meat shield." Just then, an absurd voice echoed from within the elevator. Blood trickled from Deadpool's wounds as he disdainfully extracted a few bullets from his body and discarded them onto the ground. "You all, Before Deadpool could finish his sentence, a dart struck the center of his forehead. "Not you all. Could you please let me finish my, I am truly about to become infuriated. Enough." Having been knocked to the ground countless times by the target's attacks, Deadpool rose once more, this time brandishing 2 short blades. The blades whirled frantically around him, effectively deflecting the target's hidden weapons. Thus, Deadpool advanced towards the target while skillfully wielding the blades. When he finally stood before the target, he lunged forward with a fierce swing of his knife. However, the sensation in his hand revealed nothing but emptiness. Just as Deadpool intended to lift his gaze to locate the target, he was suddenly propelled backward by a burst of flames. He crashed against the wall, stirring up a cloud of smoke. It was only then that Kingpin slowly rose, pondering aloud. "Who bestowed upon you the audacity to confront me alone?" As the smoke cleared, Deadpool coughed several times before lifting his head, and playfully glancing at Kingpin. Who told you I came here by myself? Chapter 23. Obey or Perish. Jean Bing furrowed his brow. Years of strategic experience instinctively led him to sense something amiss. At that very moment, a colossal shadow gradually ascended from the glass window, enveloping Jean Bing entirely. Bang! Jean Bing abruptly turned his head, only to meet a pair of amber-hued, slitted eyes, cold and sharp, accompanied by a thunderous crash. A cloud of smoke billowed, leaving Jean Bing motionless before Connors. The robust arms clad in a white suit clashed fiercely against two razor-sharp claws. Remarkably, facing Connors in his full lizard form, Jean Bing exhibited no sign of retreat, as the two engaged in a fierce contest of strength not far away. Bullseye's fingers twitched slightly. In the next instant, 3 darts shot forth from his hand, heading straight for Connors. Despite the earlier confrontation, the reason Deadpool could withstand multiple fatal injuries remained a mystery. However, in terms of actual intimidation, Bullseye seemed to favor Connors in his lizard-man form. At that moment, Connors was completely ensnared by Jean Bing. His orange-yellow eyes widened slightly, astonished by this sheer human's audacity. In the corner of his eye, a glimmer of cold light flashed as the sudden projectiles approached, too swift for Connors to react. Yet, just then, another flash of cold light emerged from behind Connors. A series of clinking sounds resonated through the air as 3 darts fell helplessly to the ground. A spring-loaded knife grazed Bullseye's cheek, embedding itself firmly in the ground not far behind him. Before he could respond, a cloud of yellow sand surged forward, engulfing the entire fist tower, flooding it indiscriminately. In an instant, Jean Bing's trio was isolated in different zones. Mary, now transformed into the most brutal and sociopathic persona, unleashed a surge of flames, barely creating a passage to Bullseye. "I will kill them," she declared, engulfed in flames as she advanced towards Jean Bing alongside Bullseye. "Hey, have you heard the saying? With great power comes great responsibility." A shadowy figure, cloaked in black and red, was swallowed by the yellow sand. Driven by an unstoppable force, it launched a powerful kick towards Bullseye. Yet, facing such an onslaught, Bullseye chose to brace himself with his arms. Spitting out a bloodied tooth, he glared at Peter, who was now within arm's reach. In the nighttime haze of yellow sand, although Peter's vision was compromised, his innate spider sense became his most formidable asset. At that moment, the alarm bells rang in his mind. With a burst of strength, Peter propelled himself backward, disappearing once more into the dense yellow sand. While Peter battled against Bullseye, Flint was not idle. He had already merged himself with the sand, poised to construct an offensive form at any moment. Harnessing the weight of the yellow sand, Flint's strikes could steadily challenge Peter's defenses. Typhoid Mary found herself momentarily ensnared by Flint's relentless onslaught. Amidst the chaos of battle, unbeknownst to the fighters below, a pair of eyes observed their every move from above. Ronan, emulating Spider-Man, hung upside down from the ceiling. The lizard serum had bestowed upon him remarkable climbing prowess. As he surveyed the skirmish, a contemplative glint flickered in his eyes. Could Bullseye withstand a punch from Peter? Although it was not a full-force strike, such resilience surpassed human capability. It appeared he had already been infused with adamantium. As for Typhoid Mary, it was a surprise. One would not expect this deranged woman to now serve under Kingpin. Ronan maintained his elevated vantage point, watching intently. He observed Deadpool charging into the fray, only to be sent reeling back by a powerful strike. His twin blades scattered across the ground, yet he stubbornly rose to charge once more. Damn. If only I possessed the flamboyant abilities of that spandex-wearing fool, I would revel in such audacity. The sight of Deadpool's antics stirred a sense of envy within Ronan. After a moment's contemplation, he parted his lips and spoke softly, "Flint," as if his words were imbued with magic. The swirling sand that had engulfed the area dissipated in an instant, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a striped shirt in the corner. The yellow dust vanished abruptly. However, this did not allow Bullseye or Typhoid Mary to let down their guard. They remained wary of the intruding figures. Meanwhile, Connors, who had been entangled with Kingpin for quite some time, began to retreat cautiously, suppressing his own battle fervor and awaiting Ronan's command. Though Kingpin was human, his strength was formidable. He had just crushed dozens of Connors' bones. Were it not for Connors' exceptional healing abilities, he would likely have exited the fray long ago. A rope quietly descended from the Fisk building, and the Punisher, donned in a gray-black combat suit, entered and stood beside Connors. The moment the Punisher crossed the threshold, Bullseye's gaze fell upon him, and he silently acknowledged the inevitable. Once a soldier, now a level 10 operative, the Punisher was unmatched in Hell's Kitchen, capable of keeping pace with Bullseye's skills in the realm of hidden weapons. What brings you to see me? Despite the circumstances, Kingpin maintained the imposing presence of his criminal empire. After scanning the intruders, his gaze finally settled on Ronan, who clung to the ceiling. Mr. Fisk, I am Ronan. Ronan descended vertically from the ceiling, landing squarely within the encirclement of Typhoid Mary and Bullseye. Surrounded by two of Kingpin's most feared subordinates, Ronan displayed no trace of trepidation. On the contrary, the once audacious Typhoid Mary retreated a few steps in fear at the sight of Ronan, maintaining a courteous smile. Albeit with a menacing array of sharp teeth, Ronan's audacity sent a chill through Bullseye. Aside from the Punisher, at least 4 superpowered individuals served him. Not to mention Ronan himself was a force to be reckoned with. From which organization did this Ronan emerge to possess such formidable influence? Though no words were exchanged, both men remained ever vigilant. As Luo Mang approached Jean Bing step by step, he lifted a glass of wine from the desk and took a delicate sip. It was exquisite, the taste akin to a grand feast unfolding. Unable to suppress his admiration, Luo Mang remarked that Tony had never offered him such fine wine. Hearing his commentary, Jean Bing remained silent, exuding an aura of authority merely by standing there, his icy gaze fixed upon Luo Mang. It is said that your approach is quite straightforward, either submission or annihilation. Not perturbed by Jean Bing's silence, Luo Mang held his gaze steady. So now, let us dispense with these petty tricks, Fisk. Either submit or be destroyed. With that, Luo Mang tipped over the glass, spilling the $1,000 wine across the table. He leaned forward slowly. Though his stature was dwarfed by Jean Bing's, his presence was equally formidable. Chapter 24. Obedience? Act now. The moonlight crept through the shattered window. As Luo Mang's words faded, a profound silence enveloped the top floor of Fisk Tower once more. Even Deadpool, typically brash, fell silent. The only sound that pierced the stillness was the low, labored breathing of Connors. In truth, Luo Mang held a favorable view of Kingpin, the legendary ordinary man. Though he employed ruthless means, who among us can claim to be virtuous? His formidable power and the execution-like efficiency of a mechanical assembly were sufficient to sway the influence of an entire nation. Furthermore, after his son was assassinated, Kingpin had personally crushed his wife's life, severing his last emotional ties. At this moment, Kingpin had transformed into a flawless execution machine, a weapon of ice. If Luo Mang had Kingpin at his disposal, many endeavors would become significantly easier. While Tony Stark Industries was commendable, it paled in comparison to Kingpin in this regard. From a certain perspective, Pepper represented a considerable flaw. There were numerous tasks that Luo Mang could not entrust to her, nor would Pepper choose to assist him. This sentiment had been subtly expressed by her following the incident with the raft. During Luo Mang's 2 weeks at the raft, the warden had perished, and it had been revealed that he conducted clandestine human experiments. If one were to claim that this had no connection to Luo Mang, Pepper would hardly believe it. Thus, Luo Mang found himself in need of a pair of black gloves to assist him with matters that were either inconvenient or impossible for him to handle directly. Faced with Luo Mang's pressing demeanor, Kingpin remained silent. His gaze shifted from Luo Mang to the eyes surrounding him. The Punisher furrowed his brow but chose to remain quiet. The lizard, breathing heavily, possessed striking orange-yellow slit pupils that gleamed in the darkness. The small spider, previously mentioned by the target, resembled a true arachnid, hanging upside down from the ceiling, coldly observing him. In that whirlwind of yellow sand, Kingpin's gaze fell upon the most inconspicuous figure in the corner. This sand manipulation ability ranked among the top 5 he had encountered among powered individuals. Additionally, there lay a figure clad in a tight red leather suit, propped up on one hand, the other idly picking at their nails. Damn it. Was this person merely here to fill space? Kingpin's gaze flickered back to Luo Mang. Luo Mang bore some resemblance to Connors, yet he was entirely distinct. His haunting green eyes seemed capable of ensnaring souls, each scale upon his body exquisitely crafted like a work of art. However, based on Kingpin's years of experience, He harbored no doubts regarding the defensive capabilities of Luo Mang's scales. Observing Luo Mang's scaly visage and the subtly revealed sharp teeth, Kingpin was suddenly overwhelmed by the illusion of striking a deal with a demon from the abyss. Had it been anyone else, Kingpin would have likely roared, "To challenge me." Kingpin is to court death, and would have unleashed a flurry of fists. Yet, in this instance, Kingpin hesitated. He sensed a kinship in Luo Mang. Should the Fade be torn asunder, the ensuing battle could very well obliterate the criminal empire he had meticulously built over a lifetime. Yet, to yield would be a bitter pill for Kingpin to swallow. Jin Bing trembled, not out of fear, but from an overwhelming sense of resentment and fury. At this moment, he endeavored to maintain his dignity and presence. "I submit. A true hero can adapt and endure." Yet, gazing into Jin Bing's downcast eyes, it seemed he was both fearful and subservient, desperately concealing the fire of anger and the resolve for vengeance within. Witnessing this scene, Luo Mang suddenly burst into laughter. Had Jin Bing furiously brandished his fists, exposing everything, perhaps Luo Mang would have chosen to believe him. However, Jin Bing's current demeanor left Luo Mang restless at night. Although losing such a capable enforcer was regrettable, for Luo Mang, survival took precedence, did it not? Confronted with Luo Mang's mirth, Jin Bing felt an inexplicable surge of alarm. Yet, in the next moment, a fierce battle erupted anew. A pair of razor-sharp claws lunged towards Jin Bing's neck, leaving a crimson mark in their wake. Observing the extent of Jin Bing's injury, Luo Mang could not help but reflect. Is this truly an ordinary person untouched by mutation? Faced with a threat to his life, Jin Bing gritted his teeth and severed all ties with Luo Mang. At his command, not only did Mary the Harbinger and Bullseye spring into action, but so did Peter and Deadpool. The Punisher, standing beside Connors, revealed a bloodthirsty grin upon hearing Luo Mang's words. In his fervor, he unleashed a speed that even surpassed Connors. Flint remained silent, opting not to transform back into a sandstorm. Instead, his body swelled, ultimately becoming a colossal sand giant. The giant's visage bore some resemblance to Flint, as it swung its massive arms directly at Jin Bing. This was both an order from Luo Mang and Flint's own ulterior motive. Flint was merely a petty thug, unable to perceive the vista in Luo Mang's eyes. For him, eliminating the greatest crime lord would greatly benefit both himself and his family. Yet, to his astonishment, Jin Bing withstood the blow. A piercing pain surged through him as Jin Bing penetrated Flint's sandy grasp. However, before Jin Bing could catch his breath, a flash of green light sent him hurtling backward, landing in Connor's embrace, who held him tightly. A fleeting glimmer of vengeance sparkled in Connor's orange-yellow slit pupils as he constricted his arms around Jin Bing's body, the sound of cracking bones resonating through the air. It was none other than Luo Mang who had delivered that devastating punch. Empowered by divine strength and lizard serum, Luo Mang's force was formidable. Struck by Luo Mang's fist, even Jin Bing could not suppress the spurt of blood that escaped his lips. Gathering his strength, Jin Bing reached behind him, seizing Connors and flinging him away with one hand. But in the very next moment, he felt something crawling on his back. Unable to reach it, he was suddenly struck by a desk entangled in spider silk, crashing forcefully down upon him. "Do you truly believe that this will vanquish me, Kim? How utterly laughable!" Kim bellowed, amidst a cloud of dust and splintered wood, revealing his crimson eyes. Beasts differ from humans. Even in the face of certain death, they relentlessly seek sustenance, water, and any means of salvation. They will fight until the last drop of blood is shed and the final breath is exhaled. As long as there exists a glimmer of hope, they will cling tenaciously to life, striving to endure within this world. Yet, just as Kim prepared to make a desperate stand, he discovered that his limbs had been ensnared, unbeknownst to him, by ghastly white threads. The threads extended to the edges of the wall, binding all four of Kim's limbs, rendering him utterly powerless to escape. Chapter 25, Annihilation. In the blink of an eye, a smooth hand grasped Kingpin's chin. With his mouth agape and his eyes wide, Kingpin gazed at the cold-eyed figure clad in a black trench coat, a spider. "With great power comes great responsibility. Since your authority has spiraled beyond control, it is my duty to return you to the embrace of hell." Peter aimed the web shooter at Kingpin's mouth and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger. A sharp sound echoed as the resilient web expanded. In an instant, Kingpin's bald head erupted. White brain matter, red blood, and fragments of skull splattered everywhere. Despite his overwhelming physical prowess, Kingpin remained merely mortal within. His massive 204-kilogram body crashed to the ground. In the distance, Hawkeye and Typhoid Mary halted in their tracks, stunned. The ruler of America's vast underground empire had perished just like that? Upon confirming Kingpin's demise, Typhoid Mary underwent another swift transformation. She approached with feline grace, diverting her gaze from Kingpin to Ronin, her beautiful eyes brimming with provocation. With Kingpin dead, there was no longer any need for further conflict. Do you desire me? You shall find it delightful observing Typhoid Mary's antics. Ronin remained silent, while Hawkeye was left speechless. This madwoman, has she lost her mind? He cursed inwardly, yet still harbored a flicker of hope regarding Ronin's response. Truth be told, based on Hawkeye's extensive experience, if the battle continued this way, they stood no chance of victory. Ultimately, they would meet the same fate as Kingpin. Just look at the former crime lord, and his brain hasn't even cooled yet. However, if there were a chance to escape, Hawkeye believed he could soon rise to establish a new crime emperor. Yet, Ronin's next words extinguished the flicker of hope in Hawkeye's heart. Ronin scrutinized Typhoid Mary with a curious glance, then nonchalantly turned away, striding toward the moonlight. With his back to them, a smirk crept onto his face. Annihilation. Ronin's voice dripped with gravitas, as if a demon whispered in the darkness. With 5 against 2, the outcome had long been predetermined. When Ronin turned again, the two had already been torn to shreds. Thus, the Marvel Universe bid farewell to 2 more legendary villains. The Fisk Tower, take what you desire, otherwise it shall merely be left for the next gang. With that parting remark, Ronin seized a bottle of liquor and leaped from the tower, leaving the others in stunned silence. It was only when Deadpool took the lead that they began their clearing operation. The Fisk Tower, from top to bottom, briefly regained its former liveliness. You should not have done this. In Hell's Kitchen, atop a rooftop, Ronin tilted his head back to drink, as a deep voice echoed from behind. Yet we have done so. Ronin shrugged, showing no signs of discomfort at being caught in a bind. Behind him stood a dark crimson figure, resolutely poised. Do you believe your eyes possess the power to heal? The silhouette paused momentarily before continuing. I possess my own vision. Indeed. This figure was none other than the renowned daredevil of Hell's Kitchen, also known as Matt Murdock. With his extraordinary acute hearing, Matt could effortlessly discern the faintest sounds from blocks away. Thus, in the endeavor to eliminate Kingpin, he had no intention of concealing his actions from this superhero of Hell's Kitchen. The conflict will not cease. Your actions will only exacerbate the chaos here. Matt stepped forward, his excitement palpable, as he subtly inhaled the scent of his adversary, hoping to grasp the essence of the situation. Is this your affair? Is it not? Without looking, his opponent, Ronin, hurled the bottle of liquor behind him with force. The clinking of the liquid within the bottle echoed. Matt caught it, though it spun several times before he fully subdued its momentum. Please, indulge in this drink, Ronin said, rising to acknowledge Matt with a nod. Clad in his father's former boxing attire, Matt held the bottle for a moment before uttering, "Thank you." At times, one might attempt to learn from Frank's sense of justice. Though extreme, it proves more direct and effective in this dark and tumultuous world. Ronin tilted his head, his words rendering Matt momentarily speechless. The Punisher and Daredevil had clashed ideologically countless times, yet regrettably, absolute justice remained an unattainable ideal. No one could declare the other's principles as erroneous. They could only steadfastly uphold their own sense of righteousness. I'm leaving. The more I drink, the less enjoyable it becomes, Ronin muttered before leaping from the high-rise, vanishing into the night. Matt remained, gazing pensively at the bottle in his hand. Hell's Kitchen has been ravaged overnight. The dark undercurrents have once again engulfed Hell's Kitchen. Ronin perused the reports regarding that fateful night while speaking into the phone. Tony, have you caught up with the news lately? News. I prefer to create it. Hick. How fortuitous. So do I, Ronin replied with a smile. On the other end of the line, Tony's voice was slurred, clearly intoxicated. If Ronin's instincts were correct, Tony had orchestrated everything and was now reveling in the final stages of chaos. About that matter I inquired last time. Hick. Have you given it any thought? Do you desire more? 40% is also acceptable. Despite his drunken state, Tony still managed to probe Ronan on the subject. I believed I had been quite clear, Ronan replied calmly, maintaining his composure. Others may have been oblivious, but he understood that Tony was not truly in peril. While Ronan had no intention of steering the conversation, nurturing their relationship in this manner seemed beneficial. After all, when money intertwines with human relationships, purity is often compromised. Even in America, the social fabric remains influenced by human connections. Tony's unreserved trust in Ronan stemmed from his impending mortality. Should Tony, against all odds, come back to life and accept the 40 stake held by Ronan, it is highly likely that he would become a thorn in Tony's side. Human emotions are ever-changing. Therefore, the wisest course of action is to never allow money to intervene. For Tony Stark, wealth is the least valuable commodity. From the very moment Ronan rescued Tony, his true desire has always been for the most precious of all treasures, human connection. Tony Stark may embody the archetype of a reckless libertine or be viewed as a warmonger despised by many. Yet he remains unwaveringly loyal when it comes to matters of friendship. Without a moment's hesitation, he entrusted the position of CEO to Pepper and entrusted his meticulously crafted suit of armor to his dear friend, James Rhodes, who subsequently became the embodiment of the war machine. The series of events that followed only served to illuminate what truly holds significance for Tony. Ronan's manipulation of human sentiments? No. This merely represents a modest form of insurance he purchased for the sake of survival. Chapter 26. Venom? Oh, come on, Will Smith. Do you not feel any regret? Hey, Jarvis. Play some music. Observing Tony utilizing the super artificial intelligence as if it were Siri, Ronan couldn't help but chuckle softly. In the distant east, there exists a poem. When the mountains are exhausted and the waters run dry, one doubts there is no path. Yet in the shadows of willows and the brightness of flowers, another village appears. However, rather than entangling with me, you would be better off checking on Pepper. In the Marvel Universe, there are many who are loquacious, but none as uniquely irreverent as Tony. Each day, he either mocks others or plots to do so. After chatting with Tony for a few moments, Ronan abruptly ended the call. Yet, merely a second later, his phone rang again. Hello, what now? Ronan frowned, responding with irritation. To his surprise, Peter's somewhat flustered voice came through the line. It should be noted that since Peter had awakened as the Punisher Spider, he had never exhibited such disquiet. Not even during the hunt and subsequent defeat of Kingpin had he shown this level of turmoil. Stay calm. Speak slowly. Ronan's voice remained composed, seemingly influenced by Ronan's demeanor. Peter gradually regained his composure. However, his next utterance caused Ronan's eyes to narrow. There is something extra on me. Come to the lab. I shall arrive shortly. In truth, even without seeing it, Ronan had already surmised much of the situation. Spider-Man awakening to find something additional on his body. What else could it possibly be? Surely, it wasn't the web-shooting glands of a spider monster, was it? By the time Ronan arrived, Peter had been anxiously awaiting in the laboratory. If there was anyone in the world that Peter could completely trust, it would undoubtedly be Aunt May and Ronan. However, it was clear that this matter could not reach Aunt May's ears. Thus, Peter instinctively thought of Ronan. Ronan. The moment he spotted Ronan, Peter felt a wave of relief. Let me see. Ronan nodded at Peter, getting straight to the point. Casting a glance at Connors, Peter hesitated before unbuttoning his shirt to reveal a sleek black bodysuit beneath. It's alive, Peter cautioned carefully. Ronan remained silent, choosing instead to reach out and touch it. But in an instant, his finger was pierced, the armor proving to be entirely unyielding. Observing the droplets of blood seeping from his finger, Ronan furrowed his brow. Is it resisting me? Subsequently, Ronan instructed Peter to fully reveal the bodysuit. At that moment, one could clearly perceive that Peter appeared significantly more powerful than before, even his physique having become more perfect. A subtle yet palpable aura of danger emanated from Peter's body. Gazing at Peter, Ronan pondered deeply. It was indeed venom, and it had successfully parasitized Peter. Thus, it did not manifest in the true form of venom, but rather clung to Peter's battle suit. After a moment's reflection, Ronan continued, Can you remove the suit? In the hands of the first generation of the confident Spider-Man, venom behaved like an obedient child. It adhered seamlessly when called upon, and when dismissed, It was merely an article of clothing, casually tossed into the corner of a wardrobe. I could give it a try. Without hesitation, Peter reached out to tug at the suit after listening to Ramin's words. However, despite Peter's grimace and effort, the suit remained unscathed, showing no signs of coming off. Come out. Don't compel me to take action. Ramin glared coldly at Peter's suit, fully aware that venom was lurking within. Yet, after a moment of silence, the suit showed no signs of shedding, and venom remained unresponsive. Feigning death, are we? Ramin raised an eyebrow and let out a derisive laugh. He casually snatched a bottle of ethanol from the table and smashed it against Peter, dousing him in alcohol. With a swift motion, Ramin extended his claw. Merely by rubbing the tips of his fingers together, a spark ignited, and Peter was instantly engulfed in flames. Simultaneously, a piercing scream echoed from within him. In a frenzy, Peter charged at Ramin, expending all his strength. I can't control myself, Peter exclaimed in panic, feeling no displeasure towards Ramin's actions, merely perceiving them as attempts to save him. Meanwhile, Ramin watched as Peter, ablaze, bolted out the door. In front of Connors, he raised a finger and began to count down. 3, 2, 1. As Ramin completed his countdown, a cacophony of frenzied music erupted from outside the laboratory, pulsating with an exhilarating rhythm and grand sound, awakening a fierce spirit. Within mere seconds, the dark figure returned, collapsing weakly before Ramin. I've summoned a death metal band just for you. How does it feel? Is it truly reminiscent of death? Ramin observed Peter and Venom, who were struggling on the ground, and slowly crouched down. At that moment, under the relentless stimulation of the triply amplified sound, Venom began to liquefy, adhering to Peter's form, revealing the original black and red hues of his suit. Now, come to me. Or face death. Ramin's voice was devoid of emotion as he fixated on Venom. After several minutes, Venom could no longer resist, shifting its viscous body away from Peter. Ramin extended his finger, and Venom instantly vanished at his fingertips. Concurrently, Ramin felt a powerful force surging through his body, akin to a deflated balloon expanding. Upon halting the death metal, Ramin attempted to summon his scales. Suddenly, he experienced an immense enhancement in all aspects of his abilities. His scales transformed into countless barbed spikes. Connors, observing from a distance, instinctively took a few steps back. In that moment, Ramin exuded an overwhelming aura of power and malevolence that was simply irresistible. The unprotected cheeks bore an inexplicable symmetry of patterns. What could this possibly be? Peter instinctively inquired. Venom, a symbiotic entity from another planet. Venom? Extraterrestrial? Symbiote? Upon hearing these three terms, both Peter and Connors exchanged glances filled with intrigue. Yet, Ramin, caught in their gaze, subtly furrowed his brows. In its ordinary state, it was manageable, but in its full form, the sense of rejection intensified. Was it because I am not the host chosen by Venom? Ramin pondered silently. Soon after, an insatiable hunger surged within him. Unable to resist, he glanced at Peter, instinctively licking his lips. Ramin, Peter exclaimed softly. Coughing lightly, he added, go fetch some high-calorie food, like chocolate or cheese balls. Ramin redirected his gaze, suppressing the overwhelming tide of hunger, and replied to Peter. All right. Peter responded eagerly, rising and dashing outside. Peter was unconcerned about whether Venom would enhance his abilities. His only worry was whether it would adversely affect Ramin. He quickly returned with an abundant supply of high-calorie snacks, and Ramin devoured most of them in one sitting. Finally feeling satiated. P.S. In the film The Matrix, Will Smith declined the role of Neo, a decision he later regarded as a missed opportunity. Tony's nickname for Ramin was intended as a jest. Chapter 27. A grave illness. It was not merely rejection. Even the consumption was on the rise. Glancing down at the scales adorning his body, Luomong felt his dwindling stamina and silently thought, let me return, or we shall all perish. A resonant voice echoed in Luomong's mind, deep and desperate, infused with an insatiable longing. Yet, Luomong remained unperturbed. Instead, he extended his right hand and gestured towards the distance. In the next instant, a strand of pure black webbing adhered itself to the wall with remarkable swiftness. It appeared that one could indeed inherit the host genes. However, Peter was not a self-assured spider. Why could he also produce webs? Luomong found himself puzzled. But soon a bold idea emerged in his mind. Venom, which Luomong regarded with disdain, would only be worthy if selected by the god of light to become Venom, god of light. Otherwise, it was indeed accurate to label Venom as the weakest among the symbiotes. But what if? A pivotal figure suddenly crossed Luomong's thoughts, Mr. Negative. Like the Sandman in later stages, he was also a member of the Sinister Six. With this in mind, Luomong disregarded the clamor of Venom in his mind and turned his gaze towards Connors. I recall you have been conducting experiments on the fusion of Deadpool's genes with the cancer virus, correct? Upon Connor's nod, Luomong decisively declared, "Inject me with cancer cells." Before Peter and Connors could respond, Venom had already lost his composure. You are insane. Venom could not fathom Luomong. However, having witnessed Luomong's various strategies, Venom had begun to entertain a notion of acceptance. For symbiotes, the stronger the host, the greater the strength upon fusion. Although Venom was envious of Peter, he suddenly realized that Luomong might also be a commendable choice. On the symbiote planet, Clintar, Venom was the weakest, yet certainly not the dullest. Compared to Peter's recklessness, it seemed that the strategic and courageous Luomong was indeed the optimal choice. Ignoring Venom, Luomong approached Connors directly. Are you certain? Connors looked at Luomong with a grave expression. As a beneficiary of the lizard serum, he was well aware that the serum alone could not cure cancer. Although Luomong was also a superhuman, theoretically, the probability of death upon contracting cancer was significantly high. No, I disagree, Peter exclaimed in a state of panic, rushing towards Luomong, his eyes pleading. The last time Peter exhibited such an expression was when Luomong had been shot and near death. Peter, step aside. Luomong's voice carried an irresistible authority. However, when Luomong met Peter's reddened eyes, for some reason, his heart softened. His tone shifted to one of gentleness as he ruffled Peter's hair. Do not worry. When have I ever acted without prudence? Only upon hearing this did Peter hesitantly move aside. Amidst Venom's vitriolic protests, Luomong successfully injected the cancer cells. From that day forth, every day, Luomong exacerbates the division of cancer cells through injections. His immune system is gradually undermined and consumed by these malignant cells. Fortunately, the venom assists in devouring the proliferating cancer cells. Although Luomong's condition deteriorates day by day, it does not escalate to an immediate life-threatening state. The venom, forced to reside within Luomong, incessantly berates him in his mind. What misfortune has befallen it to encounter such a self-destructive host? While a normal person would seek to diminish cancer cells, this individual goes so far as to inject himself and even complains about the slow growth of the cancer. The venom expresses its bewilderment, even vowing that once Luomong passes, it will seek to inhabit Peter instead. Days pass in this manner until one day, Tony arrives. Hey, look who I see. Isn't this my savior? Tony's usual flippancy is tempered by a significant improvement in his condition, suggesting he has resolved the issue with the palladium element. This marks the only occasion when Tony bows his head before Luomong, referring to him as savior. Observing Luomong's lifeless visage, with a once robust body now reduced to mere skin and bones, Tony feels a pang of sorrow. No wonder Luomong was reluctant to agree before. It turns out he is battling cancer. Setting the flowers down, Tony takes a seat beside Luomong's hospital bed. Not long ago, it was Tony Stark who hovered on the brink of death. Now, fate has twisted their circumstances in a cruel reversal. After a lengthy silence, Tony speaks again, gazing into Luomong's eyes with earnestness. Would you like to go to a hospital affiliated with Stark Industries? I won't abandon you. You were near death too. Did you seek medical help? Luomong looks at Tony and offers a weak smile. Hearing Luomong's words, Tony falls silent once more. With his pride, would he choose to die in a hospital? Likewise, would Luomong opt for such a path? Hey, don't be like that. Remember Ethan? He's doing well now. Has met a woman, and is thinking of starting a family anew. Tony speaks softly, as if recounting a bedtime story. Ethan wants me to attend his wedding with you as his child's godfather. You cannot die here. A faint laugh escapes Luomong, followed by a fit of coughing. You should go, Tony. Grant me the dignity I afforded you. Though on the brink of death, Luomong maintains a fierce gaze as he meets Tony's eyes. Tony's eyes glisten with unshed tears. The prospect of parting, even for a man of his flamboyant nature, is overwhelming. Yet, In his heart, Luo Meng silently admonishes, Tony, do not disrupt. The plan is nearing its conclusion. In the moments that follow, Tony gazes deeply at Luo Meng, seemingly wishing to imprint his image in memory. Before stepping out, he dons his sunglasses once more, as though nothing has transpired. Another fortnight has elapsed, and Luo Meng has succumbed entirely to his afflictions. Yet, akin to the solemn promise he once made to Luo Meng, Tony has not graced him with a single visit since. However, on this particular day, Luo Meng mustered the strength to rise. He once again occupied the silver wheelchair that had accompanied him for 21 years, embarking alone towards Chinatown. Hey, sickly one. A brazen thug clad in hip-hop attire approached Luo Meng, carelessly rummaging through his pockets. Part of the Magjia gang? Luo Meng, feebly lifting his head, met the thug's gaze with hollow eyes. Upon noticing the insignia emblazoned on the thug's attire, a flicker of rationality ignited within Luo Meng's eyes. What's your problem, yellow-skinned monkey? The thug, ignoring Luo Meng's retort, clutched his wallet and, after extracting all the cash within, turned to Luo Meng and inquired, what do you have? Acquired immunodeficiency syndrome. Luo Meng responded without a trace of emotion. Shit, the hammerhead will send you to hell. The thug, covering his mouth as though confronted with something repugnant, quickly vanished into the alley with his accomplice. Only when Luo Meng confirmed the thug's origins did he exhale in relief and continue his journey towards Chinatown. The sound of his voice lingering in the air. Magjia gang, knowing the name suffices. Every grievance has its origin, every debt its owner. P.S. The Magjia gang is a faction under the Hammerhead's command. Hammerhead, one of the most formidable mob bosses in New York, who suffered severe head trauma during a gang skirmish, leading to the installation of an iron skull by doctors, rendering him impervious to bullets. He is in opposition to the demon gang led by Mr. Negative. Chapter 28. At last, the trap is set Chinatown. The Rui restaurant. Luo Meng entered with a gaunt visage. The attendant at the entrance, eager to assist, approached to push his wheelchair. What would you like to eat? A young Chinese woman inquired, leaning closer to whisper in Luo Meng's ear. There was no trace of disdain or hostility as she spoke. Her gaze was gentle, and she showed genuine concern for Luo Meng, who shared her heritage. As Luo Meng surveyed the bustling Rui restaurant, he noted the midday crowd. There was only one vacant table in sight. He hesitated, pursing his lips to present himself as a terminally ill patient. Yet, before he could utter a word, several figures emerged from outside. Among them, only one stepped into the restaurant, and upon their entrance, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, becoming tenfold more vibrant. Every patron greeted this individual with warmth, and the figure responded amiably, devoid of any airs. As they approached, the familiar sound of Mandarin caught Luo Meng's attention, prompting him to lift his gaze. He was met with a pair of gentle, water-like eyes. A flicker of recognition sparked within him. Mr. Bottomfilm, Martinley, had arrived. Shortly thereafter, the young woman leaned in to whisper something to Martinley, who promptly moved to stand before Luo Meng. There is no space here. Let us dine together. Shall we? All right, Luo Meng replied softly, his parched lips parting just enough to articulate the word, though no blood flowed from them. Martinley began to push Luo Meng's wheelchair, guiding him to the only available table. What affliction do you suffer from? Martinley inquired. His demeanor not at all that of a prominent figure, but rather that of a warm-hearted middle-aged man. As he spoke, he thoughtfully poured tea to cleanse Luo Meng's utensils. Cancer. It's incurable. I wish to savor the flavors of my homeland while I still have the strength to do so. This lifetime, I can never return. Luo Meng rasped, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes, emanating from the depths of his heart. Were you sent here by a snakehead? Martinley asked with a start, concern etched on his face. More or less, they say there's money to be made here. Yet now I realize that only life and loved ones truly matter, Luo Meng replied, a bittersweet expression crossing his face, regret evident in his eyes, which glimmered with unshed tears as he strained to lift his head, reminiscing about the past. What is a montage of lies? It is but a small operation performed on the truth. Each word spoken is indeed truthful, yet when woven together, they transform into something else. Thus, it could be said that Luo Meng did not deceive Martinley. Given a choice, he would yearn to return to the ancient eastern land of his youth. Listening to Luo Meng's words, Martin Lee was filled with nostalgia, surprised to find that the compatriot he encountered while dining shared such a similar plight. Had I not acquired my abilities, I fear I would not fare much better than this compatriot. The benevolent Martin Lee, a philanthropist who established the Feast Homeless Shelter, naturally believed the words of Ramong at this moment. If your illness were to be cured, what do you intend to do next? A Chinese woman wheeled over a cart laden with fragrant dishes, the enticing aromas of various Chinese cuisines wafting through the air. But Ramong could only swallow a mouthful of broth. Upon hearing Martin Lee's inquiry, Ramong maintained an outward composure while inwardly exclaiming, "Here it comes." The purpose of Romang's visit was to exploit the abilities of the man known as Mr. Photo Finisher to reverse cancer and, in doing so, preserve a portion of Martin Lee's powers. Although it would merely be a temporary retention, possessing the venom would make all the difference. A bitter smile crept across Romang's face. As a momentary haze enveloped him, filled with anticipation and deep contemplation, it is difficult to articulate. Perhaps the foremost desire is simply to continue living. Taking advantage of Martin Lee's question, Ramong articulated his long-held intention. Do not fault me for my short-sightedness. Only those who have faced death can truly comprehend this sensation. To Romang's surprise, Martin Lee nodded in agreement. Once, he too had been betrayed by the Maggia crime syndicate, serving as a test subject for experimental drugs. And in a way, he had tasted death himself. The two continued to converse intermittently, and soon the table was cleared of its offerings. The flavors reminiscent of home-cooked meals made even the prospect of death today seem worthwhile. Ramong exhaled deeply, his expression a blend of exhaustion, pain, and a hint of satisfaction. In that moment, as he uttered those words, he was acutely aware of Martin Lee's disposition. From the outset of his visit to this establishment, Ramong had been dropping subtle hints to Martin Lee. Each statement concealed an underlying plea. I am not ready to die. Is there anyone who can save me? Yet, should this endeavor fail, there may never again be an opportunity for Martin Lee to willingly offer Ramong treatment. Do not say such things. There may yet be hope. Martin Lee replied, rising to gently pat Ramong on the shoulder before departing the restaurant without a backward glance, leaving Ramong alone, head bowed. His face, nearly pressed against the table, bore an unsettlingly radiant smile. Romang's shoulders trembled uncontrollably, appearing to an outsider as tears. But only he understood it as a desperate struggle to contain his manic laughter, a sound that emerged from his throat like a low, tortured cry. Perhaps a release for the anguish he had endured. Once outside the restaurant, Ramong could hardly contain himself, rising eagerly to feel the resurgence of strength within him. He swept back his long-neglected hair, revealing a fresh visage adorned with a triumphant smile, his eyes sparkling with cunning and madness, as if intoxicated by the moment. At last, I have been deceived. Romang's exclamation resonated with both wonder and satisfaction. Moments ago, Martin Lee's seemingly gentle gesture infused the power of transformation into Roman's body. Not only did it reverse all the cancerous cells within him, but the residual transformative energy began to merge slowly with the symbiote. A chilling scream echoed in Roman's ears. In the following heartbeat, the symbiote detached from his fingertips, a dark liquid that seemingly displayed a visage of sheer terror. Roman grasped the fleeing symbiote, his emotions momentarily calming. Do not move. Return and let yourself be parasitized by Peter. Upon hearing Roman's command, the symbiote fell silent, rendered limp like a mass of lifeless, pitch-black slime. Subsequently, Roman dashed back to the laboratory from Chinatown. Upon his arrival, Peter and Connors awaited him eagerly. With a sudden whoosh as the symbiote exited, Roman's entire body was enveloped in shimmering scales. In an instant, the once emerald scales were stained a blood-white hue. Roman's physique began to swell, his form growing robust beyond measure. The blood-white scales crept upward until they entirely cloaked his head. Simultaneously, a grotesque visage, marked by a ferocious rending quality, materialized before the onlookers. Scarlet eyes exuded a fervor for madness and bloodlust. The once dull fangs of the scales transformed into razor-sharp points in an instant. His mouth widened grotesquely, revealing a set of menacing tusks. Roman's claws elongated, resembling scythes glimmering with a chilling sheen. At the moment Roman's body underwent this metamorphosis, the symbiote, as if encountering its nemesis, darted into Peter's body with astonishing speed. Gasping for breath, Roman slowly lifted his head, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face. We are anti-venom. Chapter 29, Serum. Feeling the unstoppable surge of power coursing through his body, the difference between this and venom was akin to that of heaven and earth. Luo Meng clenched his fist vigorously, finally feeling that it was all worth it. Luo, is that you? Peter stammered, astonished by the sudden transformation of Luo Meng's physique. Initially, Peter had been deeply concerned about Luo Meng's deteriorating condition, which had become increasingly apparent as he grew weaker day by day. However, now Luo Meng not only appeared radiant and healthy, but seemed to be experiencing a significant surge in strength, leaving Peter utterly astonished. His focus was entirely on Luo Meng, completely oblivious to the fact that venom had once again attached itself. Luo, is that really you? Unlike Peter, Connors instantly morphed into a colossal lizard-like creature, his gaze fixed intently on the indistinct figure of the serum, demanding in a deep voice, "What is this?" "I am fine." Emerging from his elation, Luo Meng finally registered their reactions. He retracted the serum back into his body, revealing his restored visage. Witnessing this scene, both Peter and Connors let out a collective sigh of relief. If Luo Meng had been corrupted by something, what would they have done? Would they have fought or refrained? What on earth was happening? Peter stepped closer, sensing a connection between the serum manifesting on Luo Meng and the venom that had emerged within himself. Serum. At this moment, Luo Meng had regained his composure and responded to Peter. With a mere thought, the serum reappeared upon Luo Meng's exterior, now seamlessly integrated with his scales. As the master of the serum, Luo Meng could distinctly perceive its capabilities. The ability to remain unaffected by flames and sound waves was merely a basic trait. The serum's greatest advantage lay in its role as the nemesis of the symbiote family. It possessed all the basic abilities of a symbiote while lacking any of their weaknesses. Furthermore, the serum could effortlessly extract symbiotes from others' bodies and, upon close proximity, directly control the abilities of the host. By disordering and then rectifying the cells, it could temporarily nullify any host's powers. And this last point was what Luo Meng valued most. Unlike other symbiotes, the serum bore no consciousness. Fundamentally, it could only be wielded and manipulated by Luo Meng alone, unlike venom, which retained its own consciousness and caused considerable trouble. Regardless, it is a relief to know you are unharmed. I was genuinely worried about you, Luo. Peter, after all, was still a child. Despite his physical abilities surpassing those of most individuals, he seemed perpetually fragile in the presence of Luo Meng. I am fine. Luo Meng affectionately ruffled Peter's hair, speaking not only to him but also to himself. After spending so long in this world, he finally possessed the strength to negotiate at the same table as other formidable beings. Just as Luo Meng was lost in contemplation, a figure strode through the doorway. Oh dear, what in the world is that? A voice, exaggerated and somewhat mischievous, reverberated throughout the laboratory. The crowd turned to see Deadpool cautiously squeezing his legs together. Approaching Roman, he raised his diminutive finger to poke at Roman's chest. Roman glanced at Deadpool's newly sprouted miniature finger, swatting it away with annoyance before speaking. It's me. Have you been fighting again? Oh, for Pete's sake. Deadpool reacted more dramatically upon hearing Roman's voice. He attempted to draw the two carbon steel blades from behind him, clamoring for a spar with Roman. However, Deadpool's little finger was far from reaching the short blades at his back. After a fruitless struggle, he was ultimately sent flying by a punch from a speechless Roman. Accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, blood spilled across the floor. Yet, even in his plight, Deadpool defiantly raised his head, oblivious to his incapacitated body. Why are all your abilities so cool? If I had a bow and arrow, I could only be Hawkeye. Spitting out a mouthful of blood in frustration, Deadpool buried his head once more. Wait. He stubbornly raised his head again. Are you sure you're not from DC? Why does it seem so dark? With that, Deadpool fell into a complete silence, pressing his nose against the ground and ceasing to speak. This left Roman and Peter Connors exchanging glances. After a while, Deadpool awoke from a delightful slumber, only to discover himself bound to a cold surgical table. Yet, instead of panicking, he cheekily remarked, "What's the matter? Are you planning to take my kidney? Shit, I should have opened a barbecue joint." Hearing Deadpool stir, Roman approached with a smile. "Wade, I'm about to attempt to restore your appearance. It would be even better if you could keep that damn mouth shut. Really? I'm ready. Go ahead, Deadpool exclaimed, excitement bubbling. Oh, am I really going to regain my looks? Oh, Canada. He writhed on the surgical table in anticipation. Do you think I should get a new suit after I regain my appearance? As long as it's not green, of course. In his navet. Deadpool was still deliberating, but in the next moment, he was knocked unconscious by a fist that loomed large before him. Thud. Observing the indentation in Deadpool's head, Roman pondered in silence. It seemed they would have to wait a little longer. If Roman allowed Deadpool to undergo surgery in his current state, it might very well lead to his demise. During the time spent waiting for Deadpool to heal, Roman calmly reorganized his thoughts. After acquiring the serum, Roman had obtained the means to suppress any ability user's powers. This suppression differed from the collar used to restrain powers. The collar merely imprisons the abilities within the user's body. Although the powers appear to vanish, they remain concealed within. The serum, on the other hand, can render the user completely powerless for a short duration. This limitation is imposed upon the cells. In simple terms, before the formidable Ronin, Deadpool can merely be regarded as an ordinary individual adept with weaponry. His regenerative abilities are rendered entirely ineffective unless Deadpool has already encountered the Grim Reaper and crossed paths with the enigmatic purple potato spirit. After being afflicted with Thanos' curse of immortality, Deadpool has truly transcended the source of his abilities, Wolverine. He is immortal. The moment he succumbs to death, he is instantly repelled by it and resurrected anew. Ronan observes the gradual expansion of Deadpool's skull and nods slightly, increasingly convinced of the feasibility of his plan. By temporarily stripping Deadpool of his superhuman capabilities, he intends to perform reconstructive facial surgery. Once the procedure is completed, he will lift the restrictions on Deadpool's healing powers, designating the repaired visage as the baseline. Henceforth, Deadpool's self-healing will commence from a state of zero, akin to circumventing the manufacturer's settings and adjusting the device's original configuration. With a crisp sound, Deadpool's skull abruptly rebounds, signaling the completion of the restoration. He is a being of mirth, imbued with joviality throughout. Ronan exhales deeply, instantly transforming into a serum state. The tail at the base of his spine slowly extends, directly infusing Deadpool's body. A peculiar essence gradually dissipates within Ronan's perception. The surgical knife he holds aloft gleams under the stark white light, illuminating Deadpool's visage. His moon-like, pockmarked face silently narrates the harrowing experiments he has endured. Prepare to embrace your handsome face, Wade. Chapter 30. I had originally intended to play with you. Oh ugh. Deadpool groggily regained consciousness. A wave of nausea washed over him, prompting an involuntary retch. Subsequently, he cast a complex gaze towards Roman, his lips pale, trembling as he spoke. Roman, be honest. What exactly did you do to me after you knocked me out? Swish. The only response to Deadpool was a fleeting glint of cold light. As Roman presented a mirror, Deadpool finally beheld his current appearance. His cheeks were smooth and even, devoid of any pits. The wound inflicted by Roman was gradually mending. However, unlike before, the visage that emerged was not the grotesque face Deadpool had despised, but rather the Wade that existed only in photographs. Deadpool was utterly astonished, cradling his face in his hands. Disbelief washed over him. Turning to Roman, he noticed Roman tossing a transparent box towards him. Glancing down, he realized it was indeed his former visage. A thin layer had been meticulously peeled away by Roman's scalpel. A keepsake for you. After today, you likely won't see this face again. Roman shrugged, surprised by the smoothness of the procedure. Having spent 3 days acquiring medical knowledge, coupled with the rapid healing properties of the regeneration serum, Deadpool's face had inadvertently become Roman's practice model. After all, with the regeneration serum, even a subdued Deadpool would not meet his demise. Seizing this opportunity, Roman delved into his research. Damn it, Roman, this is so touching. If you're touched, why are you stripping? Roman, I want to have your children. Get lost, Wade. While such declarations might be jokes coming from others, when Deadpool uttered them, it was likely he genuinely desired to. With a swift kick, Deadpool was sent sprawling. Finally, Roman had a moment to escape the laboratory for a breath of fresh air. However, a sudden scream abruptly drew Roman's attention. In the distance, Outside a semicircular sphere, countless armored suits were careening about, launching indiscriminate assaults. Witnessing this scene, Roman's eyes lit up. His legs propelled him forward, sprinting wildly. As he ran, a blood-white armor gradually enveloped him. Roman transitioned from running to leaping, crashing down directly in front of the tech exhibition. The area was already teeming with fleeing New Yorkers and military mechs. In the chaos, the sight of Roman's fearsome visage caused several civilians to faint on the spot. "Hey, Ivan!" Roman called out cheerily from afar. Noticing the similarly clad iron suit of the raging bull, Roman's armored scales vanished in an instant, revealing his handsome face. "What about what I mentioned the last time we spoke? Have you given it any thought?" Roman bellowed, effortlessly grasping the Air Force mech that zipped by him. With a fierce squeeze, sparks erupted, and it was crushed into mere scrap metal. Upon witnessing Roman's display, Sang Bien's pupils constricted sharply. Subsequently, all the mechs surrounding Sang Bien pivoted abruptly, converging towards a singular direction. Observing this, Sang Bien prepared to take flight in pursuit. However, in the next instant, a grim and raspy voice echoed in his ear, causing his heart to tighten. "You have yet to answer me." Instinctively turning his head, he was met with a pair of terrifying red eyes, seemingly capable of piercing Ivan's very soul, instilling a profound dread. "Damn it!" Sang Bien swung his two energy whips, ensnaring Roman by the waist and hurling him away. With a resounding thud, Roman crashed into the ruins. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that white figure leaped back into action, yanking the already airborne Sang Bien down once more. Roman forcefully brought Sang Bien crashing to the ground, creating a significant dent upon impact. Approaching Sang Bien, Roman noted the blood pooling from his mouth, an indication of internal injury. With a slight frown, he regarded Sang Bien with a mournful expression. "What a pity. It seems your shock absorption is not as effective as Tony's." Upon hearing Roman's words, Sang Bien spat blood that shot up half a meter. "Even when faced with death, you still have to mention Tony. What a cruel jab." Crouching beside Sang Bien, watching him rendered immobile by the mech, Roman let out a sigh. "I initially intended to bring you along for the fun, but it seems that we'll have to wait." Roman extended his blood-white claws, severing the mech's torso with a decisive strike. Forcing Sang Bien to close his eyes, Roman stood up only to see Pepper standing in a daze on a nearby staircase. "Hey, Miss Pepper, it's been a while." Roman waved sincerely at the bewildered Pepper. Whether during their first encounter amidst a life-threatening crisis or their subsequent venture into the raft, Pepper had always been wholeheartedly supportive of Roman. He held a favorable impression of the current CEO of Stark Enterprises. However, upon witnessing the citizen fragments on Roman's bloodstained claws, Pepper was overwhelmed. Had her legs not betrayed her, she might have fled back to Stark Tower that very night. From a distance, Roman waved kindly at Pepper. But when he noticed the red lights flashing on the mech's chest at her feet, his brow furrowed tightly. In the next moment, Roman, who had been several dozen meters away, vanished and appeared beside Pepper in the blink of an eye. Such speed sent chills down Tony's spine as he rushed back. No. Pepper, with JARVIS's assistance, what Tony saw was not Roman, but a towering monster, 2 meters tall, clutching Pepper in its grasp. Tony even imagined Pepper glancing back with a reluctant expression. Tony propelled himself to the maximum power, racing madly toward Pepper. However, he was soon met with the formidable shockwave generated by countless explosions of mechs, which forcefully hurled him away. In midair, Tony struggled to stabilize himself. His gaze sharp as that of a hunting falcon, scanning the ground below for Pepper's figure. "Jarvis, are you there?" Scan for Pepper's precise location, unable to ascertain her position. "Sir, determine Pepper's location," Tony shouted, nearly on the brink of despair. "Sir, Miss Pepper may no longer be in this vicinity." No. Tony, overwhelmed with concern, believed he had lost Pepper, plunging him into the depths of despair, a moment more harrowing than when he himself had faced death. "Sir, your adrenaline levels are skyrocketing. Please take deep breaths. Do you require me to connect to satellites for further search? Conduct a comprehensive search. Locate that entity." Tony's expression hardened, the sudden heartbreak nearly causing him to falter. Despite being the one who held everything, Tony Stark felt an intense wave of helplessness and loss in that fleeting moment. Chapter 31. What do you think about letting Ro become the godfather of the child? On the bustling streets of New York, Ro carefully clutched Pepper in his hand. He gazed at the towering Stark Tower, one of the tallest edifices in the city, a flicker of eagerness sparking in his eyes. Suddenly, a sound akin to a missile explosion reverberated through the air. Ro crouched slightly, and in the next instant, he leapt high into the air. The apex of Stark Tower drew ever closer before his eyes, but soon the powerful momentum began to wane. Using both hands and feet, he halted at 1/3 of the building's height. His jumping ability was commendable, yet it fell short of the prowess of true flight. It was comparable to Banner's leaping capability. Thoughts raced through his mind as Ro continued his ascent. The 347-meter structure was summited in mere seconds. "Oh!" Pepper screamed in Ro's grasp, only to find that the white behemoth had unexpectedly set her down. Looking around, she realized they were indeed atop Stark Tower. Before Ro could utter a word, a sudden beam of impact sent him stumbling. As Ro turned back, he was met with the sight of metallic fire descending rapidly towards him. "Pepper, get out of here!" Tony shouted hoarsely. The instant Ro arrived at Stark Tower, JARVIS had already detected him. Tony lunged into Ro's embrace, the force of their collision causing them to roll several times upon landing, shattering everything in the top-floor hall. However, when Tony lifted his gaze to meet Rose, even he felt a tremor of unease. What manner of visage was this? With crimson eyes and a mouth full of sharp teeth, it radiated an indescribable malevolence. Nonetheless, Tony instinctively resorted to sarcasm to divert attention. "What's wrong, hungry? Would you like me to treat you to some energy blasts?" The mockery was a distraction. The moment the words left Tony's lips, the energy cannon at his chest coalesced with alarming speed, hurtling toward Ro. Boom! A flash of white light erupted. The entire top-floor hall lay in ruins, glass shattered instantly, and electrical appliances began to sputter and spark. Yet, as the smoke cleared, Ro's visage left Tony wide-eyed in astonishment. This strike, infused with 40 of his energy, had barely breached Ro's defenses. Ro's charred skin began to twitch, as if animated by life itself. When the haze dissipated entirely, the wounds on his blackened body had completely healed, leaving no trace of past injury. The armor, deprived of energy support, was rendered nearly inoperative. Just as Tony sought to discreetly summon JARVIS, a voice from across the way froze him in place. The white creature approached slowly, its terrifying mouth and crimson eyes fading away to reveal Ro's smiling countenance. "Tony, before you engage in battle next time, could we adhere to the old custom? Perhaps negotiate first?" Tony stared at Ro, the words he had intended to speak suddenly morphing into "Ro, how is it you?" Tony instinctively glanced at Pepper, only to find that apart from a slight scare, she had sustained no harm whatsoever. What could possibly explain this? "Have you been indulging in beauty treatments?" With a soft click, the armor automatically opened from the center. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Tony approached the solitary sofa and poured himself a drink, seemingly relaxing his guard. However, his casual movements elicited a stifled chuckle from Ramon. At Tony's feet lay two prominent grooves, unmistakably the marks of his portable armor, cleverly folded and discreetly tucked away for unforeseen circumstances. "The world may perceive you merely as a playboy, but they have grossly underestimated you." Shaking his head, Ramon retracted his scales back into his body and took a seat beside Tony. The moment he sat down, his acute senses detected the tension in Tony's body. Yet, this is Tony Stark. No predicament is sufficient to extinguish his spirit. "Relax your feet. I am truly Ramon," he said, pouring himself a glass of wine and casting a sardonic glance at Tony. Given Romain's condition, he should have perished by now. Tony's hand subtly began to rest on the armrest of the sofa, but Romain's next words halted his movements. "If you can survive, why can't I?" Few are aware that Tony is on the brink of death, aside from those in SHIELD, and Pepper and Happy, perhaps only Ramon knows. "Is it truly you, Ramon?" Upon hearing Romain's assertion, surprise mingled with disbelief on Tony's face. Has cancer truly been vanquished? Otherwise, why would I have saved Miss Pepper? Ramon replied, observing Pepper approach Tony with a resolute expression. In the vast Marvel universe, Tony and Pepper are undoubtedly among the few enviable couples. As Tony pondered Ramon's words, it dawned on him that there might be truth in them. If Ramon were impersonated by someone else, he would never have rushed directly to Stark Tower after rescuing Pepper. Given Tony's recent energy depletion, Ramon would hardly relent. After a moment of contemplation, Tony arrived at a startling conclusion. Your cancer has genuinely been cured. He was taken aback. Although not an expert in biology or medicine, Tony possessed a fundamental understanding of such matters. A breakthrough in cancer treatment is as invaluable as the miniature nuclear reactor he devised. After all, in any era, human life takes precedence. Certain high-profile individuals afflicted with cancer would go to any lengths for such a remedy. Luck, Ramon replied with a grin, finishing his drink without elaborating on his methods, merely hinting at the concept of luck. With the power of the serum, healing any ailment within the human body could be deemed effortless. After all, this power emanates from the transformative abilities of Mr. Negative, capable of restoring afflicted cells to a state of health. It is akin to Mr. Negative effortlessly curing Roman. Damn. You really ought to witness what I have accomplished for you. I even named the newly established charitable foundation in your honor. Tony let out a profound sigh of relief, smiling as he shifted his feet away from the portable armor. Suddenly, recalling something, he sprang to Pepper's side. After exchanging a few whispered words, they embraced passionately before Roman. However, upon turning around, they discovered that Roman, who had been seated on the sofa, had mysteriously vanished. Holding Pepper's hand, Tony gazed at the spot where Roman had been, murmuring, "What do you think about having Roman as the godfather of our child?" Pepper nodded gently. In that moment of solidifying their relationship with Tony, she felt a deep sense of fulfillment. Chapter 32. Gwen the following day. "Hey, Ro, where are you headed?" Peter inquired curiously as he spotted Ro Meng preparing to leave the laboratory. "I have some matters to attend to. Is there something you need, Peter?" Ro Meng replied with a gentle smile, feeling that after finishing his tasks, it was finally time to check on Magia. Ro Meng possessed a vast mind. As long as it did not infringe upon his interests, he could concede on many matters. However, he also harbored a small heart. Any slight transgression against him, no matter how trivial, would be etched in his memory for years, and he would retaliate with a vengeance whenever possible. "I've met a girl, and I would like you to meet her," Peter said, a rare blush gracing his cheeks, reminiscent of a boy introducing his girlfriend to his parents. "Of course, Peter. I apologize for not being more attentive to you lately," Ro Meng expressed, approaching Peter with a tone of regret. No, Ro. You have always been very kind to me," Peter exclaimed in a fluster, waving his hands dismissively. The two then set off together. As they walked, Peter exuberantly recounted his experiences with Gwen. Ro Meng consistently nodded with a smile, patiently listening to Peter's tales. In that moment, despite the presence of venom and the nightly violence, Peter resembled a boy who had found a treasure, his eyes sparkling with delight. When they passed by a shopping street, Ro Meng suddenly halted. "What's wrong?" Peter asked, a hint of nervousness creeping into his voice. "Are you truly going to visit a girl empty-handed for the first time?" Ro Meng's gaze surveyed the surroundings, ultimately resting on a flower shop, a fresh produce store, and a suit shop. In ancient Eastern customs, such gestures were deemed fundamental etiquette. "I wouldn't want you to be looked down upon," Ro Meng said, not meeting Peter's eyes, yet his words warmed Peter's heart. "Thank you, Ro. Don't mention it." "You must present these yourself," Ro Meng insisted, unceremoniously handing Peter a plethora of elegantly packaged fruits while he held a bouquet of flowers. "Leave it all to me," Peter exclaimed, his hands becoming a flurry of activity. One gift box slipped from his grasp, but with quick reflexes, he adeptly caught it with his foot. After scanning the area and confirming no one was watching, Peter even utilized his webbing to secure all the gift boxes together. However, when he turned back, Ro Meng had already taken several steps ahead. "Ro, wait for me," Peter called out, then hurriedly followed him like a loyal shadow. After procuring a well-fitted suit, they soon arrived at Gwen's residence. "Hey, what are you doing?" Ro Meng quickly intercepted Peter as he intended to ascend through the auxiliary staircase on the side of the building. Observing Peter's look of astonishment, Ro Meng sighed. "From now on, when you visit Gwen, walk confidently through the main entrance. Don't act like a petty delinquent. Her parents may take a disliking to you." With Peter in tow, Ro Meng halted before Gwen's front door, turning back to smooth down Peter's unruly hair before finally knocking on the door. "Mrs. Stacy, It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. The door was opened by a middle-aged woman, and Rowan promptly extended the bouquet of flowers he held. "Oh," exclaimed Gwen's mother, her face lighting up with delight as she accepted the gift. Perhaps it was merely Rowan's imagination, but it seemed that her complexion brightened considerably in that moment. "I hope you don't mind my modest gesture of bringing some fresh fruit on my first visit," he said, gracefully stepping aside to reveal Peter behind him. Practical gifts are always appreciated in many households. Upon noticing the exquisite gift box in Peter's hands, Gwen's mother beamed with joy, eagerly ushering both young men inside. "It is enough that you have come. There is no need for gifts." Despite her happiness, Gwen's mother cast a playful, reproachful glance at Rowan and Peter. Seeing her utter the first half of an old adage, Rowan was determined not to disappoint her. "It is customary for younger generations to bring a token when visiting," he replied with poise and a smile. At that moment, Rowan was attired in a rich brown vintage suit, which, coupled with his youthful and handsome visage, exuded an air reminiscent of a young European nobleman. In contrast, Peter, clad in a sleek black suit, appeared somewhat youthful. Yet the brightness of his eyes and an indefinable aura garnered Gwen's mother's admiration. Little did she know that Peter's commanding presence was steeped in darker experiences. Such knowledge might have startled her enough to drop the flowers she held. "Please, come in and make yourselves comfortable while I fetch Gwen," Gwen's mother said, taking the gift box from Peter. As Rowan and Peter entered the living room, they were met by a man with deep-set eyes, his golden hair resembling Gwen's. "You must be Peter," George Stacy remarked, taking a few steps closer, his gaze towards Peter laden with scrutiny. "Good day, sir. It is a pleasure to meet you," Peter responded, clasping his hands together in a somewhat anxious manner, taking a deep breath and nodding awkwardly. It was unexpected to see such a side of the formidable spider demon. "I am Rowan, sir, Peter's brother," he replied, smiling and nodding, effortlessly diffusing George's intimidating presence. "Hey, Peter," Gwen emerged from the room, her eyes immediately locking onto Peter, noticing the fine suit he wore. A flicker of satisfaction crossed her gaze as she affectionately approached him, her eyes brimming with admiration. "Now that everyone is here, I believe it is time to commence dinner. How does lemon base sound? I hope you will enjoy it," George said, nodding towards Rowan and Peter before turning to the kitchen to prepare the tableware. At the dining table, as everyone took their seats, the clinking of metal cutlery and plates filled the air. Thanks to Rowan's gentle reminder, Peter managed to avoid any embarrassment regarding the lemon base. "George, please share with us what transpired today," Gwen's mother urged with a warm smile. George had always taken immense pride in her work. Now, however, it was imperative to find some topics to alleviate the awkwardness of the gathering. "Have you apprehended Spider-Man?" asked Tacy, Gwen's younger brother, unable to suppress his admiration as he gazed up at his father. "No, we have yet to capture him, but we will certainly do so," George replied unapologetically, categorically branding Spider-Man's actions as those of a terrorist. Peter, overhearing the disparagement of his reputation, felt an uncomfortable urge to retort. After exchanging a few heated words with George, an air of discomfort enveloped the dining table once more. The expressions of everyone present were subtly strained until Rowan glanced over at George. Chapter 33. The surprise of the Gwen family. Ramon gently dabbed at the corners of his mouth with a napkin and spoke softly. "George, do you realize that this world is not as splendid as people often envision? Many things seem delightful in theory, but they are overly idealistic. I believe your intentions and stance are commendable, yet there are always exceptions." "Such as?" George shifted his gaze from Peter and focused intently on Ramon. Roman's words instantly transformed George's perception of him into that of an interrogator. "For instance, Mr. Stark." Ramon gestured towards the news currently playing on the television, where the faces of Tony and James were prominently displayed. The two were embracing a senator, giving a thumbs up to the camera, and all three were sharing hearty laughter. It was only when George turned his attention to the television that Ramon continued. "If my memory serves me right, not long ago, Senator Stern was in a heated exchange with Mr. Stark during a hearing. Yet now, he is the first to commend Mr. Stark. What exactly are you trying to convey?" George frowned slightly. "I wish to express that one should not merely rely on what others say, but rather observe what they have actually done." At this point, Ramon paused, his gaze sweeping across the dining table before finally settling on Peter. Since the emergence of Spider-Man, the crime rate in New York has plummeted by 80. The safety of women and children walking alone at night has been ensured. Even the number of criminals possessing special abilities has significantly decreased. Can you imagine how citizens will regard Spider-Man? Turning back, Ramon held George's gaze unwaveringly, a faint smile gracing his lips. However, wrong is still wrong. I wear a badge, while he dons a mask. He is a fugitive, not a hero. George was resolute, unwilling to yield. This was his conviction and stance. You may believe that, but others might not share your view. Perhaps by tomorrow, Spider-Man will rise to become a hero celebrated by the people. Ramon regarded George, contemplating whether he could truly be outmatched in such a debate by a mere police officer. Do you know where Ramon works? George's confidence faltered as he seized the opportunity to shift the conversation while wiping his mouth with the napkin. I manage a small laboratory, conducting some research with promising results. Ramon replied candidly. He then turned to Peter, reminding himself that Peter should be the focal point of the evening's discussion. Me? Peter stammered, taken aback by the attention of those around him, though he had not yet graduated. Peter had recently received an invitation from Stark Industries and was caught in a dilemma between the two opportunities. Upon hearing Romain's words, even Gwen's younger brothers couldn't help but lift their heads to look at Peter. Stark Industries was a name well known across the nation. Not to mention that Tony Stark was the renowned Iron Man, having made significant contributions to the country. Surely, this could not be a fabrication. What is there to hesitate about? Between a small laboratory and Stark Industries, the choice is undoubtedly Stark Industries. What is the name of your laboratory? Tixie could not help but inquire, her face awash with curiosity. It is merely a small lab. However, we have recently developed a potion that aids patients in the regeneration of severed limbs. I wonder if you have heard of it. A regeneration serum for severed limbs? You mean a regenerative serum? Gwen's mother exclaimed. This is a recent breakthrough in medical science, capable of assisting patients in regrowing their limbs. The price of a single vial has skyrocketed to $3 million. Moreover, it circulates almost exclusively among the wealthy. Were it not for the identity of Police Chief George, they might not have even been aware of it. Yet, this laboratory is surprisingly run by Peter's elder brother? Observing Roman's demeanor, Gwen's mother became increasingly convinced of its likelihood. This is $3 million we are talking about, enough to purchase everything in their home. In an instant, Gwen's mother cast a gentler gaze towards Roman and Peter. Judging people by their status is a universal phenomenon. Although its manifestations may vary, the essence remains the same. Moreover, given Roman's stature, it might only take a word to replace George, the chief. The New York City police chief, after all, is under the scrutiny of countless eyes. Meanwhile, Gwen, upon hearing Roman's words, couldn't help but steal another glance at Peter. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. Connors is her mentor. One could ascertain the truth with just a simple inquiry. Yet, she chose to place her trust in Peter. Indeed, upon learning of Roman's identity, George fell into a deep silence. He nodded slightly, intending to say something to lighten the mood. However, the next moment, a knock echoed on the living room window. The sound of the knock resembled the clash of metal against glass. George instinctively drew his weapon and approached the window. Upon opening it, he was met with the sight of a familiar face that seemed almost impossible to find here. Tony Stark? George couldn't help but exclaim. Hey, I know I'm quite famous, but could you please have Roman come over? Tony was hovering outside Gwen's window, clad in the Mark 6 suit. Upon hearing Roman's name once more, everyone's attention inevitably shifted back to him. What is going on? How did you find this place? Roman furrowed his brow, regarding Tony. Their SA gang called the Demon Gang that has clashed with another group known as Magia. Where is our good neighbor from New York? As Tony spoke, his gaze inadvertently flicked towards Peter. Peter's identity had been exposed long ago during the rescue of Tony. Not just you, but you must come as well. Their firepower is formidable, and there are superpowered individuals in the gang. Tony leaned closer to Roman, whispering, The Magia Gang? Roman paused for a moment, then a faint, cold smile played on his lips. I had thought there would be no opportunity to assist in Magia today, yet unexpectedly, they could not resist emerging on their own. With this thought, Roman turned to face the others. Mr. George, Mrs. Stacy, I believe our dinner concludes here for the evening. Peter and I have a matter that requires our immediate attention. Oh, very well, George responded instinctively. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating whether Roman was deceiving him. But now, the genuine Tony Stark had indeed come knocking. At that moment, George regarded Roman with a sense of awkwardness and guilt. "Let's go, Peter." Upon hearing Roman's words, Peter rose without hesitation, though he cast a reluctant glance back at Gwen before exiting. Noticing Peter's subtle gesture, Roman maintained his silence outwardly, yet pondered internally. Should he eliminate Gwen and her family? Peter's vulnerability with Aunt May was already sufficient. Adding more complications would only hinder matters. After some contemplation, Roman ultimately shook his head. Observing the encroaching symbiote enveloping Peter, Roman's blood-white armor began to manifest instinctively. Chapter 34. Osborn Tony soared through the night sky. The flames flickering at his palms and calves quite conspicuous. Below him, two shadows raced with fervor, their speed barely trailing behind Tony's jet-propelled flight. In the blink of an eye, they passed 3 blocks, prompting Ramon to glance up at Tony. "Are we there yet?" "We have arrived." Tony's voice, laced with a mechanical timbre, resonated as the distant Osborn building came into view. At the base of the Osborn Tower, 2 factions were locked in heated combat. On one side, the demon gang donned masks of inner demons and wielded specially crafted weapons that glowed with a purple hue, their potency formidable. The Magia, on the other hand, had somehow acquired an arsenal of high-tech weaponry, matching the demon gang's firepower with equal ferocity. Defeat them. Locate Osborn. The man Ramon recognized as Mr. Negative, Martinley, stood at the forefront of his team, masked and commanding. His power to manipulate energy had transformed into a weapon, each strike from Mr. Negative taking down numerous adversaries from the Magia. Opposite him stood a ferocious man, relentlessly pummeling members of the demon gang with his fists. Ramon, witnessing this scene, was bewildered. He understood the demon gang's quest for Osborn. After all, it was Osborn who had conducted experiments on Mr. Negative. Yet, why was the Magia aiding Osborn? Tony, having arrived first, unleashed an assault on both factions simultaneously. Ramon grasped Peter's arm, instructing, "First, eliminate the Magia. Mr. Negative, stay put." "Understood," Peter replied without hesitation. Though uncertain of the reasons, he was resolute in following Roman's commands. Swinging on his webs, Peter joined the ranks of the Magia, his agility allowing him to evade all attacks. The Magia were no match for him, retreating in disarray under Peter's onslaught. The symbiote that clung to Peter would occasionally emerge, consuming entire foes with its insatiable hunger. This brutal tableau deterred onlookers from approaching Peter. As the Magia began to falter, they unexpectedly collided with something solid. Tentatively glancing back, they were met with a grinning maw lined with sharp teeth. With each swipe of Romain's white claws, the sound of splattering blood filled the air. Yet, the river of blood could not tarnish the pristine white scales that adorned Ramon. He swung his claws with manic grace amidst the chaos, embodying the essence of an elegant butcher. "Why do you assist me?" Ramon paused, his movements stilled by the voice at his side. Turning, he found Martinley standing behind him, now cloaked in a monochrome suit that accentuated his imposing presence. With a fierce glint in their eyes, they gazed upward at Ramon. This time, however, there was a hint of enmity toward Osborn. Ramon concealed his true self, instead revealing a menacing grin as he observed Martinley with a predatory gaze. In the distance, a colossal lizard ascended the darkened skyscrapers, suddenly plummeting to crash into a group of Magia henchmen. Noticing Romain's conspicuous presence among the crowd, Connors nodded in acknowledgement. Connors had been summoned by Ramon earlier, and since this matter involved Osborn, it was only fitting for Connors to make his entrance. After all, Connors had long harbored the desire to deliver a significant blow to Osborn. A roar erupted from Connors, each swipe of his claws capable of cleaving a person in 2. This stood in stark contrast to Peter, who could evaporate a man with a single punch. With Romain's side joining the fray, the battle tilted decisively in their favor. The leader of the Magia, Hammerhead, sensed the precariousness of the situation and contemplated retreating, only to be confronted by 2 spectral figures as he turned. Martinley, leaning on his cane, stood nearby, observing intently, while the ever-menacing Ramon approached, licking his elongated tongue with a sinister grin aimed directly at Hammerhead. The Magia? Hammerhead swallowed hard, nodding in acknowledgement. Though he was bull-headed, he was not a fool. These individuals before him were clearly not adversaries his Magia could manage. Thus, it was inevitable. The blame lay squarely on his subordinates. Ramong nodded, effortlessly lifting Hammerhead amidst the terrified gazes of countless Maggia members. His claws plunged into Hammerhead's skull, the once impenetrable metal yielding to Romang's might, shattering apart along with Hammerhead's head and body. With a physique akin to that of an Olympic athlete and unparalleled combat skills, Hammerhead's prowess paled in comparison to Ramong. In a mere swipe, Ramong encountered no resistance at all. In that instant, the vast Maggia organization officially began its descent into disarray. With Hammerhead's demise, Martin Lee would methodically begin to devour the Maggia territory and exert control. Following Romang's decisive strike, the entire underworld in America was on the brink of a significant "Shall we enter together?" Martin Lee inquired, conversing with Ramong in English. At this juncture, the two appeared to embody the courtesy of gentlemen. Meanwhile, Connors had already infiltrated the Osborne building, his massive hand seizing a high-ranking executive. "Jason, long time no see. Do you appreciate my gift?" he taunted. And before Jason could respond, Connors swiftly snapped his neck. This Jason was none other than the executive who had previously orchestrated Connors' expulsion from Osborne. Inside the conference room, numerous executives huddled together, trembling in fear, yet Osborne's presence was conspicuously absent. Where had Osborne gone? Upon entering the Osborne building, Martin Lee exhibited signs of instability. At this moment, he could no longer contain his rage and inquired about the whereabouts of Osborne. Osborne. He had descended in the elevator. One of the executives timidly spoke up. The three exchanged glances and turned to leave. Ignoring the executives in the conference room, they proceeded directly to the elevator. The core key was likely possessed solely by Osborne. Observing the elevator's structure, Connors directed his gaze towards Roman. Upon hearing this, Roman nodded and promptly descended to the first floor. Taking a deep breath while surveying the ground below, Roman, under the astonished gazes of Connors and Martin Lee, unleashed a powerful strike with both fists. Empowered by the serum, Roman's strength had long surpassed 100 tons, with both fists delivering a full-force blow. The ground of the first floor shattered into fragments, revealing the laboratory buried beneath the depths of the Osborne building. Wowie-hee-hee. As Roman broke through to the underground, a maniacal laugh suddenly echoed. Roman caught a fleeting glimpse of a green shadow before a terrifying demon clad in deep green armor emerged, gliding on a hoverboard. It hurled 3 pumpkin grenades, which were swiftly suppressed by Mr. Bottom Film, preventing their explosion. Hee-hee. The green demon cackled, but soon found himself unable to maintain his laughter. Chapter 35. The question is not yours to decide. The glider beneath the Green Goblin trembled violently, yet it remained tethered to the Osborne building. As it swayed, a blood-white scaled tail came into view, entwined around the glider's rear. Despite the fierce flames erupting from the tail, they failed to singe the scales in the slightest. With a swift motion, Ramong extended his hands, transforming his 10 fingers into 10 elongated, white tendrils, each pulsating softly as if they were a white incarnation of venom. In unison, the 10 tendrils coiled around the Green Goblin, securing him firmly. In the next moment, the deranged Green Goblin felt his body weaken and plummeted heavily from the glider. His mask fell away, revealing Osborne in a state of disarray. The effects of the soldier enhancement serum were momentarily nullified, and Osborne reverted to an ordinary man. "It's in your hands now," Ramong said, casting a glance at Martin Lee and Connors. The two were eager to engage, though Martin's resentment ran deeper than Connors. Osborne's experiments had birthed the filmmaker, yet they had irrevocably marred Martin's life. The struggle of coexisting with both benevolence and malevolence within a single body was a torment known only to him. Leaving Osborne behind, Ramong leapt through the shattered opening and descended directly into the lower laboratory. The entire space radiated a greenish glow. At its center lay the researcher's workspace, surrounded by the fruits of Osborne Industries' long-term endeavors. However, upon Romang's arrival, all the transparent chambers housing the research findings were conspicuously empty. Rhino armor, scorpion suits, Green Goblin gear. Ramong surveyed the surroundings, realizing that all valuable items had been removed, save for 2 transparent test tubes beside the injection machine. One lay empty. The Green Goblin's super soldier serum? Ramong mused, grasping the intact one thoughtfully. The Green Goblin had indeed performed admirably, especially in the final encounter with Marvel's Spider-Man. Peter had unleashed his full power against the first-generation Green Goblin, yet the goblin had endured the blows with sheer tenacity, emerging not only alive but with a vibrant complexion. While many were engrossed in researching super soldiers, only Osborn had focused on enhancing defensive capabilities, albeit at the significant cost of personality alteration. After some contemplation, Ramon resolved to secure the Green Goblin serum, contemplating the possibility of refining it with Connors later. It would be a waste to let it go unused, especially when Ramon could accommodate various mutations and serum effects simultaneously. As Ramon emerged from the pit, he was met with a scene of shattered armor and pools of green blood. Osborn had been utterly disassembled by Martin Lee's reversing power. Upon seeing Ramon, Martin refrained from inquiring about his descent into the depths and instead stepped forward to stand before him. This time, it seems I owe you a debt. With the great grudge avenged, Martin Lee felt an elevation of spirit. No need. You have already paid the price. Lo Mang shook his tail and declined outright. Lo Mang would go to any lengths for survival. In other matters, he could tolerate anything as long as it did not involve his own interests. Besides, there is still Connors, right? Even without Martin Lee, Lo Mang would still find trouble with Osborn. Not to mention, Lo Mang himself harbors ambitions regarding Martin Lee, this supervillain. The power of reversal, if wielded adeptly, can create far more chaos than one might imagine. What is this? Tony flew into the first floor and frowned at Lo Mang, inquiring. Tony is not Lo Mang. Outside the Osborn building, it is indiscriminate slaughter. Whether remnants of the Demon Gang or the Magia, Tony treats them all equally. They are all criminals. There is no need to rush. Uncle Tony will eliminate them one by one. Osborn. Lo Mang did not conceal this. With Tony's intellect and methods, even if he could not deduce it now, he would be able to investigate it thoroughly later. What? The last time I saw him, he wasn't like this. Has he turned into a Mexican meat pie now? Tony rolled his eyes, not angry, merely offering a defeated remark. Osborn and Tony were never meant to intersect. His death would actually benefit Stark Industries' development. Though somewhat cruel, Tony could not find any justification for Osborn provoking Lo Mang. I'm leaving now. Lo Mang nodded at Tony. However, the sudden explosion that followed caused Lo Mang's brow to furrow. He swiftly propelled himself outside the Osborn building, only to find Peter confronting a man. This individual wielded a bow and arrow, with a black quiver slung over his shoulder. The arrow in his grasp glimmered with a faint red light at its tip. The earlier explosion was indeed his doing. As Lo Mang emerged from the Osborn building, Hawkeye released the explosive arrow, sending it hurtling towards Peter. But the onslaught was not over. 2 more arrows of differing effects swiftly followed, the entire sequence unfolding in less than a second. As the arrows approached, Peter instinctively triggered his spider sense. His symbiotic suit tightened to its utmost. Unlike Lo Mang's serum, Venom feared flames, explosions, and sonic waves. This instinct drove Peter to leap and twist midair, evading the 2 arrows. The third arrow, however, was seized mid-flight by a large hand covered in white scales. Boom. The black explosive smoke expanded. Yet, as the smoke dissipated, that large hand bore no injuries whatsoever. Lo Mang flicked away the fragments of arrows that lingered on his fingertips. Such a weapon, even before acquiring the serum, could not inflict harm upon Lo Mang. The explosion's power was far beneath the threshold of his hardened skin. Casting a glance at Peter, Lo Mang turned his gaze towards Hawkeye. I do not recall any conflict with S.H.I.E.L.D., he mused, tilting his head in confusion. There are matters that are not solely for you to decide. Hawkeye, with unwavering determination, loosed several arrows, only to have them ruthlessly swatted away by Roman. In Roman's perception, as Hawkeye made his move, several special operations teams were stealthily approaching. Each individual bore the most advanced military weaponry. Did Nick Fury not caution you? Approaching in this manner will lead to your demise. Roman spoke with utmost seriousness. It was not yet the time to clash with S.H.I.E.L.D. I beg to differ, Hawkeye replied, cracking his neck with a fierce demeanor, leaving Roman momentarily speechless. There are always particularly self-assured individuals who utter the most unexpected remarks. However, it soon became clear to Roman the source of Hawkeye's confidence. Buzz. Among the encroaching teams, each person wielded not firearms, but rather uniquely designed sonic weapons. Under the combined effect of dozens of these sonic devices, Peter quickly collapsed to the ground in agony. Peter and Venom shared a symbiotic relationship. The sonic weapons affected not only Venom but also Peter himself. Chapter 36. Retreat. The sudden, excruciating pain compelled Peter to instinctively begin the extraction of the venom. The toxic substance slowly dripped from his battle suit, resembling a puddle of muck. Witnessing this scene, Ramong squinted, realizing that this time, S-H-I-E-L-D was indeed targeting them. He turned to glance at Hawkeye, who wore a furrowed brow, his expression rife with doubt, seemingly pondering how the intelligence could have gone awry. Why was Peter writhing in agony while Ramong remained unperturbed? However, Ramong would not afford him the luxury of time for contemplation. With a forceful push against the ground, he surged forward, suddenly appearing right before Hawkeye. Hawkeye's reflexes were, of course, remarkable. As his pupils constricted, he sprang into action, arrows flying from his hands while he propelled himself backward with a powerful kick, distancing himself by 2 or 3 meters. Unfortunately, this gap was trivial for Ramong, who felt no need to chase after him. A blood-white claw shot forth, aimed directly at Hawkeye's chest. Should this strike connect, given Hawkeye's physique, it would likely cleave through him, resulting in instantaneous demise. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a red-blue circular afterimage surged toward him, targeting Ramong's outstretched arm. Though it was arc-shaped, Ramong had no doubt as to the ferocity of the attack. In an instant, multiple countermeasures flashed through his mind. However, after casting a glance at the ailing Peter behind him, Ramong chose to abandon his offensive. He halted abruptly, retracting his claw in a swift motion. His 5 claws clenched tightly, he forcefully swiped at the arc. The arc collided with the white-scaled armor on Ramong's body, producing a shower of sparks as it was forcibly sent back along its original trajectory. The arc was sent soaring, flipping several times in midair before landing in the grasp of a blue figure. Upon seeing this figure, Ramong's interest peaked. Retreating to Peter's side, he observed the pallor on Peter's face and the feebleness of the venom, before suddenly raising his voice. "Steve Rogers? Many believed you to be deceased." Even though the current situation favored Ramong's adversaries, he remained unfazed. The onlookers fell silent as Captain America, holding his shield with one hand and exuding an air of American bravado, approached steadily. "Ramong, Spider-Man, you have squandered the powers bestowed upon you." Captain America gestured toward Ramong with his shield, his tone grave. "But I just solved a significant dilemma for you, did I not?" Ramong grinned, revealing a set of sharp fangs as he glanced at the corpses strewn about outside Oscorp Tower. Yet, Captain America clearly had no intention of engaging in further dialogue with him. With his hands resting on his chest, he flexed his joints and declared with unwavering resolve, "I could contend with you all day." Suddenly, the atmosphere thickened with tension, only to be broken moments later by Tony's lighthearted voice. The crowd turned their heads to see Tony emerging from Oscorp Tower, a look of astonishment on his face as he regarded Ramong and Captain America. "What did I miss? How about this? You, the well-endowed American lad, go back and consult that egghead to clarify the situation." As Tony spoke, he elegantly approached the battlefield, his hands casually hanging by his sides, clearly prepared for confrontation. At this moment, both Hawkeye and Captain America appeared to be mere strangers to him. However, the significance of Ramong was entirely different. Tony had always been protective of his own. The distinction between allies and others was sharply defined in his mind. "Stark, I am acquainted with your father. He was a remarkable man. Yet you, my dear boy, have left me profoundly disappointed." "Is that so? I hadn't realized you hailed from 70 years past," Tony retorted, lifting his mask and defiantly tilting his chin towards Captain America. "Hand over those two, or I'll take you in as well," Hawkeye interjected, drawing his bowstring taut against his cheek, regarding Tony with a grave expression. "Hand over?" This elicited an involuntary chuckle from Ramong. Setting aside Ramong himself, even without the symbiotic venom, Peter could likely dispatch Hawkeye with ease. Though uncertain whether the Captain America before him was the legendary version with unparalleled abilities, even the presence of Spider-Man alone would suffice to resolve the current predicament. Not to mention, Ramong, infused with the serum, was also present. With a flick of his claws, Ramong surveyed the specially prepared task force surrounding them. "Let them depart now. It may spare their lives." Just as Hawkeye opened his mouth to respond, the voice of Nick Fury resonated in his ear. Let them go. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury possessed unparalleled strategy and insight. At this juncture, the presence of ordinary agents would only exacerbate casualties. With a mere glance, Hawkeye signaled the specialized team to retreat into the shadows of the night. It was at this moment of their withdrawal that the seemingly dormant venom once again latched onto Peter's ankle. I wonder if you taste like chicken. A head formed of swirling black liquid emerged from within Peter, casting a sinister gaze upon Captain America, and its eyes briefly flickered with panic as they inadvertently brushed over Ramon. Stark, you seem oblivious to your current standing, Captain America admonished, his tone grave, as though Tony had committed a grave error. After delivering this admonition, he cast a lingering glance at Ramon and his serum state before slowly retreating alongside Hawkeye. This operation was primarily aimed at Venom, yet with Ramon unaffected and Tony present, the mission had essentially failed. Are you all right? Ramon inquired, watching as Captain America and Hawkeye withdrew before turning his attention to Peter. I'm fine, just feeling quite unwell, Peter replied, his complexion pale. This marked his second forced separation from Venom, yet the adverse reaction this time was more intense than the first. It was only upon Venom's reattachment that Peter began to feel significantly better. Observing Peter's reaction, Ramon fell into contemplative silence. Venom's ability to triumph over numerous adversaries, despite its glaring vulnerabilities, can be attributed to its remarkable capacity to replicate the genetic traits of its host, thus preserving certain abilities to a significant extent. Much like how Venom can now emit webbing, Peter is no longer required to fabricate a web-shooting device. If feasible, it would be prudent to allow Venom to bond with individuals possessing resistance to sound waves and flames. One wonders whether this could alleviate or even permanently resolve Venom's inherent weaknesses. As Ramon pondered this, Tony unexpectedly approached him. Nick Fury has set his sights on exercise caution, Tony advised, his expression a mixture of concern and contemplation as he regarded Ramon. In truth, even he found it difficult to discern whether Ramon and Peter represented good or evil. Rest assured, I shall not permit anyone to threaten my existence, Ramon declared, his eyes gleaming with determination as he gazed at Tony. Chapter 37, The Black Widow and Max at 2 in the afternoon, the sun radiated warmly. In a quaint CAF. A sudden voice interrupted Romang's contemplations. May I know your name? Upon raising his gaze, the figure before him momentarily stunned Romang. With her wine-red hair, exquisite features, and deep blue eyes reminiscent of tranquil lakes, she was none other than Natasha Romanoff, also known as the Black Widow, a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. The instant he laid eyes on her, a torrent of information flooded Romang's mind. At that moment, the Black Widow's cheeks were slightly flushed, her eyes shimmering with admiration and delight. Romang offered a gentle, sunny smile. Hello, my name is Romang. Joy can be feigned. And this woman wielded her smile as a weapon to ensnare men. What a lovely name. Are you of Chinese descent? The Black Widow playfully inquired. As if just realizing this fact, her eyes twinkling as she winked at Romang. The vividness of her persona captivated Romang, evoking a sense of nostalgia. For Tony, she was the aloof yet formidable personal secretary, but to Romang, she transformed into a radiant figure reminiscent of first love. Standing before him, even the mere curve of her smile was enough to ensnare one's heart. The allure of beauty is indeed a powerful strategy, and Romang could not help but admire it silently. Yet, he maintained a facade of warmth, nodding slightly at her. Why not sit down and chat? The Black Widow's expression remained unchanged, though a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. She hadn't anticipated that approaching Romang would be so effortless. With his invitation, she naturally took a seat. Observing Romang quietly engrossed in his reading, the Black Widow could no longer contain her curiosity. What book are you reading? Just some knowledge about electricity. It's not too difficult, Romang replied, prompting the corners of her mouth to twitch involuntarily. The array of formulas sprawled before him was enough to leave her feeling dizzy. It seems you are a man who cherishes knowledge, she remarked, her fingers playfully brushing a strand of hair behind her ear, her gaze capable of intoxicating anyone. I would prefer that knowledge cherished me. So I would have to toil over it, Romang responded. What do you intend to do with this knowledge? The Black Widow inquired, her tone exploratory. This question caused Mang to pause slightly, a moment that instinctively made her hand drift towards the weapon resting on her thigh. To do everything that benefits me, he replied. Observing Mang's expression, the Black Widow relaxed her grip on her weapon, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. However, the world is vast. You cannot live solely for yourself, she countered, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on him. Yet, only Mang understood that the battle-hardened Black Widow would never easily let her guard down. This was merely a fade to fulfill her mission. What can I do then? For instance, you could join a global charitable organization to promote world peace? She suggested playfully, noticing Mang's almost amused expression. Gazing at Mang, a profound appreciation welled up within. The ethos of the Red House is to accomplish its mission at any cost, a principle that has deeply influenced the methods of the Black Widow throughout her endeavors. In many ways, Mang and she are kindred spirits. As for murder, it scarcely delineates the boundary between good and evil. Just as she and Hawkeye have taken lives, how many, one might ask? The imposing figure in the director's plans, along with others, are not without their own stains of blood. To kill is a crime merely intended to pacify the masses. From a broader perspective, the sacrifice of a few serves to fortify the path ahead. I thought you came to befriend me, only to find you are here for promotion, Mang lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. The more individuals aligned on the same path, the easier the tasks become. When faced with challenges that exceed one's capabilities, one needs more allies. The Black Widow remained undeterred, her gaze fixed intently on Mang. If that is the case, I shall conclude matters in my own way. Moreover, I am not alone. Mang gathered his books and rose to his feet. My apologies, my friend has arrived. With a smile and a nod to the Black Widow, he approached a modestly dressed individual. Max, I've been waiting for you. The man referred to as Max shyly grinned, revealing a gap-toothed smile. Sorry, Rom. I was held up at work. Indeed, this Max would later become the Electro, the supervillain that Mang sought to recruit for his next endeavor. Electro's abilities are akin to natural disasters. In today's Blue Star, where human congregations exist, is there any place devoid of electricity? Compared to other villains, Max's likelihood of joining Mang's ranks is significantly higher. Max rubbed his hands together, casting a bashful glance at Rom, did you bring the photo? Of course. Mang extracted a photograph from his book, and upon receiving it, Max clutched it as if it were a treasure. The image displayed a striking close-up of Peter as the Dark Spider, with a quality so fine and clear that it was unmistakably authentic. Thank you, Rom. One day, I too shall stand behind Spider-Man, Max exclaimed, his excitement causing him to tremble slightly as he gazed at Peter's image. Perhaps that day would come sooner than he thought. Mang observed Max as one would a child harboring heroic dreams. When he first encountered Max, he was astonished that Max did not feel disheartened by Peter's transformation into the Punisher Spider. Instead, Peter's role as the Punisher Spider subtly reshaped Max's mindset. Today, Max is far more resolute than he once was. Of course, I met Spider-Man the last time. He stood right before me. He said I could also be significant. He said he needs me. As he recounted this experience, Max could not contain his pride, his head instinctively tilting upward. His eyes gleamed with a brilliance that signified the most meaningful day of his 30 years. How delightful it is. I am a confidant of a future luminary. Mang smiled, and with each word he uttered, it seemed to heal the depths of Max's soul. The two continued their journey, with Max exuberantly recounting tales, gesticulating animatedly. Meanwhile, Mang listened intently, his demeanor serene and gentle. Director, it appears that this idea is not so easily realized, Black Widow remarked as she sat in a CAF. As she touched her earlobe, Nick Fury's voice echoed in her ear. Return at once. There is a significant individual who requires your engagement. As for Mang, I hope he does not pose a threat to Earth. Nick Fury found himself quite troubled by Mang. Yet he was at a loss as to how to address the situation. His earlier life had been as mundane as that of an ordinary person. Yet, within the span of mere months, Mang had remarkably evolved to such an extent. Standing beside him were several individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities. And even Tony seemed to subtly align himself with Mang. Presently, Luo Meng's power was such that even S.H.I.E.L.D. regarded him with caution. Opening the drawer, Nick Fury gazed intently at the red button, remaining silent. Chapter 38. Max's Birthday. Ro, you are so audacious every single time, Peter remarked as he observed Connors gripping the vibrant green serum, poised to inject it into Ro. Ro turned, meeting Peter's anxious gaze. As if merely witnessing the needle pierce his skin compelled him to shut his eyes. I am truly sorry for not being able to attend your graduation ceremony. Peter's eyes reddened under Ro's earnest stare. I should be the one apologizing. I am too feeble and often unable to assist you. If Peter's sentiments were to be revealed, they would likely incite feelings of inadequacy among most individuals with abilities, considering some would claim the title of superhero with merely a single wing. Do not worry, Peter. This situation will soon transform. Ro felt the serum coursing through his veins, his tone growing increasingly resolute. I shall no longer allow anyone to threaten us. His gaze fixated on the ceiling, as though he could see a vast blue sky and the figures beyond it. Yet, in the next moment, a green luminescence flickered in his eyes. The originally faintly green irises seemed on the verge of being entirely engulfed in that hue. Within him, the blood surged, and something akin to a creature slithered through the veins, pushing against the skin as it flowed rapidly. Then, Ro's skin underwent a transformation, revealing a blood-white scale armor that abruptly appeared. For an instant, it seemed that this armor might also take on a shade of green. However, fortunately, that fleeting green quickly vanished. Ro's mask sealed itself, presenting a visage even more terrifying than the initial serum. His scarlet eyes glinted with a chilling light, instilling dread in those who beheld him. The moment the scales emerged, an air of terror enveloped the surroundings. At that moment, Ro embodied a tangible manifestation of fear. Do you feel any discomfort? Connors inquired from the side, his hands already morphing into those of a lizard. This was a precaution Ro had specifically instructed Connors to take. Should he lose control, Connors must find a way to subdue him alongside Peter. Following Connors' question, Ro's scale armor rapidly receded, revealing his gentle, almost serene face. I am well. Thank you for your concern. Upon hearing Ro's assurance, Connors finally exhaled in relief. Facing Ro, Connors felt an extraordinary weight of pressure, regardless of Ro's prowess. Even if he were an ordinary individual, Connors would hesitate to engage him in combat. Following the Osborne incident, Connors had fully pledged his allegiance to Ro. In simpler terms, where Ro pointed, Connors would follow. How did your encounter with Max go? Ro casually inquired of Peter while sensing the enhancement in his physical strength. He had anticipated that the injection of the modified green serum would lead to some mental erosion, yet he was pleasantly surprised by the smoothness of the process. The green goblin aligned harmoniously with his essence. Perhaps under the influence of NST-48, Norman effortlessly fused various mutations together, extracting the essence while discarding the dross. Oscorp truly deserves its reputation as a breeding ground for supervillains, far surpassing the insignificant Hammer Industries. Max's reaction was remarkable. Even I was taken aback by the fervent admiration he inspired. Speaking of Max, a smile involuntarily graced Peter's lips. In the words of the punishing spider, Max is indeed a good man. Ideologically, their beliefs are nearly identical. If he could gain such an ally in the future, it would not be a misfortune. Alas, Max remains an ordinary man. At this thought, a flicker of regret passed through Peter's eyes. Today marks Max's birthday, and I believe he deserves the company of friends at his grand celebration. Norman rose, and after undergoing the transformation from the green goblin serum, his aura had once again undergone a remarkable change. Even the gentleness on his face could not obscure the palpable air of danger that surrounded him. If one were to establish a clear demarcation between superheroes and supervillains, Norman would undoubtedly be classified among the latter. I had also invited a few friends. A smirk appeared on Norman's lips as he strode towards the laboratory exit, with Peter closely trailing behind. At Max's residence, Norman gazed at the modest house, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Unlike Peter, Norman and Max were worlds apart in character and intention. His approach towards Max was purely driven by desire for his abilities. Norman was acutely aware that tonight marked the emergence of Electro. His visit to Max's home was solely to evoke an emotional response. Sensitive, fragile, lonely, and insecure, Max embodied the quintessential self-doubting persona. A mere act of kindness from others was enough to fill him with gratitude. The fact that Gwen merely remembered Max's name could send him into a state of excitement. This time, Norman aimed to ensure Max's unwavering loyalty, exploiting the insecurities of the self-doubting. Though it may appear despicable, it proved to be effective. "Hey, Colin Evans, could you step down from my sports car?" Tony's voice suddenly interrupted, drawing the attention of Norman and the others. They turned to see Tony chiding Deadpool, who was sprawled across his red sports car. Ever since Norman had restored Deadpool's face, he had acquired a mirror, leading him to constantly yearn to remove his mask and admire his visage. Upon spotting Norman, Deadpool rolled off the car in a dramatic fashion, subsequently propping himself up in a beautiful repose, grinning widely at Norman. "Norman, I've come up with a new name for myself, Captain Deadpool. What do you think?" Norman shook his head in response. Deadpool's quips were ceaseless, always on the path of innovation. If he were to participate in a talent show, he might just walk away with the championship. "Norman." A massive surge of sand cascaded down from the heavens. As the gathering of shadows receded, the visage of Flint emerged. Flint gazed at Roman with a heart brimming with gratitude. Penny's ailment had been brought under control and was steadily healing. Shortly thereafter, a muscular man and a blind attorney arrived. "I loathe this sensation," remarked the Punisher, casting a sidelong glance at Mark. Just then, a sleek limousine glided to a halt before the assembly, and Martin Lee emerged from within. "It's you." At that moment, Martin Lee was embodying his benevolent persona, yet he could not suppress his astonishment upon seeing Roman. This time, Roman had summoned him under the pretense of serum. Whoosh! The sound of a descending flamethrower echoed through the air as War Machine landed neatly beside Max's cabin. The armor opened, and Rhodes stepped out. "Did you really have to arrive in your armor?" Tony couldn't help but remark. Rhodes flashed a brilliant smile, observing Tony, who was clad in a suit, and after scratching his cheek, replied, "Oh yeah. I wonder who last found themselves ensnared by two whips, unable to move." Chapter 39. The Collector and the Master. Upon witnessing Rhodes' eye roll followed by a sarcastic remark. Even Mark, leaning on his blind cane, could not suppress a chuckle. Deadpool, in a more exuberant manner, flipped himself off the ground, playfully poking at the metallic exterior of War Machine with his finger, tilting his head as he spoke. "How much do you reckon this contraption could fetch?" Casting a glance around the gathering of 8, Roan first humbly performed a bow before finally addressing the assembly. "Thank you all for being here. I am certain that Max would be immensely thrilled to see this. By the way, where's that Max fellow? I happened to pass by a bakery and brought along a cake." Tony lifted a cake from the passenger seat of his sports car, adorned with an Iron Man design, prompting Rhodes to restrain a snarky comment, only to be silenced by a sharp look from Tony. "Max is yet to return. Hence, I propose we record a celebratory video in advance." Roan blinked, swiftly extracting his mobile device and directing it towards Peter, caught off guard in front of the camera. Peter stumbled momentarily before managing to speak. "Max, I'm not quite sure what to say, so I'll just wish you a happy birthday." "Hey, Max, would you like to share a delightful time with Deadpool?" Deadpool suddenly leaned into the frame. "I'm Tony Stark, and you heard correctly, the Stark Industries Stark. I'm War Machine. You might have seen me on television." Tony and Rhodes chimed in, showcasing their camaraderie with similarly flamboyant introductions. "I'm Mark." "A pleasure to meet you, Max Humph." "Boring," remarked Daredevil Mark, and Punisher exchanged nods with Roan's camera. "Wishing you good health," Flint said, a hint of nervousness in his demeanor, yet he expressed heartfelt sentiments. "Live well, Max, you are quite fortunate." Martin Lee spoke next, his words tinged with astonishment regarding Roan's serum. Finally, the camera abruptly swung back to Roan, who addressed the lens. "Hey, Max, your birthday party has attracted many prominent figures. I hope you are not intimidated." Roan smiled warmly at the camera. However, in the next instant, his previously squinted eyes sharpened with intensity. The serum within him surged forth, seemingly enveloping him entirely. Roan turned to regard an unexpected figure that had materialized behind him, frowning as he spoke. "I do not recall extending an invitation to you, sir." At Roan's words, the others swiftly turned to acknowledge the uninvited guest. Peter instinctively jumped back, his expression as cold as frost, yet internally alarm bells rang. Just moments ago, Even his spider sense had failed to detect the presence of this newcomer. Tony stepped back slightly, his gaze drawn towards the portable armor in the sports car, while the rest shifted into combat mode. Beneath Mark's blind cane lay a glimmering, sharp spike. In the hands of the nearby enforcer, two specially crafted, high-powered pistols were already poised for action. Ross dove into the war machine, with miniature missiles positioned on his shoulder. Flint's body surged dramatically, transforming him into a colossal giant of sand. Martin Lee underwent a striking metamorphosis, shifting from head to toe into a stark black and white figure, imbued with an aura of malevolence. Meanwhile, Deadpool had already drawn two carbon nanotube swords, brandishing them as he lunged toward this ominous silhouette. However, in the blink of an eye, Deadpool was sent hurtling backward, his arms snapping instantly, as he lay in Tony's sports car, howling in agony. Romaine's brow furrowed even more tightly, but in the next instant, a white figure materialized. The dark figure, witnessing this, quickly spoke. "Master, this is my collection ball that found it first. Heck, Collector, I am not here to compete with you. ISNT that what makes it interesting?" The towering figure referred to as the Master cast a deep gaze at Romaine before vanishing in a flash. When the Collector turned back, he regarded Romaine for a moment before speaking. "There has been a shift in your world, and I require your assistance." "Let us hear it," Romaine replied, not retracting the serum, but instead gently nodding his chin, encouraging the Collector to continue. "The individual you just encountered is called the Master. You may also refer to him as the High Celestial." The Collector pointed to the spot where the Master had just disappeared. "His nature is peculiar and whimsical. He delights in competitive matches, and this time the venue is New York." As he spoke, the Collector gestured to the ground beneath them. "The location is indeed New York. I suspect the stakes of the competition are also tied to this city, correct?" Romaine scoffed, a cold smile emerging, and the faces of those present shifted in apprehension. "Indeed," the Collector confirmed, nodding slowly. "This is a game known as Heroes and Villains. The Master and I will each select 10 participants, and only the victorious team may dictate the outcome of the game. The winners will receive the most prized artifacts from the loser's collection." "Humph." Romaine tucked away the serum. "Why should I assist you?" The Collector appeared somewhat perplexed by Romaine's inquiry. "Is this not your planet and city? I only care for myself and those dear to me," Romaine replied, casting a glance at the few individuals surrounding him. "However, if you can agree to 2 conditions, our dealings will become considerably simpler." Romaine flashed a smile. Observing his demeanor, the Collector sensed a hint of ulterior motive. "Since you are called the Collector, you must possess numerous valuable items. I require the right to utilize one of the Infinity Stones." Upon hearing Romaine's request, astonishment flickered in the Collector's eyes, as if he were puzzled by Romaine's knowledge of the Infinity Stone's existence. Yet, after a prolonged silence, the Collector continued, "My collection holds a myriad of treasures, but I do not possess an Infinity Stone. Then it must be the usage rights to the very first Infinity Stone that comes into your possession," Romaine stipulated, cleverly ensuring he requested rights rather than ownership. The Collector had no grounds to refuse. Indeed, after a moment of silence, the Collector nodded in acquiescence. Witnessing this, Ramon proceeded to articulate his second request. "Second, I wish to select the 10 participants myself." The Collector readily assented, showing no hesitation. In the next instant, Ramon found himself momentarily disoriented, then transported to a peculiar space. There, the Collector stood face to face with the Master. Before them hovered a holographic projection of the entire city of New York. In front of this projection lay 10 holographic cards, though currently only one bore the image of a figure clad in shimmering white scales, unmistakably representing Ramon. Observing this, Ramon quickly spoke. "Tony, Rhodey, Spider-Man, Sandman, Punisher, Daredevil, Deadpool, and Mind Demon." Upon reaching the final slot, Ramon hesitated not for an instant. Electro. As twilight descended, it was evident that Max had already succumbed to the experimental pool. With each name Ramon uttered, a figure materialized within the extraordinary space, each donning full battle attire. Finally, in tattered garments, Max emerged, exuding an aura of blue and white. "Oh shit. Buddy, did you get bitten by an electric eel?" Deadpool remarked, unable to suppress his teasing laughter. Chapter 40. 10 versus 10. It was only upon hearing Deadpool's voice that Max emerged from his stupor. His gaze swept across the array of figures before him, and with each glance, his mouth involuntarily parted wider. It was not until his eyes landed on Roman and Peter that he finally halted. I. Max hesitated, contemplating whether to speak, when Roman's voice interrupted him. Wade, step aside. Roman approached with an expression of resigned explanation. I had intended to surprise you by inviting everyone. But then this unexpected situation arose. Pausing momentarily, Roman gestured towards Max. Are you all right? What could possibly be wrong with me? Max's eyes widened at the sight of his own body, his white pupils dilating in shock. His hands fumbled over his form, unable to comprehend the changes he was experiencing. What has happened to me? However, the surge of terror was fleeting. Soon, Max focused on the crux of Roman's words, lifting his gaze to meet Roman's. Are you saying they all came to celebrate my birthday? Spider-Man. Tony Stark? With Max's perspective, he could only recognize these two figures. Indeed. Everyone even recorded a birthday message for you, Roman said as he deftly opened his phone and played the earlier video. Watching Max's emotional reaction, which caused arcs of electricity to flow from him, Roman silently nodded in approval. Initially, Roman had aimed to use this video to touch Max's heart just before he lost control, hoping to bring him under his wing. However, with the involvement of the Collector and the Master, the situation had unexpectedly simplified. After viewing the video, Max couldn't help but rub his eyes. Just that morning, he had encountered Gwen. To avoid making her feel slighted, he had deliberately claimed that his party was at full capacity with only prominent figures in attendance. Though Gwen refrained from pressing further, Max felt a profound desolation, coupled with the long hours he had spent at Oscorp. He had naturally assumed that no one would remember his birthday. To his astonishment, Roman not only remembered, but had also invited so many distinguished guests to his celebration. Roman, I truly don't know how to express my gratitude, Max said, his gaze sincere as he looked at Roman, arcs of electricity threatening to spill from his eyes once more. Don't mention it. After today, you will be a superhero too. Me? A superhero? Max asked, bewildered, pointing at himself. Roman offered no further explanation but instead turned his attention to the Collector. I have enough people on my side. The Collector nodded, revealing the identities of the remaining 9 individuals displayed on the 9 cards before him. Electro. Max gazed at his image and title, unable to suppress a chuckle. Hehehe, how amusing. The Master let out a dark chuckle before turning, his fingers lightly tapping on the cards. In light of this, I shall summon them forth. The moment the Master's words echoed, Luo Mang and his companions vanished into a realm of the extraordinary. In the next, they materialized upon the desolate streets of New York. However, unlike its usual bustling self, the avenues of New York appeared strikingly vacant, devoid of pedestrians or vehicles. The aircraft and helicopters that typically traversed the sky were conspicuously absent. The rules were simple. The team that persevered until the end would emerge victorious. Your actions would be broadcast live across all of New York. Should you falter, the city would succumb to oblivion. The Master's voice reverberated throughout the New York expanse. Simultaneously, at the very heart of true New York, a semi-transparent information screen suddenly manifested. Displayed upon it were Luo Mang and his companions. This unexpected screen drew the attention of many. It was Spider-Man. The S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, perched high in the sky, promptly detected the anomaly. Nick Fury gazed intently at the screen, his expression grave, and a fleeting emotion flickered in his solitary eye. At Stark Tower, Pepper Potts peered through the glass, unable to suppress a gasp upon recognizing the scene. Tony. In a hospital room, Penny pointed at the sky, exclaiming to her mother, Mom, look, it's Dad. However, unlike Penny's exhilaration, Jenny's hands were intertwined, her gaze fixated on Flint's projection, her heart a tumult of emotions. Meanwhile, across the internet, chaos erupted. Numerous residents of New York and beyond tuned in to the live broadcast. Within the simulated New York, shortly after Luo Mang and his companions appeared, figures chosen by the Master emerged across the street. The metallic gleam of Rhino stood out, accompanied by the frenzied gaze of Scorpion clad in green. Following them were Dr. Octopus, with his metallic tentacles, and the Green Goblin, gliding on his glider. Absorbing Man, with a texture reminiscent of stone. and a defiant man whose powers remained indiscernible rounded out the group. Lastly, for symbiotic beings, akin to Venom, manifested, each displaying varied hues as they clung to their hosts: Riot, Scorn, Devourer, and Extremis. Spotting these individuals, Luo Meng instinctively directed his gaze towards the black-suited Venom that Peter bore. "What are you staring at me for?" Venom inquired, extending its head to regard Luo Meng. "Aren't these your descendants?" Venom's progeny. Peter, unable to resist, glanced at Venom. "I am unaware. I escaped while in slumber." Venom replied tersely before retreating back into Peter's form, sensing the collective attention of the other symbiotes directed towards them. The four symbiotes briefly regarded Venom before their focus shifted to Luo Meng, their brows furrowing slightly. For reasons unknown, they sensed an unsettling aura emanating from him. After silently counting the adversaries until they reached 10, Luo Meng refrained from further dialogue and transitioned directly into his serum state. Max was momentarily taken aback by Luo Meng's demeanor. He had not anticipated that even the usually mild-mannered Luo Meng was, in fact, a formidable ability user. Furthermore, his posture suggested he resembled a supervillain rather than an ordinary individual. Luo Meng flashed a smile at Max before sprinting toward the location of the symbiotes. "Leave those four to me. You handle the remaining 6. As Luo Meng approached, the four symbiotes revealed their signature abilities. The Wrath's arms transformed into massive hammers, while tendrils composed of symbiotic material lashed out from the whip-like appendages. Devourer and Extremis roared ferociously as they charged toward Luo Meng. Being descendants of Venom, they possessed powers surpassing even his. Although their appearance here was a mystery, their brutal nature assured that they would not spare Luo Meng. Observing the serum on Luo Meng, Extremis, leading the charge, felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart. Chapter 41. Is it just you? Heavens! The citizens of America stood aghast, hands clasped over their mouths as they beheld the astonishing scene before them. A myriad of questions raced through their minds. Why were these extraordinary beings engaged in combat? What role did Tony Stark and War Machine play in this tumult? Yet, after much contemplation, they reached a consensus. In stark contrast to the formidable Ro Meng, the opposing side bore little resemblance to superheroes. Thus, was this indeed a battle between a superhero and a supervillain? As for the figure clad in white scales, was he a superhero as well? "Go, white-scaled demon!" a young boy exclaimed, his tiny fists pumping in the air, enthusiastically cheering on Ro Meng's newly minted moniker. The throngs on the street soon joined in, their voices rising in a jubilant chorus. Sometimes, the power of group dynamics manifests in such simplicity. Even more impressively, some had fashioned banners bearing Ro Meng's likeness and began to parade through the streets, rallying support for the valiant fighter engaged in battle. In a simulated New York, Ro Meng sprinted with fervor. His 10 fingers, in the midst of his dash, gradually morphed into a flowing liquid, extending several meters at a glance. Ro Meng bore a striking resemblance to a whip at that moment. Witnessing the elongation of Ro Meng's hands, the foremost figure, Extremis, slightly faltered in his advance, yet he grossly underestimated Ro Meng's prowess. In mere moments, after a few flickers of white shadows, Ro Meng appeared directly before Extremis. "Ah!" Extremis screamed, panic evident on his grotesque visage. It was the first time in his existence that he had encountered such a situation. Ignoring Extremis's reaction, Ro Meng ensnared him with his fingers, binding him tightly in an instant. Before Extremis could react, an intense heat enveloped him from all directions. Terror gripped Extremis as he gazed at Ro Meng. This heat was unlike the searing pain of flames. In that moment, he felt akin to an ice cream slowly melting away. The screams of Extremis caused the chaos behind him to momentarily halt. They watched in shock as Ro Meng effortlessly extracted Extremis from his host. The sight made the creature named Devourer recoil a step back. What transpired next sent shivers through the 3 symbiotic beings. After extricating Extremis, Ro Meng unhesitatingly tilted his head back and opened his fearsome maw, consuming Extremis whole. The incessant screams ceased as Extremis was swallowed, seemingly digested into silence. The figures of Whip and Chaos could not help but retreat a few steps, for Ro Meng's gaze had shifted towards them, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure and threat. In a moment of hesitation, the remaining 3 symbiotic entities turned and fled. From a distance, Peter and his companions observed Roman gaining the upper hand. A collective sigh of relief escaping their lips as they braced themselves against the remaining 6 adversaries. Every individual among the adversaries, save for the Green Goblin, remains an enigmatic entity. No one can ascertain the abilities of the others. Yet, this Green Goblin, it is not merely Peter. But even Tony and Martin Lee exhibit a flicker of bewilderment upon their faces. Did Osborn not perish? What then is this Green Goblin? Could it be that they merely vanquished an imposter? It is no wonder that he was so effortlessly subdued. Should the late Osborn become privy to such thoughts, he would likely be incensed enough to regurgitate the Green Goblin's serum on the spot. If not for Roman's suppression of the Green Goblin's powers, would they have been able to so easily bring about their own demise? Under the scrutiny of the assembly, the Green Goblin audaciously removed his mask, revealing a visage that left Peter utterly astonished. He, Spider-Man Harry? Both the Green Goblin and Peter exclaimed simultaneously. However, at this moment, Harry remained oblivious to Peter's true identity. I entrusted all my hopes to you, yet you have betrayed me. Harry's countenance was now entirely consumed by the Green Goblin serum. If Roman were present, he would undoubtedly be astounded, for he had clearly taken the last vial of the Green Goblin serum, which now coursed through Harry's veins. Listen to me. Everything will be all right. You have stolen my hope. I have risen from the depths of hell, and I shall gradually strip you of your hope. Harry was resolute in disregarding Peter's words. With a dark roar, he donned the Green Goblin mask once more. As the words of the Green Goblin reverberated, the assembled crowd braced themselves for battle. Max, exhibiting evident anxiety, cautiously struck a superhero pose of his own design. Though it appeared somewhat awkward and comical, fortunately, no eyes were upon him at that moment, just as everyone anticipated the Green Goblin to be the first to engage. A seemingly unremarkable man emerged from the ranks of the villains. To the astonishment of all, he boldly approached Peter, pressing his face close to Peter's with an expression of defiance and arrogance. You? As the man straightened his head, countless spikes erupted from his body. The porcupine drew nearer, as if to declare, "Dare to challenge me." He bore the stance of one ready to strike lethally at any moment. You ought to always be aware of your position, Spider-Man. The porcupine leaned into Peter's ear, his spikes poised for action. Suddenly, blood erupted in a crimson spray. The porcupine, now bereft of his upper body, collapsed, the remaining half of him slowly crumpling to the ground. Peter casually wiped the blood upon his black coat, casting a resigned glance at his comrades. I can no longer tolerate this. Humph. Thud, 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 accompanied by a chilling snort. The rhino charged forward. The villains have always operated independently, and instances of overwhelming the few have not been absent. Did they truly believe that a mere increase in numbers would compel him to surrender? Such delusions. As the rhino charged forward, a scorpion with a thrashing tail and Dr. Octopus with countless mechanical tentacles advanced alongside the mechanized version of the Green Goblin, Harry, transformed into a being of absorbent tentacle material. All converged simultaneously. The long-suffering Deadpool surged to the forefront, facing the rhino head-on. Before he could even wield his blade, he was sent flying several meters away by the rhino's brutal force. My face! You son of a dog! Deadpool's furious roar echoed, gradually fading from Tony's ears. He must have bribed Rose, Tony remarked, glancing at the information being scanned on his visor. With flames erupting beneath him, he surged forward alongside Rhodey toward Dr. Octopus. The Punisher and Daredevil confronted the absorbent entity, while Martin Lee and Max approached the Scorpion. Peter found himself entangled with the rhino, while Flint silently manipulated the swirling sands to envelop Harry. The epic battle was on the brink of eruption. Chapter 42. The game of the Master and the Collector come into my body. Do not fear. The voice of Luamong, suppressing his excitement, echoed through the silent city. Before him, the figures of Chaos and Whip were in flight. Just moments ago, the entity known as Devourer had been easily engulfed by Luamong. What manner of monster is he? Whip could not contain her expletive. From that moment on, she recognized their utter helplessness before Luamong. It seemed that fleeing was their only recourse. Yet, Whip had forgotten that she herself bore the visage of a monster. How did we come to be here? Were we not within a human experimentation base? Chaos exclaimed, his voice laced with trepidation. He glanced back at the white figure behind them, feeling the essence of their symbiotic soul slipping away. I do not understand, nor have I ever encountered such a symbiotic entity. He continued, overwhelmed by the sensation of its sheer intelligence, akin to a weapon designed specifically to dismantle symbiotes. As memories of Devour and Extremity's abrupt demise flooded her mind, a flicker of fear manifested on Whip's otherwise human features. Even with the memories inherited from her father, Venom, she had never encountered such a horrendous counterpart in Clintar. It evoked a visceral dread, reminiscent of a pig witnessing the grisly processes of a slaughterhouse. Among the million symbiotes of Clintar, Luamong undoubtedly stood as a grotesque harbinger of death. No, he was more akin to a man-eater. The thought sent a shiver through Whip. Unbeknownst to her, a colossal hand loomed closer from behind. With a swift motion, Luamong ensnared Whip as easily as one might catch a duck. His grip was unyielding, rendering her utterly incapable of escape. In that fleeting moment, Whip felt the despair that had enveloped Devour and Extremity before their demise. With a sound reminiscent of crunching and slurping, Whip too was consumed by Luamong. A profound sense of satisfaction surged within him, and he could distinctly sense his newfound strength. As he turned to search for Chaos, he realized that the latter had already fled several kilometers away. Wiping the corner of his mouth, Luamong revealed a terrifying smile and pursued the direction of Chaos's escape. In a peculiar space, the master observed with furrowed brows as 4 of his information panels turned black. In stark contrast, the collector wore an expression of delight, seemingly relishing the unfolding events. Noting the collector's demeanor, the master smiled ominously. The next moment, he raised his staff high. The rules of the game require a modification. The new rules. King of the city. As the master's words resonated, a tumultuous sea materialized before them in the simulated New York, surging forth to inundate all land. The sudden change in the rules caused the collector's expression to darken. Like him, the master was an ancient entity within the cosmos. There is a persistent tendency to manipulate competitions and alter the rules based on personal preferences. This is not the first occurrence of such behavior. The game between the collector and the master is not unprecedented either. Upon facing the master's abrupt rule changes, the collector scoffed. In that case, I shall employ my private collection. With a mere flick of his finger in the void, countless shoals of sharks materialized from the ocean that enveloped New York, targeting only the supervillains aligned with the master. A sinister grin crept across the master's face as he observed the collector's actions, his gaze lingering on the simulated New York without uttering a word. Suddenly, Gwen's unexpected appearance disrupted the entire battlefield's rhythm. Peter clung to the side of a building, surveying the surroundings. However, the sight of Gwen, suspended in midair alongside a group of others, rendered him momentarily speechless. They were held aloft by a floating platform, all in a state of slumber, entirely oblivious to the rising waters beneath them and the menacing supervillains lurking nearby. Penny, Pepper, Karen, Yana, Mom. The same fate befell others as well. At that moment, it seemed as though all the families of the superheroes had been forcibly brought over by the master. The laughter of the villains echoed around them, but soon, the dorsal fins slicing through the water silenced their mirth. Countless great white sharks pursued them relentlessly, forcing them to abandon thoughts of Peter and scramble in search of a safe refuge. Damn it, Peter exclaimed, delivering a powerful punch to the side of a nearby building. The impact sent a massive chunk of stone crashing down into the ocean, creating a splash. Peter gazed intently at Gwen, but despite his fervent calls, he could not rouse her from her stupor. It was not just Gwen, others remained entranced as well. What am I to do? Peter held his head in despair, the image of Uncle Ben lying in his arms replaying incessantly in his mind. Looking at Gwen, he sank once more into confusion. Peter, a familiar voice broke through. A glimmer of hope reignited in Peter's eyes. Roa. As he spotted the figure clad in white scales rushing toward him, Peter leaped to join Roa's side. I can't. I don't know what to do. Peter gazed at Roa with urgency, as if he had found his last refuge. I have seen it, Roa replied solemnly. Just moments ago, in pursuit of the chaos, he had nearly touched the body of the disturbance. But that golden opportunity had been thwarted by the sudden rise of the sea. Damn it. So close. Roa lamented, his frustration palpable. Just a step away, and perhaps his powers would have surged once more. What shall we do next? Peter fixed his gaze on Roa, awaiting his words. What do we do? Roman raised his crimson eyes, gazing at Peter as he spoke. "You know what must be done. Follow your heart. Follow my heart." Peter was momentarily taken aback by Roman's words, then turned his gaze towards the supervillains fleeing in the ocean. He took a couple of steps forward, looking down from a height. In the next instant, as if having made a momentous decision, he plunged into the sea with a fierce determination. "Since this is a contest, I shall eliminate all the villains. I will seize the championship and reclaim Gwen." Tony and the others, who had long been aware of Roman's presence, also patiently awaited his decision. Upon witnessing Peter charging towards the supervillains, they sprang into action, rushing towards the remaining foes with fervor. Unlike before, this time they were fueled by anger, exerting every ounce of their strength, observing everyone joining the fray. Roman utilized the terrain of Stark Tower to scour for signs of chaos. The scope of this championship contest was vast enough to encompass all of New York. If the villain was truly intent on hiding, it would not be so easy to uncover his whereabouts. Chapter 43. The Chaos of Deadpool? As Luo Mang squinted his eyes, he observed a sudden disturbance in the ocean below. "Woohoo! Deadpool has returned, and you villains better clean up your act." Deadpool shouted flamboyantly, eager for all to know of his return. However, what truly captured Luo Mang's attention was the shark upon which Deadpool was riding. This great white shark was distinct from its kin, boasting a shimmering silver hue instead of the typical grayish-white. As it thrashed about, its large eyes danced erratically, alternating between normal pupils and a pure silver gaze. Upon witnessing the simultaneous appearance of Deadpool and the great white shark, an unsettling feeling washed over Luo Mang. "Wait, you need to get out of there now?" Luo Mang shouted frantically, but he could not dissuade Deadpool from his reckless antics. "What? You say Deadpool is truly formidable? Oh, you flatter me. We're friends, let us not make it a habit. Wait, what is this?" After his usual antics, Deadpool suddenly noticed a sticky substance clinging to his feet. In the next moment, he found himself rendered speechless. The viscous liquid began to creep upward, and no matter how hard he struggled, it only tightened its grip. Eventually, the thick substance reached his mouth and nose, seeping inside with a slosh. Seeing this unfold, Luo Mang plummeted downward. Mid-air, he planted his feet against the Stark Tower and propelled himself forward like a missile, racing towards Deadpool. Yet, when he reached Deadpool, he was a moment too late. At this point, Deadpool was enveloped in a swirling mass of silver, white, and black. Shortly thereafter, a flowing silver liquid exuded from within, completely encasing Deadpool. His form swelled, nearly tripling in size, until a grotesque head replaced his own. This new head bore a striking resemblance to Venom. "I'm back." The entity known as Riot roared at Luo Mang. Within the symbiote, the stronger the host, the mightier the amalgamated strength became. After parasitizing Deadpool, Riot's power had increased significantly. Riot was discerning in its choices. Witnessing this transformation, Luo Mang felt a weight in his heart. Resolutely, he decided to employ the same tactic, attempting to separate Riot from Deadpool. However, as his 10 fingers reached out to grasp the writhing liquid tendrils, a flash of white light sliced through the air. Almost instantaneously, all 10 of his fingers were severed cleanly at the joints. Instinctively, Luo Mang sought to activate his healing abilities, but the process was agonizingly slow, taking far too long to regenerate even a single finger. It was then that he noticed the glimmer of silver. To his astonishment, Deadpool's carbonadium blade had sprouted from Riot's symbiotic mass, coupled with Riot's unique ability to manifest various weapon forms from its symbiotic structure. The carbonadium blade in Riot's grasp was now wielded to its utmost potential. "Allow me to accompany you on your journey." The chaotic figure brandished his dual carbon steel blades, his voice raspy and filled with murderous intent. He had no intention of seeking vengeance for the whip. His extreme measures were solely directed towards consuming the serum possessed by Luo Mang. This unique symbiote had the innate ability to counteract all other symbiotes. Luo Mang could absorb them to enhance his strength. Thus, the chaotic figure could likewise gain the capacity to suppress symbiotes by directly consuming the serum's symbiotic essence. When he returned to Clinter, he would ascend as the new king. "Hey, darling, would you care to join me for lunch?" As the chaotic figure contemplated this, he was about to strike with his carbon steel blades when another voice interrupted him. The moment he heard those words, even the chaotic figure momentarily froze. In contrast, Luo Mang, who had been observing quietly, allowed a smile to grace his lips. His assumptions had proven correct. Although the chaotic figure wielded Deadpool's steel blades and possessed regenerative abilities, he had also inherited Deadpool's vulnerabilities. The speed at which his brain processed information was so rapid that it often left him in a state of confusion, with thoughts leaping erratically. This meant that the chaotic Deadpool could not be treated as a normal ability user. "Hey Luo, that was my line." Deadpool struggled to extricate himself from the chaotic figure's body. The chaotic symbiotic tissue was nearly being shredded by Deadpool's efforts. "Get back in there!" the chaotic figure roared, forcefully swallowing Deadpool once more. Witnessing this spectacle, a thought struck Luo Mang. Although pursued by the chaotic figure, he remained utterly unperturbed. Observing Tony and the others who had already dealt with Rhino and Scorpion, Luo Mang called out loudly, "Tony, Rhodey, Max, make some noise." Upon hearing Luo Mang's call, Tony exchanged a glance with Rhodey, while a flicker of panic crossed Max's eyes. Was he truly capable of handling such a critical task? "Here we go." Tony and Rhodey wasted no time. Each took one side and lifted Max toward Luo Mang. As the trio approached from above, Luo Mang locked eyes with Tony from a distance of about 10 meters. In that instant, they seemed to intuitively understand each other's thoughts. Tony gave a slight nod to Luo Mang, who then halted his frantic pace, pivoted, and leaped high into the air. As he descended, he landed forcefully atop the chaotic figure. The impact resonated with a deep, thunderous sound, sending dust swirling into the air. When the dust settled, Luo Mang loomed over the chaotic figure in a commanding stance. Despite the chaotic figure's imposing stature, he found himself unable to rise against Luo Mang's height of over 2 meters. "Now," Luo Mang shouted, disregarding the 2 carbon steel blades embedded at his waist. "Charge it up, baby. Bring on the electricity." Tony smirked and gently squeezed Max's arm, unleashing an endless surge of electricity that flooded into Tony and War Machine's energy reserves. Energy at 80. Energy at 90. Energy at 100. Energy at 200. Energy at 300. The familiar voice of Jarvis echoed in his ear. Tony turned to glance at Rhodey inside the War Machine, and both could see the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. However, at this moment, the energy was overflowing, desperately seeking an outlet. Without time to deliberate, Tony and Rhodey concentrated all their energy to their chests. Tiny sparks of energy coalesced, and almost simultaneously, a beam of intense energy manifested at their breastplates, radiating a brilliant white light. With a swift motion, 2 high-intensity energy cannons unleashed their power. Just as Rhodey stood up to leave, the blast struck the riot. A piercing scream erupted in an instant. These 2 high-intensity energy blasts brought forth not only immense destructive power, but the resounding collision exceeded the symbiote's capacity to endure 4,000 hertz. In a mere moment, the riot was expelled from Deadpool's body, flying several meters away, appearing utterly weakened, devoid of its previous menacing visage. Chapter 44, Crimson. The chaotic, mud-like body writhed and began to gradually recover. Witnessing this scene, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Luo Mang's eyes. He stepped firmly on the chaotic entity that was slowly advancing toward the Deadpool. Without hesitation, Luo Mang opened his mouth and consumed the chaos within himself. As the 4 symbiotic entities converged within Luo Mang's body, an extraordinary reaction seemed to occur instantaneously. The 4 symbionts began to meld together as if they were part of a singular source. The white scales adorning Luo Mang's body began to shed, revealing his pale complexion. And beads of cold sweat erupted on his brow, drenching him within mere seconds. Are you all right, Lu?" Deadpool, lying beside Luo Mang, curiously lifted his head. He glanced downward, noticing that his lower body had been sent flying far away by the combined might of Tony and Rhodey. However, Deadpool appeared completely oblivious to the pain. Gazing at Luo Mang with intrigue. "Move aside." The words escaped Luo Mang's clenched teeth. Just moments ago, he had discovered that his pain modulation had ceased to function. This pain felt as though it were assailing his very soul, relentlessly assaulting Luo Mang's consciousness. His ears were filled with sounds inaudible to others, not merely 1, but 4. They twisted and clamored around him, incessantly chattering. In that moment, Luo Mang began to grasp Deadpool's experience. Typically a reserved individual, Luo Mang found himself unable to contain his frustration. "Shut up." He glared furiously, veins bulging. His facade of composure shattered, revealing his most authentic self for the second time since entering the Marvel Universe. Yet, in the next instant, with Luomong's furious roar, silence enveloped him. The cacophony akin to a swarm of mosquitoes vanished in an instant, and the world returned to its normal state, save for some peculiar sensations lingering behind him. "Where are you going?" Luomong caught a glimpse of Deadpool dragging half of his intestines as he crawled away. Only upon hearing Luomong's voice did Deadpool awkwardly glance back, resembling someone caught in a compromising situation. Upon noticing his severed intestines, he gingerly tossed a portion toward Luomong. "If you're hungry, have this. It's the softest part." At this, Deadpool paused. "I have another piece over there. If you wish, you might give it a try." Luomong, perplexed, followed the direction of Deadpool's finger, only to see the lower half of Deadpool's body. Knowing Deadpool's penchant for self-endangerment, Luomong's expression darkened, causing Deadpool to hasten his crawling. As he scurried away, he muttered, "The barbecue plan needs to accelerate. There are more and more monsters around." "Monsters?" Luomong's expression froze. Deadpool's faint murmurs, though nearly inaudible, were clear to Luomong. Instinctively, he glanced at his own body, where a flash of crimson caught his eye, causing his pupils to constrict slightly. Before one's eyes, the originally white scales of Luomong transformed into a vivid crimson hue. The face, once fearsome and grotesque, now radiated a savage brutality. The exaggerated corners of the eyes were stretched to their utmost, exuding an extreme and sanguinary beauty. Each finger was ensconced in a silvery substance, sharply contrasting with the scarlet body. The faintly shimmering silver light commanded attention. Under the sun's rays, Luomong's shadow revealed several spiky tendrils that waved about with abandon. The peculiar sensation felt moments ago was unmistakably linked to these still unmastered appendages. Each tendril was both alien and familiar to Luomong, akin to a child who has just learned to walk, feeling as though their feet are theirs yet not quite so. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. Just as Luomong marveled at his transformation, a maniacal laughter echoed from the sky, seizing his gaze. He beheld Harry, perched upon a glider, frantically hurling pumpkin bombs below. Luomong reached out gently. Whoosh. He felt everything before him compress instantaneously. In less than a mere fraction of a second, he found himself before Harry. Has he acquired the ability to fly? Luomong regarded his feet, now confidently hovering in the air. The writhing tendrils behind him seemed to be the very reason for his newfound flight. Gah! Harry, confronted by the sudden appearance of the crimson figure, felt his laughter choke in his throat. His orange-hued eyes widened in alarm, forgetting to release the pumpkin bomb in his grasp. Regaining his composure, he hastily maneuvered the glider backwards several meters. Soon after, Tony, Rhodey, and Max, among the few endowed with the gift of flight, arrived. Gazing at Luomong's current form, even Tony hesitated momentarily before inquiring, "Are you all right, Luomong?" Luomong, lost in contemplation, was jolted back to reality by Tony's voice. Turning to face him, the mouth on his crimson visage slowly widened, startling Max into taking a significant step back. "I feel splendid," influenced by his current state. Luomong's voice had taken on a husky, guttural timbre, sending shivers down the spine of those who heard it. Perched atop a skyscraper beneath Luomong, Peter poked his dark head out. Venom gazed up at Luomong, fear flickering in his eyes. "Shit." He read. Noticing Luomong's inadvertent glance, Venom quickly recoiled. Despite being his progeny, each one surpassed him in strength. What was even more outrageous was their ability to merge. What in the world is happening? In a special space, the Master observed Luomong's transformation. After a moment of silence, he raised his right hand, only to see the collector opposite him mimicking the same gesture. With a disdainful huff, the Master begrudgingly lowered his staff. Merely gazing at Luomong's visage, an inexplicable brilliance shimmered in the eyes of the Master. In the heart of New York, witnessing Luomong devour the four symbiotic entities, an eerie silence enveloped every street. Those who had been parading with the banner of Luomong gradually lowered their flags. In unison, the crowd stood transfixed, their expressions vacuous as they beheld the transformation of Luomong into a crimson hybrid, momentarily at a loss for words. "Wow! The Crimson Demon!" A small boy exclaimed once more, yet this time, his mother swiftly covered his mouth. With vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings, she scooped him up and hurried back home. If the earlier Luomong, adorned in white scales, resembled a hero, The current incarnation was undeniably an anti-hero, a veritable villainous champion. In contrast to conventional heroes, anti-heroes often engage in extreme actions, placing their moral compass above societal laws. Hence, even the citizens of America could not ascertain whether this newly emerged anti-hero would relish the notoriety of his title. They feared that if the name bestowed upon him did not align with his preferences, they might incur his wrath. Statistics reveal that 92 of anti-heroes have indeed taken the lives of ordinary individuals. Chapter 45. What do you intend to do? Spider-Man. The Absorbing Man has been decisively dealt with by Flint and the Punisher in a collaborative effort. Seizing the moment while the Absorbing Man transformed his physical composition, the Punisher inserted an explosive grenade into his very being. Thus, within the confines of this scenario, the formidable supervillain league was reduced to just Harry Osborn, the second Green Goblin. However, faced with such a dire predicament, Harry not only remained unperturbed but instead erupted into a maniacal laughter. In his grasp, it seemed as though he possessed an endless bag of tricks. The pumpkin bombs never ceased their relentless barrage. Yet, upon witnessing the current state of Roman, Harry redirected his focus toward the ordinary individuals held captive. The pumpkin bombs wreaked havoc upon the floating platform beneath the hostages, leading to the collateral destruction of the nearby towering edifices. In the face of the pumpkin bombs, these skyscrapers appeared as fragile as mere bubbles, collapsing under the explosive force in mere moments. No. This cry of anguish was not solely that of Peter Parker. Every member of the Collector's team exerted their utmost strength in a desperate attempt to save their loved ones. Peter, propelled by the debris cascading from the collapsing building, surged forward, launching webbing toward Gwen. The white strands, gradually enveloped by the liquid symbiote of venom, not only enhanced the webbing's strength and resilience, but also accelerated its deployment. As he beheld Gwen plummeting toward the ocean, Peter's pupils dilated. Falling into the sea at such a height would be no less perilous than hitting concrete. Gwen could be shattered upon impact. Yet, Peter realized that he was far too distant to save her. A warmth spread from the corners of his eyes as despair took hold, and he cried out, "Gwen, help! Who will come to her rescue?" Gritting his teeth, Peter endeavored to hasten his descent, but it seemed Gwen was falling even faster. The distance between them remained insurmountable, and Peter's heart harbored a grim suspicion he was reluctant to confront. No. Within mere seconds, Peter's body felt powerless and limp. A flash of crimson streaked past him with such swiftness that the resulting gust of air disrupted his airborne form. In an instant, the red tendrils surpassed Peter, gracefully enveloping Gwen and gently guiding her into Peter's embrace. Simultaneously, this remarkable scene unfolded elsewhere. The velocity of the crimson tendrils eclipsed that of everyone present, executing a breathtaking rescue of all hostages in a singular, instantaneous motion. As the onlookers followed the path of the red tendrils, they beheld a striking figure, standing on the rooftop with hands clasped behind his back, nodding in acknowledgement. At this moment, Roman possessed an enhanced version of whip-like abilities. Even while remaining stationary, the tendrils could move swiftly across great distances. Once the rescues were completed, each tendril retracted, gently swaying behind Roman. Romain lifted his head, gazing at the ethereal green figure in midair, his lips barely moving. "Harry, if you were to perish now, I doubt Peter would utter a word. Would he?" The crimson figure flickered, and Romain reappeared before Harry. At this moment, Harry had removed the Green Goblin mask, revealing a face marred by the corrosive effects of the Goblin serum, streaked with translucent tear marks. "Ah, so that's how it is. So that's how it is." Witnessing Peter's reckless attempt to rescue Gwen, Harry finally grasped the truth. Spider-Man is indeed. But before Harry could finish his thought, a red phantom sliced through the air, swiftly severing his words at the throat. In a single stroke, it effortlessly breached the goblin armor, decapitating Harry, who still tasted blood in his mouth, his eyes wide in horror as they gradually dulled. Only when his head tumbled from his body did Harry's form begin to collapse. The out-of-control glider plummeted alongside his body into the sea, spiraling down to slowly vanish beneath the waves. Romain hovered in the air, his right hand transforming into a colossal blade nearly 3 meters long, its edge razor-sharp. He watched, contemplative, as Harry sank to the ocean's depths, lost to sight. Game over. The Collector's team triumphs. At that very moment, A booming voice echoed throughout the simulated New York. The virtual projection of the city faded away. Romain and the others blinked, reappearing in a distinct space. Yet, upon entering this realm, Romain immediately sensed an overwhelming pressure. Had he still been in the serum state with white scales, he might have faltered. However, in this moment, Romain defiantly returned the glare. The master, breathing heavily with ire, extended a large hand toward Romain. This time, you have lost. The collector unflinchingly shielded Romain and his companions. Games are games, but strength is strength. If it comes to a real fight, the collector would not fear the master. Humph, I shall return your spoils later. With that, the master uttered a parting remark, his form twisting and vanishing into the special space, leaving the collector, who regarded Romain with satisfaction. Your abilities are formidable. Wield them wisely. After imparting this advice, the collector too disappeared from the special space. Subsequently, Romain and the others began to dissolve into particles, prompting Romain to hastily address the empty void. Do not forget your promise. I understand, came the collector's reassuring response, allowing Romain to vanish from the special space with peace of mind. New York, USA, 6:25 a.m. Amidst the encirclement of countless New York police and military forces, Romain and his companions materialized silently. With Romain's emergence, the air filled with the sounds of numerous gun chambers being pulled back. Oh, should we raise our hands now? Or would you prefer to experience a taste of my energy cannon? Tony was not one to be trifled with. After saving New York, Tony found himself confronted by a gunman upon his return, a situation he could hardly endure. Hey, perhaps this is merely a misunderstanding. Tony, you should lower your weapon. Rhodes, being affiliated with the U.S. military, naturally disapproved of the tense standoff. Mark and the Punisher had long navigated the treacherous depths of Hell's Kitchen. And this scene was all too familiar. They retreated into the crowd, gripping their weapons tightly. Max had largely mastered his abilities, the elemental traits fading. He anxiously gathered the residual electricity in his hands. Martin Lee transformed into a striking blend of black and white. Flynn held his daughter Penny, his ankles now shifting into sand. Peter cradled Gwen in his arms, leaping gracefully onto a lamppost, observing the scene from above. The formidable Ronin, clad in crimson scales, advanced, his dark red tendrils writhing restlessly behind him, causing many police officers and soldiers to flinch at the sight. Ignoring their firearms, Ronin strode forward. Drawing closer to the open space ahead, his body began to levitate slowly, the tendrils behind him expanding and thrashing wildly. Against the sunlight, his silhouette resembled a deity. Gazing down the ominous barrel of a gun, Ronin tilted his head and inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Chapter 46. Kill. Within the encirclement, Romain's exaggeratedly crimson gaze swept over each individual. The icy coldness of his stare sent shivers down the spines of the police officers clad in blue-black bulletproof vests, who had already retreated several paces. The only ones who stood their ground were the fully armed soldiers. Romain's voice reverberated through the square and the streets. Observing his intimidating presence, the sound of swallowed saliva resonated in waves. Romain was emulating the ferocity of New York, and they all bore witness to it, aware that he was no mere pushover. Yet, since this was a command from above, retreat was not an option. Fools, lower your weapons. George squeezed through the ranks of officers, similarly adorned in blue-black armor. The moment he entered, his gaze fixated on Gwen, cradled in Peter's arms, his eyes brimming with concern for his daughter's safety. "Sir, you cannot proceed any further." A captain emerged from the police ranks, positioning himself before George. "Damn it, that is my daughter." However, George's fury proved ineffective, only resulting in an increasing wall of officers standing before him. He attempted to surge forward, but was ultimately restrained and dragged back into the ranks. "My daughter, Gwen." His voice echoed through the square, a stark contrast to the authoritative presence he had once held during the banquet. As Romain advanced, every soldier in the military grasped their weapons tightly. Tanks rolled in slowly, halting behind the troops, the 2.8-meter barrels firmly aimed at Romain's figure suspended in the air. Armed helicopters swept across the sky, their machine guns and wing-mounted missiles also subtly targeting Romain. They refrained from launching an immediate assault, biding their time for orders from the highest command. "General, the target has appeared. Please issue the command." A soldier nestled within a tank called out over the radio. Attack! Yes, General. This command swiftly echoed through every soldier's earpiece. In the next moment, the sound of mechanical clashing began to resound. A torrential barrage of bullets rained down from all directions. Their target was not solely Romaine. The indiscriminate hail of gunfire represented a lethal onslaught. Pepper, you better have insurance. Tony's expression shifted dramatically, taken aback by the soldier's willingness to open fire. He and Rhodey quickly descended, half kneeling on the ground, positioning their bodies to shield Pepper. In that instant, the individuals abducted by the master had become the Achilles heel for everyone present. If it were merely a battle, these soldiers would likely pose limited threat. However, the presence of innocent civilians changed everything. Shit. I will make these politicians pay. Martinley, holding his wife protectively, gritted his teeth and raised his gaze. Clearly, in the eyes of Martinley, all of this is the machinations of American politicians. Faced with an overwhelming barrage, everyone quickly utilized their abilities. The ties of family rendered them incapable of wielding their full strength. Peter, cradling Gwen, lowered his head, resolved to endure the onslaught. Yet in the next moment, Venom instinctively began to form a pure black shield to deflect the incoming fire. I cannot block it all, Venom roared. Peter, witnessing the soldiers, who should be safeguarding the citizens, now aiming their weapons at him and Gwen, felt tears welling in his eyes. A surge of malevolence and fury magnified within him. As he felt the pain coursing through his body, Peter fixed his gaze upon the fully armed soldiers. A deep-seated hatred began to rise. You stay with Gwen and get her out of here. But, listen to me. I will not abandon you. Peter glared fiercely at Venom, and in that moment, their eyes connected, revealing their hearts to one another. We are Venom. You better let me feast. Venom retorted with a curse, then surged from Peter's body into Gwen's. The black symbiotic organism enveloped her entirely. Controlling Gwen's body, it leaped away, vanishing from the square. Peter turned to glance at the figure suspended in midair. The symbiotic tendrils flowing from Roan resembled an unending stream of blood, spreading along the tendrils. The instant the army fired, Roan swiftly obliterated an armed helicopter. Unlike Tony and Rhodey, who had to consider the military and politicians, Roan perceived all threats to his survival as deserving of annihilation, observing that others were protecting their families. Dozens of tendrils suddenly sprouted from behind Roan. Hundreds of tendrils grew simultaneously from his back, extending infinitely, transforming into countless lethal weapons and heavy instruments. With each swing of the red tendrils, swathes of enemies were swept away. Roan roared, enfolding his daughter within himself, morphing into a colossal sand giant that savagely swung its fists. One punch descended, crushing a tank into a flattened disc, like juice being squeezed. Streams of crimson warmth seeped forth. Soon, Peter joined the fray. At that moment, the singular thought occupying everyone's minds was to protect their families. And in Peter's eyes, Roan was undeniably one of the most important family members. With a swift motion, Peter tore through a figure. Blood rained, cascading down upon Peter's face. With great power comes great responsibility. Peter roared through his mask. The army, capable of encircling the entire square, found itself utterly powerless before these 10 individuals. Had it not been for the presence of ordinary people, perhaps this farce would have concluded long ago. The once yellowed stones of the square were now stained crimson with blood. Across the entire square, it seemed every corner bore the bodies of soldiers. The police had long since retreated, their departure unnoticed. A dark crimson droplet trickled from Peter's fingertips as he panted slightly. The mist from his mask dispersed, the metallic scent of blood alleviating his agitation. 9 individuals, including Tony, formed a protective circle with their backs turned towards Roman. Although the battle had ceased, they remained ensnared in a bloodthirsty state, their eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Hey, Pepper, are you all right? Noticing movement in his arms, Tony carefully lifted Pepper. Where am I? Tony, what has transpired? Pepper appeared visibly alarmed, her pale, pristine hands instinctively caressing Tony's cheek. No, I cannot allow your hands to become tainted as well. Tony signaled gently, taking hold of her small hand. Is this retribution from those lawmakers? I shall make them pay. The more Tony expressed this sentiment, the more Pepper's fury intensified. The formidable aura of the strong woman began to quietly surface as she furrowed her brow. Chapter 47. anomaly at this moment. Tony had just endured a harrowing experience. It was difficult not to suspect the involvement of the legislators. However, as Pepper Potts struggled to rise from Tony's embrace, the overwhelming stench of blood nearly caused her to retch. Tony. Instinctively, Pepper clung to him, her eyes filled with disbelief as they surveyed the lifeless bodies scattered around them. She could hardly fathom the events that had just transpired. No. A sudden wail drew everyone's attention. Rhodey furrowed his brow, gazing at the blood-soaked Max. In his arms, Max cradled a woman with graying hair. Her lips were pale, her face etched with fatigue, clearly on the brink of death from excessive blood loss. "Mom. Mom," Max called out hoarsely, desperately reaching for the woman. Yet, there were no signs of her awakening. Her hands, however, gripped Max's tightly, refusing to let go. "Mom. I become a superhero. Open your eyes and see me." As Max withdrew from the blue glow, tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. Tony glanced at Pepper before taking heavy steps forward. Jarvis scanned her vitals. This marked the first encounter between Tony and Max, and one could argue that today's calamity had been set into motion by Max himself. Yet, Tony, recognizing the earnestness of this newly empowered individual, felt compelled to assist him in any way he could. "Sir, the target's vital signs are rapidly declining. Blood loss is severe," Jarvis's mechanical voice announced, effectively pronouncing the woman's death sentence. Witnessing this, the others tightened their embraces around their loved ones, as if only the warmth of family could provide them with a moment's solace. "No." Max wept like a child. Amidst his emotional turmoil, arcs of electricity surged around him, filling the air with a charred scent. Rhodey, with his hands clasped behind his back, slowly descended from the air to stand beside him. "I want to be with my mother for a while," Max stated calmly without raising his gaze, his focus unwavering from his mother. "I can give it a try." After the fierce battle, Martin Lee's benevolent persona had resurfaced. Clutching a cane, he approached Max and knelt beside him. Under Max's hopeful gaze, he gently placed a hand on the woman's forehead. In an instant, his body transformed into a black and white negative. Yet, merely 3 seconds later, Martin shook his head. The last glimmer of hope in Max's eyes extinguished, leaving only a profound despair. The surrounding arcs of electricity intensified. Even the scattered weapons began to tremble slightly. The onlookers stepped back, their hearts heavy as they witnessed Max's anguish, yet feeling utterly helpless. At that moment, countless tendrils emerged from behind Rhodey. To Max's astonished gaze, they enveloped the woman entirely, creating the illusion of her being consumed. "Let her go." Max's emotions were in a state of extreme turmoil. Observing Roman's actions, he was momentarily reminded of the sight of Roman consuming the 4 symbiotic entities. Although Roman appeared exceedingly perilous at that moment, Max nonetheless summoned his abilities and let out a fierce roar directed at Roman. Arcs of electricity danced around Max's form, and in an instant, he transformed, becoming a brilliant blue. Gathering electric spheres in his hands, his pale eyes fixated intensely on Roman. Even those around them regarded Roman with a curious gaze. Peter stepped forward, softly addressing Roman. Though perceived as a ruthless killer by outsiders, Peter possessed his own tender vulnerabilities. Thoughts of Max's mother invoked memories of Uncle Ben and Aunt May. As Peter gazed into Roman's eyes, a flicker of doubt emerged within him. Yet, despite the peculiar stares from the crowd, Roman showed no intention of halting his actions. The tendrils tightened their grip, constricting around the woman, who seemed to have lost her breath within their grasp. Electric arcs sputtered at the corners of Max's eyes. He clutched the electric sphere in his hand, hesitating to attack Roman, his gaze filled with anguish and conflict. On one side stood his closest friend, and on the other, his mother. The events of the past 10 hours surpassed all his experiences from the first half of his life. At that moment, Max teetered on the brink of losing control. In stark contrast, Roman remained unhurried, casually raising a finger. Countless tendrils suddenly constricted, binding the woman into a human shape. Roman turned his head, only to meet the blinding light of Tony's palm cannon. "Release her." Observing Roman, drenched in blood and obscured in shadows, Tony instinctively assumed that Roman had been subdued, losing his rationality. After all, the current behavior was far from what the original Roman would have exhibited. Watching Tony's movements, the onlookers stood amidst the ruins, the tension in the atmosphere reaching a peak once again. The Punisher had already drawn his weapon, prepared to strike at Roman should he make a move. Flint's gaze wavered as he looked at his daughter, while the expressions of the crowd varied. Yet, one sentiment united them all. They awaited Roman's response. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Roman released the crimson tendrils, allowing the woman to fall gently into Max's embrace. As Roman relinquished his hold on her, nearly everyone exhaled a sigh of relief. Roman had single-handedly vanquished 5 supervillains while the others had expended considerable time merely dealing with the remaining 5. By sheer strength. There was no doubt that Roman was the mightiest among them. However, the nature of Roman's actions now. Mum? Just as the crowd fell into contemplation, Max's voice, filled with growing excitement, broke through once more. Everyone turned to see the woman, once on the brink of death, now awakening with a rosy complexion. Son, what has happened? Yet, Max offered no reply, instead weeping as he held the woman tightly. The bittersweet sensation of reclaiming what was once lost enveloped him. It was only upon witnessing this scene that the crowd began to comprehend that Luo Meng was acting to assist her. Luo wiped away her tears, while Max instinctively began to seek out Luo Meng's figure. However, upon turning around, he found himself gazing into the eyes of Luo Meng, who had returned to his usual self. Having undergone enhancement, Luo Meng had long since discarded his glasses. With a beaming smile, Luo Meng looked at Max, enveloping him in a warmth that continually caressed his spirit. Let us depart from this place. I will ensure that someone will seek justice for this matter, Luo Meng declared, unfazed by Max's hesitations. In his heart, he had long since claimed dominion over the timid and insecure Max. The misunderstandings born from a lack of deliberate explanation would take root deep within Max, becoming a constant torment to him. Moreover, with Luo Meng having saved his mother in the capacity of a best friend, it was clear that from this day forth, Max would be an invaluable ally under Luo Meng's banner. Yet, alas, Luo Meng sighed inwardly. Had Max not restrained himself and successfully advanced, the resulting transformation would likely have been even more profound. At that moment, the man who yearned to be a hero would have been utterly captivated. Chapter 48. As long as they wish, we shall depart. How are things on that side? Nick Fury twisted his neck, straining to use his good eye to gaze at Black Widow. She remained silent, instead placing the tablet before him, her expression far from pleasant. Fury's gaze fell upon the screen, and his countenance instantly darkened. Suppressing the urge to kick over his chair, he glared and roared. Who issued them the orders? How dare they? Fury found it incomprehensible why the military would launch an inexplicable assault on the likes of Roman and his team. Not to mention whether they possessed the capability. Roman and his companions were already exposed to the eyes of the entire populace of New York, hailed as heroes. Did they not consider the repercussions of such an attack? Should we inform Steve? Black Widow tentatively inquired. Agents are weapons, and Nick Fury is the mind that wields them. Do not let him know. Fury furrowed his brow. He had no favorable impression of Roman and did not wish to provoke the monster further. Knowing Steve's temperament, an awareness of the situation would undoubtedly lead to another conflict with Roman. Fury closed his eyes, contemplating for a moment. Let Coulson handle it, and you accompany him to clarify the matter. Understood. Black Widow nodded, pushed the door open, and thoughtfully closed it behind her. The moment the door clicked shut, the room erupted with muffled shouts. Damn it! Fury's exclamations reverberated within the confines. Unperturbed, Black Widow maintained her composure, patiently waiting. 3 minutes later, Nick Fury emerged from the room. Fine, I will go with you. A civilian helicopter soared through the air. This is the New York Daily News. We are closing in. Oh my goodness. Mia, dressed in a tan suit with impeccable makeup, suddenly covered her mouth in astonishment. Following her line of sight, Roman hovered in midair, his tendrils sharply extending. From a distance, his figure appeared even more colossal, flanked by a dozen silhouettes. What is happening? Why would the superhero who saved New York turn against the military? Mia astutely observed that the fallen soldiers lay in a formation, encircled, with her stunning eyes widening. The journalist dared to entertain a bold hypothesis. No, it is the military that is attacking them. Why is this happening? Who granted them the authority? These are the very heroes who just saved all of New York. Quickly regaining her composure, Mia gazed seriously into the camera, her words infused with indignation. And a flicker of concern danced between her brows, embodying the image of a frontline reporter committed to justice for the citizens of New York. I believe we should proceed now, but you might be attacked. The camera opened at just the right moment, and Mia winked at it. Even in death, I shall unveil the truth before the public eye. Moreover, I firmly believe that superheroes would never strike against me, Mia proclaimed with righteous fervor. Soon, a helicopter descended. Will you accompany us? She asked the pilot with a playful wink. Ahem. No, I shall remain here to observe the helicopter, the pilot replied awkwardly, gesturing toward the instrument panel while occasionally glancing nervously at the distant figures. Fear flickered in his eyes. This was no mere slaughter of pigs or chickens. They were taking the lives of actual human beings. Mia advanced cautiously with the cameraman in tow. Beneath her tan suit dress, her fair thighs were exposed as she carefully navigated high heels, sidestepping the bodies of soldiers and the debris scattered about. The more one looked, the more harrowing it became. Fortunately, they soon arrived at the center. Tony Stark, may I inquire why you are executing soldiers? Steadying her trembling legs, Mia boldly extended the microphone towards Tony. However, a keen observer would note that she had deliberately avoided others, approaching Tony directly. Just as Tony was about to escort Pepper away, he glanced at Roman but said nothing, instead flying off towards Stark Tower with her. Why are you slaughtering soldiers? I'm currently representing the citizens of New York and posing this question to you. Clutching the microphone, Mia steeled herself and stepped in front of Roman. Is this live? Roman asked with a slight smile, resembling a kind and approachable teacher. Yes. Mia nodded vigorously, knowing that otherwise, her body might stiffen in fear. Among the group, Roman appeared the most composed. Yet only those who had witnessed the sky projections knew that he was undoubtedly the most perilous among them. In that case, I too have a question for you. Why is the American military pursuing us? Roman's expression turned grave. The others behind him gradually departed with their families, leaving only Roman standing alone. What? Mia was taken aback, realizing the truth of his words. She then watched as Roman turned to face the camera. New York has fallen into a gamble with extraterrestrial forces. My friends and I are striving to ensure the safety of every citizen in this city. Yet unexpectedly, after our victory and the salvation of all New Yorkers, we find ourselves facing guns from our own kind. Although Roman's demeanor was serious, it concealed a profound disappointment. It seemed as if the ones responsible for the deaths of these soldiers were not Roman, but rather their own comrades. He lifted his gaze, as if bearing the weight of sorrow and loss. It appeared he wished to articulate something more, but ultimately swallowed his words, letting out a sigh before continuing. If they wish for us to leave, then we shall depart. With that, Roman abruptly turned, leaving the crowd with a haunting silhouette. In the shadows unseen by the camera, a faint smile graced his lips. Under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, Luo Meng strode towards the rising sun, gradually retreating until he vanished from sight. Observing Luo Meng's despondent silhouette, Mia tightened her grip on the microphone, her hand resting firmly against her chest. The fury etched upon her face was no longer feigned. It emanated from the depths of her soul. Witnessing Luo Meng's demeanor, Mia felt a sharp pang pierce her heart. Her throat constricted, rendering her speechless and profoundly uncomfortable. It was evident that in battle, Luo Meng was the most ferocious and brutal of all. Yet, in the presence of an ordinary person like herself, he exhibited an extraordinary gentleness. He must have felt utterly lost when confronted by the army, right? Offering his most vulnerable back to his comrades, only to be betrayed by them in the end. Mia inhaled deeply and turned to face the camera. If they wish for us to depart, then depart we shall, as stated by Crimson. I am uncertain of the events that transpired behind the scenes. However, it seems our hero has been subjected to profoundly unjust treatment. I cannot render any judgment. All I can do is present the facts before the citizens of New York. New York Daily. Mia reporting for you. Chapter 49. Mia's report. On the streets of New York, as the sun sets. At this hour, the day is drawing to a close, and the citizens of New York should ideally be at home, relishing their private moments. However, now, they have converged in unison. From initially small clusters, they gradually formed a formidable crowd. Nearly every New Yorker has taken to the streets, raising placards that proclaim, "Heroes deserve justice too." What are they doing? A newly arrived homeless man, observing the throng, curiously inquires of another vagrant. They are here to tell the heroes, "Do not leave us. Upon hearing this, the homeless man slings his tattered backpack over his shoulder, cradles his dog, and joins the procession. The newcomer gazes at the crowd, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. After a moment's contemplation, he scratches his head and steps into the gathering. In that instant, it seemed as if their identities, statuses, wealth, and gender distinctions vanished. Each was engaged in whatever they could manage, expressing their sentiments to those 10 heroes. Do not depart. On this day, the throng surrounded the gates of the government, their protest resonating from one end of the street to the other. Even online, every live stream was echoing their dissent in its own manner. Little did I expect that your few words would wield such influence. Tony reclined on the rocking chair, watching as Roman reached into his own chest. Unaccountably placing Pepper in jeopardy, do you not desire an explanation? Roman, feeling the slickness beneath his palm, softly replied, Oh, this won't do. This won't do. Tony's face flushed crimson, veins bulging. It was only when Roman withdrew his hand that Tony regained his composure. Should I not also undergo some mutation? Your peculiar abilities are far more practical than technology. Observing Roman extract a bullet from his own chest with bare hands, Tony quipped. At least I must rely on a nuclear reactor to sustain my life. After a moment's thought, he added, not all mutations evolve positively. One day, I shall take you to see a failed mutation, and you will realize that you are already quite fortunate. Roman raised an eyebrow, retrieving the final bullet from Tony's body. A tendril extended from behind Roman, probing into Tony's interior. Crimson, akin to blood, surged forth, visibly causing Tony's chest to rise and fall. In no time, Tony's entire torso was restored, appearing as though it had never been wounded. Witnessing such a grotesque capacity for recovery, Roman nodded in satisfaction. Truly, it is reminiscent of Deadpool's enhanced regenerative ability. Indeed, at this moment, Roman had acquired Deadpool's healing prowess. In this regard, Roman owed a debt of gratitude to the chaos. Were it not for his parasitism of Deadpool and the acquisition of his genetic abilities, attaining such a level of recovery would have required considerable effort. The amalgamation of Deadpool's regenerative abilities with that of the lizard seems to have birthed subtle transformations. Ultimately, under the harmonious blend of hybridity, there exists a brief capacity to lend self-healing prowess to others. Most crucially, akin to Wolverine, this self-regenerative capability grants an almost immortal existence. In simpler terms, the current version of Roman is virtually indestructible. At least on Blue Planet, no entity has succeeded in achieving such a feat. Even that bald behemoth can merely exile him, unable to truly extinguish Roman's life. What are you gazing at? After concluding the minor procedure, Tony remained fixated on Roman. Lost in contemplation, I ponder what kind of armor could possibly defeat you. Tony rose and took a solitary sip from his glass of whiskey. Roman glanced at Tony with a smile, inquiring, Why would you wish to defeat me? We are hardly adversaries. Who knows? Tony shrugged in response, somewhat aimlessly. In truth, the notion had already crossed Tony's mind while observing Roman enveloping Max's mother. If one day Roman were to go on a rampage or overtly pose a threat to him, could he truly overcome such an opponent? Witnessing Roman's formidable and versatile abilities left Tony in reflection. He recalled the first time he encountered Roman when he was merely an ordinary individual, nearly succumbing to a gunshot wound. Now, simply standing beside Roman instilled a sense of trepidation within Tony. Previously, Tony had merely regarded Roman as powerful, but after observing Roman's ability to manipulate public sentiment to achieve his ends, Tony felt as though he was meeting Roman anew. A sense of caution began to unfurl within him. Time and again, Tony attempted to convince himself that these thoughts were unfounded. Yet, the idea of creating an anti-Roman armor lingered relentlessly in his mind. In a moment of distraction, when Tony finally regained his focus, the preliminary designs for the anti-Roman armor were already taking shape. He could only reassure himself internally that all of this was a necessary measure for Pepper's safety. Reflecting on this, Tony shook his head. After all, who could predict future events? Jarvis, please check the news, he stated, stretching his body as he spoke to the air. Sir. The news from the past week has been compiled, Jarvis responded. Instantly, a semi-transparent virtual screen materialized before Tony and Roman, displaying a plethora of significant headlines. Among them, one particular article was elevated to the top, which Tony proceeded to open. Mia, clad in professional attire, appeared before them. Upon seeing her, Tony instinctively glanced at Roman beside him. If memory serves me right, this woman seems to have conducted a solo interview with you. Hearing Tony's tone and observing the implication in his gaze, Roman could not help but roll his eyes. Do not conflate me with you. Our encounter was purely an interview. Tony's reputation as a playboy was not unfounded, as he had indeed lured every attractive female reporter who came to interview him into his bed, while male reporters were met with a firm rejection. Upon hearing Lomon's words, Tony's smile froze upon his face. Ever since he and Pepper had solidified their relationship, these ancient tales had been recounted by Pepper countless times. Seizing the moment with a tactical cough, Tony deftly maneuvered his fingers to fast-forward the news to the crux of the matter. Thus, we finally came to understand that this world, beyond Tony Stark, harbors other heroes. They silently safeguard us, yet are perpetually subjected to injustice. As Mia's voice faded, the news footage abruptly shifted. A young boy appeared on the screen, facing the camera. The boy waved his hands excitedly and exclaimed, "Are you talking about the Scarlet Devil? I named him that. He is the most formidable hero I have ever seen." Unfortunately, the boy's words were cut short as his mother pulled him away. The scene transitioned instantly to a young woman, seemingly on the streets of New York. She donned a short-sleeved shirt emblazoned with the word Scarlet. I cannot assert that everything Scarlet does is right. However, when danger arises, only Scarlet and his comrades stand up to confront it. Regardless, the military should never aim their weapons at them. The footage continued to shift, revealing an elderly man. In contrast to the previous two, the elder's reaction exhibited a hint of agitation. Scarlet? Of course, I support him. What? You say he has killed many soldiers? Humph. The soldiers of this country rarely know what they are doing. They fail to appear when they should protect the populace, yet come rushing in when they shouldn't. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to challenge Old Bush? Come on, you shameless little brat. Old Bush would use the tip of his hard-soled shoe to kick your damn backside. The scene then jolted, abruptly plunging into darkness. Chapter 50. The guests arrive. Upon finishing the video, Tony's face was a canvas of astonishment. I had anticipated a barrage of criticism from the citizens, and I was fully prepared to defend myself in court at a moment's notice. Yet, to my surprise, the public sentiment was overwhelmingly in our favor. With that thought, Tony glanced over at Roman. Are you absolutely certain that this Mia has had no involvement with you? The discourse has solely revolved around you. What about me? Am I, the illustrious Tony Stark, to be relegated to merely the label of friend? Tony's expression was one of indignation. Enough, Tony. Do not behave inappropriately before our guests, Roman interjected. Guests? Tony was taken aback by Roman's words. Turning his head, he noticed the unexpected presence of a bald figure. At that moment, the newcomer was casually toying with the Rubik's Cube on Tony's desk. Only after hearing Roman's voice did he lift his gaze. Do you not realize that intruding into someone else's abode is quite rude? Tony squinted as the alert from JARVIS finally reached his ears. If it were anyone else, it might have seemed implausible. However, if this individual were indeed the director of SHIELD, then it became a distinct possibility. After all, Nick Fury was a seasoned agent himself. Let us bring out our old friend. After all, we are all acquainted, Roman remarked, as a red tendril stealthily extended from behind him. The Black Widow, who had been lurking in the shadows, stepped forth with poise. Having witnessed the power of Roman's red tendril, she had no desire to test it on herself. Observing the uninvited duo, Roman narrowed his eyes with a smile. That military force surely cannot be attributed to you, can it? Although Roman verbally dismissed the notion, a palpable chill enveloped the room. It was not us. After the last failure, there was no justification for deploying ordinary personnel, Nick Fury responded, unable to maintain his composure in the face of Roman's formidable presence. Having witnessed Roman's terrifying prowess, Nick Fury was unequivocally convinced that even in the absence of camaraderie, SHIELD should refrain from antagonizing Roman. Such a thankless endeavor was best left to those who were willing to undertake it. SHIELD would not be among them. Though Roman's method straddled the line between virtuous and nefarious, he was preferable to a purely antagonistic villain. Is that so? I share your sentiments, Roman replied with a grin, a fleeting hint of crimson gracing his visage. Despite the dissipating chill, the underlying menace in Roman's words was unmistakable. S.H.I.D.L.D. was not an organization to be trifled with. They had to remain vigilant against both the machinations of the Black Egg and the actions of those within the Serpent Shield. One misstep, and these individuals could unleash chaos. In fact, I wish to extend an invitation for you to join the Avengers Initiative, Nick Fury stated, casting a sidelong glance at Tony. In the future, certain uncontrollable forces will inevitably arise. These powers may originate from within Blue Star or beyond its confines. Akin to the confrontational ordeal experienced in New York. Noticing Roman's lack of immediate response, Nick Fury continued. The Avengers Initiative seeks to recruit individuals of justice or those with noble aspirations. When danger looms, we can unite to confront the threat. After listening to Nick Fury, Roman glanced at Tony. Did you already know? Tony nodded slightly. He mentioned it during the palladium poisoning. What are your thoughts? Tony hesitated for a moment, shrugged. And Roman instantly understood. Tony's father, Howard, was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., leaving Tony with little reason to refuse joining. However, having experienced so much alongside Tony, Roman wished to discern whether Tony would respond differently. Yet, it became evident that a divergence in ideology existed. Despite sensing the hopeful gazes from Black Widow and Tony, Roman shook his head in refusal. He did not question why. Nor did he allow himself to be bound by a sense of national duty. Nick Fury nodded and departed with Black Widow. His personal visit served two purposes: to prevent any misunderstandings on Roman's part and to extend a direct invitation for him to join. With matters resolved, they had no reason to linger. I have considered that we might one day fight side by side, just like in the games, Tony lamented. Downing the last of his whiskey, Roman picked up a physics book and placed it on his lap, ready to speak. But he soon furrowed his brow as crimson scales re-emerged, enveloping him entirely. What's wrong? Tony was momentarily taken aback by Roman's appearance. Put on your armor. We have real guests this time. Roman surveyed the surroundings. Everything seemed normal for miles around Tony's residence, yet he could hear countless heartbeats beyond himself and Tony. Without hesitation, Tony called out to J.A.R.V.I.S. The armor was swiftly delivered from the basement. Leaning back, Tony completed the armor integration in an instant. Just as the final screw tightened, a flash of fire erupted throughout Tony's home. Countless transparent windows shattered in that moment, and the ensuing force sent Tony flying. Meanwhile, Roman remained unfazed, hands clasped behind him, rising effortlessly into the air. Faced with such a formidable shockwave, he maintained a cold gaze towards the approaching flames. Are they employing missiles now? The bombardment had not ceased. Roman withdrew from the debris and hovered alongside Tony in midair. His vision expanded exponentially, revealing an army stationed atop a distant hill, several kilometers away. Upon recognizing it as the same army, Roman nearly laughed in disbelief. Truly seeking death. With a tilt of his body, a powerful recoil made Tony and his armor sway violently. In but a millisecond, Roman appeared atop the hill. As he descended from the sky, the troops, realizing his presence, began to attack him frantically. Roman's expression remained unchanged as tendrils behind him transformed into 1-meter-long scythes, wildly sweeping before him. Every bullet, even the shells, was precisely intercepted before Luo Mang, unable to advance even a fraction. The vast army launched a relentless assault for 20 seconds, yet not a single harm was inflicted upon Luo Mang until Tony's arrival. In the face of such overwhelming aggression, Luo Mang remained remarkably composed, who, indeed, orchestrated this repeated invitation to demise. Observing these soldiers, Luo Mang felt a curious intrigue. Their obstinacy evoked thoughts of a certain individual. However, to storm in without clarification would be rather impolite. As Luo Mang approached steadily, the soldiers gritted their teeth in a frenzy of firepower. Even as their firearms glowed with a fiery hue and their skin adhered to the scorching metal, they endeavored to muster their last ounce of strength to vanquish Luo Mang. Never mind, mere suspicion suffices for guilt, Luo Mang mused, shaking his head before abruptly vanishing from sight. The gunfire ceased, replaced by the dull thud of bodies collapsing. In a manner almost imperceptible to the soldiers, Luo Mang swiftly dispatched them, severing heads before they could even react. Sensing the rising panic within the ranks, Luo Meng paused momentarily, his figure finally materializing. He strolled through the throng of soldiers with the ease of a leisurely walk. Behind him, dozens of crimson tendrils morphed into scythes. With a swift whoosh, the remaining heads soared into the air, spinning and dancing, embodying a grotesque yet captivating beauty unique to the macabre. Chapter 51. The Unleashing of Hatred. In a certain military base, Luo Meng traversed the cold, dark corridors, where not a sliver of sunlight could be seen. The only illumination came from the stark, pale circular lights that cast an eerie glow on everything around. Following the military's second assault, Luo Meng had surmised the identity of the mastermind orchestrating these forces. Although he lacked concrete evidence, Luo Meng had never required such proof to act. When a situation posed a threat to his existence, he would not hesitate to deem it erroneous and unworthy of his presence. "Hey, just stay at Stark Tower and say hello to Pepper for me," Luo Meng said, a smile still gracing his lips. Despite the tense atmosphere, he spoke as casually as if he were chatting with an old friend while strolling through the streets. "What is that noise on your end?" Tony's voice came through, tinged with surprise, before shifting to a peculiar tone imbued with a sense of "you know what I mean." "Don't get me wrong, with all these incidents piling up, I need someone to vent my frustrations on. You know I'm no gentleman, and my patience is rather limited." Luo Meng continued forward, his smile unwavering. Under the harsh, white light, countless shadows resembling tendrils danced wildly against the walls. Indeed, Tony nodded in agreement. He had heard about the Magjie incident. One might say that the hammerhead had crossed Luo Meng, and it could be said he met his demise justly, at least, given Luo Meng's prowess and reputation. Dying at his hands was not a disgrace. However, to perish at the hands of some lesser adversary, like the porcupine or the puker, would be a true indignity. "All right, no more chatter. I'm here," Luo Meng stated, gazing at the massive door forged from at least 50,000 pounds of pure metal before ending the call. Behind him lay countless severed limbs strewn about, seemingly tinting the pale light with a sinister hue. A closer inspection would reveal that those slain by Luo Meng were from the same cohort that had attacked him and his allies. Before the towering metallic door, shadows resembling tendrils writhed and twisted in a frenzied dance. The formidable gate, capable of containing the fiercest of beasts, disintegrated within 3 seconds, shattering into countless fragments that fell heavily to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Even before the dust could settle, a sharp whistle pierced through the haze. Within the force field prison, Emil suddenly lifted his head, his dark eye sockets intensely fixed upon the door, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. At the sound of the whistle, something extraordinary within him was activated, and an uncontainable anticipation radiated across his face. Emil's limbs began to fidget anxiously, akin to a faithful dog eager to see its master. Upon seeing Luo Meng emerge from the dust, Emil could no longer suppress his exhilaration, pounding against the force field prison, sending ripples through the barrier. As Luo Meng entered the prison, his gaze fell upon Emil. At this moment, Emil's state was markedly different from just a few months prior. Although only a brief time had passed, Emil's entire demeanor had undergone a profound transformation. If the Emil of yesteryear could be described as a man, the present Emil resembled a beast. Slaughter and bloodshed defined his very essence. Observing Emil, Roman nodded with satisfaction. His initial insistence on providing subtle suggestions to Emil had evidently yielded significant results. The combination of these suggestions and Emil's solitary existence over the past few months, compounded by the cruel experiments he had endured, had driven his humanity to the brink of collapse. Yet, the final vestige of his humanity remained, perfectly poised to foster his disdain without allowing too many personal thoughts to arise. Despite Roman's abilities soaring to new heights, he knew he had to retain some contingencies in the presence of the giant clan, whose powers could amplify through emotion. Stepping closer, Roman gazed at Emil, his expression still adorned with that familiar smile. "Emil, the time has come. As per our agreement, I have come to retrieve you." However, Emil, at this moment, seemed to have entirely lost the capacity for communication, fixating his gaze on Roman while continuously murmuring the name banner. Noticing this, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Roman's eyes. This final test was precisely the outcome he had desired. With a slight lift of his finger, crimson tendrils erupted violently, obliterating the suppression of Emil's. The instant Emil was liberated from the force field's control, his form surged dramatically. Like bamboo shoots after a rain, bone spurs erupted from his joints and spine. His skin, compared to before, manifested an eerie green hue, adorned with rough textures. At this moment, his rage had grown even more formidable than it had been months ago. His presence now exuding a palpable danger. All the accumulated fury of these months was unleashed in an instant. A roar erupted from the depths of his being, shaking the surrounding walls and objects. Yet, this beast ultimately approached Roman with surprising docility, kneeling before him. The massive figure of 4 meters collapsed at Roman's feet. Its enormous head bowed slightly, seemingly signifying submission. "Good boy, I shall take you to meet an old friend." Roman exhibited no fear in the face of the raging creature. Instead, he reached out to stroke Emil's head, feeling the rough texture beneath his palm and chuckling softly as he spoke. "General Ross." The cage holding Emil Blonsky has lost communication. A subordinate suddenly removed his earpiece, reporting to the somber-faced middle-aged man beside him. The cage containing Emil was supposed to confirm safety every 30 minutes and open every 3 days for a visual check on his whereabouts. The lack of response now indicated that something had gone awry. The middle-aged man, known as General Ross, lightly tapped his fingers on the table. His expression shrouded in a cloud of concern. After 2 failed attempts at suppression, the base has suffered significant losses. The public demands accountability, and the parliament is issuing a final ultimatum to Ross. At this precarious moment, an incident has also unfolded on Emil's side. General Ross finds himself at a loss, his expression shifting rapidly. Ultimately, he relaxes his brow and turns to a nearby figure, speaking, "Dr. Lon?" The green-skinned, oversized-headed Dr. Lon approaches, seated before a computer, his fingers striking the keyboard with a sharp rhythm. The screen eventually freezes on a fleeting image captured by a camera labeled Cage. Dr. Lon magnifies the image, revealing unmistakably the face of Ramong. "General, if I were you, I would immediately gather all soldiers, for they are already here." Upon hearing Dr. Lan's words, General Ross does not dare to underestimate the situation. He swiftly unlocks the telephone beside him and issues the command for full military alert. "Mr. Lon is both a beneficiary and a victim of the Hulk incident." A serum drips onto Mr. Lan's forehead, followed by gamma rays that catalyze his evolution. At this moment, Mr. Lan's head has expanded threefold, yet his intelligence has increased exponentially. Even among the empowered on Blue Star, Mr. Lan stands as one of the most astute individuals. Chapter 52. The Crimson Giant? What should I do next? General Ross gazed at Dr. Blue, his expression betraying a flicker of panic. It was not merely the emergence of the abomination that unsettled him, but the sight of the monstrous figure of the Hulk. Damn it. How could this creature arrive so swiftly? General Ross cursed silently within. Those men can only hold them off for a while. The rest depends on you. Me? General Ross furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Dr. Blue's gaze. For some inexplicable reason, he sensed that Dr. Blue's eyes mirrored his own past glances at others. A crimson figure and a deep green one leapt gracefully to the entrance of the military base. Outside, tanks were already amassed, while fighter jets and armed helicopters patrolled the skies. It seemed they had detected both the Hulk and the abomination, who were rapidly approaching. "I leave it to you. Let me witness your current strength." The Hulk did not hasten into the fray, but instead patted the abomination beside him, speaking softly. "Roar." Upon hearing the Hulk's words, the abomination let out a thunderous roar, and with a forceful stomp, it propelled itself from its position. It soared through the air, crashing down upon an armed helicopter, bringing it to the ground. Emerging from the inferno, the abomination was unscathed. It brushed aside the remnants of a soldier draped over its shoulder and charged headlong into a barrage of gunfire and explosives, propelled solely by its boundless rage. Without uttering a word or engaging in negotiations, it advanced, a relentless force driven by pure hatred. The Hulk followed closely behind, refraining from using any powers, merely strolling at a leisurely pace. Upon entering the military base, the scene was transformed into a blazing inferno. The soldiers who had previously shouted in battle cries were now reduced to mere fragments. The Hulk kicked aside a half-body that had clung to his pant leg. With a swift lift and drop of his foot, accompanied by a sickening crunch, Warm blood splattered across the Hulk's form, even staining his cheek with drops of crimson. As the Hulk arrived, the abomination crashed down beside him, panting heavily as they ventured deeper into the base. Although the abomination dwarfed the Hulk, it obediently followed in his wake, meticulously maintaining its distance and not daring to overstep. It was only when the Hulk, hands clasped behind his back, obliterated the final barrier that a cloud of dust and debris revealed a figure akin to the Hulk, radiating a vibrant green hue. "Oh, still eating, are we?" The Hulk chuckled as he entered, addressing the green figure. As they passed through the entrance, the abomination had to bend the door frame to squeeze inside. Having a well-developed brain often leads to hunger, hence the increased appetite, Dr. Blue explained with a smile, casually finishing the last bite of a protein bar. At that moment, it appeared that only the Hulk, the abomination, and Dr. Blue remained within the confines of the military base. The voice of Dr. Blue echoed within the base. Upon noticing Dr. Blue gesture towards his mutated head, a fleeting chill flickered in Luo Meng's eyes. Had he not encountered this individual today, he might have nearly forgotten the existence of such a person. It was Dr. Blue who had injected the serum into Emil, unleashing gamma rays that prompted Emil's transformation into the abomination. What, then, was Dr. Blue's intention here with Ross? Luo Meng narrowed his eyes, feeling a sense of uncertainty. Sometimes, the most calculative individuals are those who possess intelligence, and their true motives can be elusive. A conscious being would never engage in actions devoid of purpose. In other words, every action driven by human influence must harbor concealed objectives and profound significance. Thus, Dr. Blue's presence here could not be mere coincidence. Luo Meng's nostrils flared, and his ears twitched slightly as he fully unleashed the sensory amplification of Antizi 8. Thump, thump, thump. Whose heartbeat was this? So intense. No, something was amiss. Luo Meng's expression darkened, his gaze turning cold. In less than a blink, crimson enveloped Luo Meng entirely. Just 2 or 3 seconds later, the tranquil atmosphere shattered. A red figure burst through the wall beside Luo Meng. Just as he was about to be pounced upon, the long-awaited abomination sacrificed itself to send Luo Meng flying. 2 figures of contrasting colors collided violently against the opposite wall, akin to 2 feral beasts battling for survival, each swinging their fist with ferocity. Gazing at the red figure, Luo Meng softly uttered its name, the Red Giant. Presumably, it was a transformation of General Ross. Besides gamma rays, it had also absorbed cosmic radiation, hence its crimson hue. Unlike the Hulk and the Abomination, the Red Giant possessed not only immense strength but also complete control over its faculties, remaining perpetually lucid. It could absorb all forms of energy, including gamma rays from other beings. One could say the Red Giant was a perfect replica of the Hulk. In terms of strength and defense, it was nearly on par with the Hulk. Within mere seconds of their encounter, the Abomination was already at a disadvantage. With the Red Giant pinning the Abomination to the ground, every punch it threw caused the earth to tremble as if triggering a magnitude 10 earthquake. With cracks beginning to form in the ground. Astonishingly powerful, this was the giant strength I had longed for. Luo Meng's eyes sparkled at the sight of the Red Giant. Unable to contain his excitement, he clapped his hands, exclaiming, at the very least, the current Hulk would likely not surpass the Abomination. Witnessing the Red Giant, he would only find himself overwhelmed. Too kind. My latest creation, the Red Giant. Dr. Blue adjusted his attire, approaching Luo Meng as if to receive an award. Aren't you afraid I might simply kill you? The tentacles behind Luo Meng writhed chaotically, indicating he was not jesting. If the Red Giant were to lose, wouldn't you do the same to me? Dr. Blue and Luo Meng exchanged knowing glances, and their words erupted into laughter. Strange scenes invariably unfold in peculiar environments. On one side, a fierce battle rages between the Abomination and the Red Giant, while on the other, Ramong and Dr. Blue engage in light-hearted banter. I am Ramong. Suddenly, Romang's smile fades as he introduces himself. Dr. Blue, you may also refer to me as the Chief. Dr. Blue tilted his enlarged, bony head towards Ramong. It seems the Abomination is no match for the Red Giant, is he? Ramong and Dr. Blue stood side by side, resembling longtime friends. Although the Abomination was ostensibly on Romang's side, he appeared utterly unconcerned. Indeed, from the perspective of mutation levels, the disparity is far too great. Dr. Blue nodded without reservation. a broad smile illuminating his pale green face, reminiscent of a proud father basking in compliments about his child. Ramong sensed that had the circumstances been different, Dr. Blue might have laughed out loud in delight. Chapter 53. The Descent of Abomination, the Ascendance of Crimson. Do you think it is possible for me to become like him? Luo Meng abruptly inquired, his tone shifting. You? Dr. Lan instinctively turned to scrutinize Luo Meng, taking in his grotesque visage, the writhing tendrils behind him, and the menacing fangs. In every conceivable way, he appeared far from human. Although I cannot discern the source of your power, one thing is certain at this moment. You could not withstand even the transformation into a red giant, let alone any other mutation. Dr. Lan paused momentarily, contemplating the weight of his words. If you were to force a fusion, the outcome would be catastrophic. Boom. He spread his fingers wide, illustrating his point dramatically. Yet I believe I can. Luo Meng tilted his head, a hint of defiance in his demeanor. Dr. Lan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had anticipated encountering a fellow intelligent mutant, only to find himself faced with a hubristic fool. If you believe you can, then that is your delusion, Dr. Lan remarked, shaking his head. Already dismissing Luo Meng from his consideration, he understood the futility of reasoning with the mundane and the foolish, a lesson he had learned long before his own transformation. Dr. Lan's shifting attitude did not escape Luo Meng's notice. Observing the silence that enveloped Dr. Lan, Luo Meng remained unperturbed. For he alone recognized the vast extent of mutations he could endure. Even after assimilating at least 3 different mutations, he still felt far from his limits. Let us strike a bargain, Luo Meng proposed, standing confidently as he observed the beleaguered abomination retreating. What? Dr. Lan gazed at Luo Meng in astonishment. The abomination shall fall, and the crimson shall rise. If I can vanquish Ross, you shall reproduce the red giant mutation within me. Luo Meng grinned, revealing a set of chilling teeth. Yet his demeanor bore the sophistication of a gentleman negotiating with Dr. Lan in hushed tones. That will not be easy, Dr. Lan replied, shaking his head. Are you afraid? Luo Meng challenged. Afraid? I would never be. Dr. Lan retorted, his anger flaring as he glared at Luo Meng. It was understandable. To so brazenly declare one's intention to obliterate another's creation would rouse ire in anyone. Upon hearing Dr. Lan's response, Luo Meng nodded with satisfaction. Is the provocation a tired tactic? It had been overused by ancestors long past. Yet in the face of an individual with intelligence vastly superior to the average, it remained remarkably effective. As he observed the abomination, now utterly devoid of resistance, lying on the ground like a defeated beast, Luo Meng clasped his hands and stretched. The anticipated sound of cracking bones did not materialize. Instead, only the deep rustle of his scaled armor filled the air. Hey, Ross, do you remember me? The red giant. Upon hearing his name, instinctively turned to look. Yet all he could see was the sudden, grotesque visage of Luo Meng lunging towards him. The crimson giant could distinctly perceive the faint scent of blood emanating from Ramong. With a whoosh, the giant was sent flying as if it were a tattered cloak. However, as soon as Ramong cast aside his revulsion, the crimson giant charged once more. I am the crimson giant. It bellowed with a thunderous roar. Only for Ramong to be taken aback. Wasn't it said that the crimson giant would not affect one's consciousness? Why had Ross suddenly exhibited such a temperament after his mutation? Had he become arrogant with newfound power? As Ramong observed the giant barreling toward him, raising clouds of dust in its wake, he increasingly found this notion plausible. Yet, this thought was soon cast aside in favor of a rare flicker of excitement on his face. This marked Ramong's first full-fledged strike since acquiring his hybrid form. With a resounding crash, Ramong stood firm, absorbing the onslaught of the crimson giant. Their fingers interlocked tightly. They engaged in a fierce contest of strength. With 2 ultimate symbiotic entities within me, how could I possibly be bested by you? Feeling the opposing force intensifying, Ramong exerted all his might, hoisting the crimson giant aloft. Tendrils surged behind him, transforming into heavy hammers and curved blades, launching an assault on the giant's form from below. A second may seem fleeting, yet it afforded Ramong the opportunity to strike 100 times. Curiously, as the blades collided with the giant's body, only a dull sound resonated. Ramong lifted his gaze, his eyes narrowing. With the strength of his symbiotic organism, he could easily slice through a battle tank, yet against the crimson giant, he could scarcely breach its skin, barely achieving any significant damage. Nonetheless, a blend of astonishment and delight glimmered in Romang's eyes. The greater the Crimson Giant's strength, the higher his potential would soar. However, the Crimson Giant clearly had no intention of granting Romang any respite, maintaining its elevated position. It gripped Romang's head with one hand and yanked it backward with a sudden force. Fragments of red scales scattered. With a sharp crack, Romang's neck twisted at an unnatural angle of 90 degrees, flipping backward. Witnessing Romang's frozen posture as he was held aloft, both the Crimson Giant and Dr. Blue displayed expressions of triumph. If there was blame to be assigned, it lay with Romang's overwhelming presence, for had it not been so formidable, Ross would not have repeatedly sought to eliminate him. However, the smiles of both quickly froze upon their faces, for there stood Romang, who should have been lifeless, suddenly lurching his head forward, his sharp fangs embedding themselves into the Crimson Giant's neck. With a ripping sound, Romang tore away a substantial mass of muscle from the giant's throat. Moments ago, he had struggled to penetrate the giant's defenses, yet now it was bloodied and vulnerable. Incapable of rapid recovery, spitting out the flesh, Romang grinned, revealing his jagged teeth to the Crimson Giant. The orange blood trickled down the corner of Romang's mouth. Your flesh is rather sour. The corrosive effect of the orange blood seeped out, releasing toxic gas from between Romang's teeth. However, the recently corroded portion healed itself in an instant. Thus, in the eyes of the Red Giant and Dr. Blue, Luo Mang appeared unscathed. The Red Giant was formidable, yet Luo Mang was no less impressive. Roaring with ferocity, the Red Giant unleashed a thunderous bellow. In response, Luo Mang matched his intensity, returning the roar with equal vigor. His menacing visage was even more fearsome than that of the Red Giant, and he exuded an aura of power that was undeniably potent. Who among them was not a monster in their own right? With a swift entwining of his hands, Luo Mang hurled the Red Giant away. However, before the Red Giant could crash into the wall, Luo Mang, graceful as a specter, ascended and pursued him through the air. In mid-flight, he brandished his claws, enveloped in a white substance, and aimed for the Red Giant's vulnerable wound. This forceful maneuver altered the trajectory of the Red Giant's descent, sending him crashing to the ground. The terrain within hundreds of meters, already ravaged by the battle between the Abomination and the Red Giant, succumbed to a deep impact from Luo Mang's strike. The military base's ground was not inherently soft, yet in the presence of Luo Mang, it offered little resistance. Until now, Luo Mang had relied on his tendrils for carnage. But in this moment of unleashing his true power, he surprisingly found himself slightly superior in sheer physicality to the Red Giant. Chapter 54, Ross Die. A cascade of loose stones began to tumble down. As the swirling smoke dissipated, the interior of the military base had been replaced by a vast, gaping pit. Dr. Blue stood atop a makeshift flying device, meticulously surveying the scene below. At this moment, the most anxious individual was undoubtedly Dr. Blue himself. He cared little for his own life, nor was he concerned about the mutation technology of the Red Giant. Dr. Blue's sole desire was to see the Red Giant triumph over Romang. He could not bear to witness the failure of his life's work. After all, how could an extreme scientist like Mr. Blue accept being outdone? Ross. Dr. Blue called out, his voice echoing throughout the hollow pit. The only response was a low growl. Once the smoke cleared from the depths below, Dr. Blue finally discerned the scene before him. The Red Giant lay supine in the pit, its muscles exaggerated, and its once rosy skin now an even deeper crimson. A massive hand, covered in dark red scales, was firmly clamped around the Red Giant's neck. Despite its formidable strength, the Red Giant found itself unable to rise, glaring furiously at Romang while emitting intermittent low growls. Above the Red Giant, Romang loomed, casting a shadow that obscured the sunlight. His gaze was chillingly indifferent. Romang felt the Red Giant's struggle, akin to controlling a dying beast. In his eyes, the Red Giant was mere livestock, refuse, anything but human. His raised right hand slowly descended, transforming into a flowing liquid that reached for the Red Giant's wounded neck, as if it had finally discovered a vulnerable point. The liquid surged eagerly toward the injury. At the moment the dark red fluid made contact with the Red Giant's wound, it was as if the creature had begun to drown. Its eyes widened in shock, cheeks puffing involuntarily. The strength of its grip on Romang's arm diminished significantly. The red giant's hands gradually relaxed, eventually losing the last vestiges of strength and falling limply to its chest. Its gaze became dazed, a wave of weakness crashing over it like a tide. Within a mere 20 seconds, the formidable form of the red giant rapidly shrank, revealing a middle-aged man with an exposed torso of General Ross. Upon seeing the face of General Ross, Ramong revealed a sinister smile. "No. High above, Doctor." Blue seemed to sense something amiss and hastily called out as he dove down. However, he was intercepted by the newly invigorated abomination, which leapt high and seized him. Yet, despite this, Dr. Blue continued to struggle, desperate to thwart Romang's actions. With a sound akin to a deflating balloon, a soft pop echoed through the air. General Ross had barely a moment to display any semblance of terror before Ramong crushed his skull. In Romang's palm, it was as if a plump grape had burst. The fruit's core, accompanied by its juice, slowly trickled through the gaps between his fingers. The red giant was nothing more than this. Luo Meng grinned, exhaling a thin wisp of warm breath. It was over. Dr. Blue cradled his large head in despair, never having anticipated that his most prized creation could be so easily destroyed by Luo Meng. Yet, had they truly battled for merely 2 or 3 minutes? In an instant, a torrent of thoughts surged through Dr. Blue's mind, overwhelming him with anguish. Luo Meng floated effortlessly from the depths of the pit. Engaging the red giant had not drained much of his strength. In the face of Luo Meng's serum, no matter how mutated one was, if given the chance to close in, they would have no choice but to submit, just as it had been moments ago. The mutated cells within the red giant were temporarily eradicated by Luo Meng's power of inversion. As a human, Ross was hardly a match for Luo Meng. All of this had been anticipated by Luo Meng. Approaching the abomination and gazing at the tender green figure clutched in its grasp, Luo Meng couldn't help but smile triumphantly. "No matter how clever you are, you still fell into my trap." The wager and game with Dr. Blue had afforded Luo Meng a rare sense of exhilaration. Drawing near to Dr. Blue, Luo Meng spoke softly. "You must understand, Ross must die." Dr. Blue remained silent, his face a mask of insanity as he clutched his head. "Let us go." Noting Dr. Blue's current state, Luo Meng shook his head and soared into the distance. The abomination looked at General Ross, reduced to a mere pulp, a flicker of relief passing through its pale yellow eyes. After a moment of silence, it responded with a low, buzzing hum, dragging Dr. Blue's weakened body. It leapt to follow in Luo Meng's wake. The vast military base vanished into the plain, as if it had never existed. A hammer descending from the heavens. Is this the creation of God? On the television, a blurred silhouette magnified on the screen. From its basic outline, one could discern that it was indeed a hammer. Much like encountering numerous UFOs, such vague and surreal news always invites a plethora of interpretations. In the face of such reports, most of the populace maintained a wait-and-see attitude, remaining skeptical. Yet only Luo Meng understood that descending from the heavens was not merely the hammer, but also its master. What has become of him? Luo Meng tilted his head, glancing at Emil beside him. Over the past month, Luo Meng had often instructed him on controlling his abilities. Upon hearing Luo Meng's voice, a fleeting look of terror crossed Emil's eyes. However, after a moment's contemplation, he decided to respond. He returned to normal the day after he came back. Now he is constantly conducting experiments in the laboratory you built for him. Luo Meng nodded and then rose to his feet. Observing Luo Meng's movement, Emil instinctively stood up with a start, anxiously watching him. "Don't be nervous. I am not a villain." Luo Meng chuckled softly, realizing he had indeed frightened the boy. Upon witnessing the smile of Ramong, Emil could not suppress a gulp, yet he ultimately remained silent. "Very well, let us go and see Dr. Lon," he said with a resigned shake of his head as Ramong strode towards the exit. Emil, seeing this, closely followed Ramong, not daring to stray even a step. In a certain part of the desert, amidst the boundless, scorching golden sands that should have been devoid of life, there existed a cool refuge concealed underground. Ramong and Emil entered slowly, and before them stood the delicate green figure of Dr. Lon. At that moment, Dr. Lon was clad in a white lab coat, and apart from his verdant complexion, he resembled a distinguished expert in a particular field of research. "You have arrived," Dr. Lon stated without turning, his gaze fixed downward as he observed the liquid dripping before him. His mind functioned like a sophisticated computer, analyzing the composition and density of the liquid with the precision of the naked eye. Chapter 55, Mutation? Mutation. It has arrived. Luo Meng nodded subtly. Is there something amiss? Dr. Lan inquired nonchalantly. His demeanor did not reflect that of a prisoner, but rather that of the master of this domain. Indeed, there is a matter at hand, and the situation outside is equally pressing. Once I conclude my tasks, I must take my leave. Luo Meng continued to nod, as if they were merely engaging in casual conversation. Upon hearing this, Dr. Lan finally exhaled, gesturing towards a nearby bed. Lie down. Thank you. Luo Meng offered a slight smile and willingly reclined on the bed. How did you know I would conduct mutation experiments on you? Observing Luo Meng's serene acceptance, Dr. Lan could not suppress his curiosity. Intelligent individuals often behave this way. They possess the capacity for understanding yet delight in hearing the rationale articulated by others. And how did you know I would come by recently? Luo Meng glanced at the array of meticulously prepared instruments and the pure green serum resting nearby. Whether it was the abhorrent or the red giant, the catalyst for their emergence required Banner's experimental serum. Clearly, Dr. Lan had been well prepared. As Luo Meng's words faded, Dr. Lan fixed his gaze upon him, remaining silent for a few moments. However, they soon shared an inexplicable chuckle, as if they both found the other's inquiries rather foolish. An intelligent person asking foolish questions? How intriguing. Dr. Lan wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye, which shimmered with a greenish hue. How delightful it would have been if I had first encountered you instead of Banner. Dr. Lan regarded Luo Meng earnestly. Having undergone the ordeal with Banner, I find myself exposed to the scrutiny of the outside world, necessitating a refuge. As Dr. Lan fiddled with the instruments, he chuckled lightly, though his oversized head presented a somewhat bizarre appearance when he smiled. Then General Ross found me. You understand, having him around certainly facilitates matters. Dr. Lan secured Luo Meng's limbs with restraints, never once meeting his gaze. They all claim I am dangerous. Without you, I might never have glimpsed the light of day again. Dr. Lan's statement caused Emile, who remained on guard, to involuntarily flinch. Yet no one comprehended that I am merely a scientist with a passion for research. Initially, my intent was to utilize gamma rays to explore medical technologies, merely a means to grasp a Nobel Prize. As Dr. Lan reached this point, his tinkering hands suddenly halted. So what prompted this sudden clarity? Luo Meng, smiling, regarded Dr. Lan, seemingly unconcerned about any potential treachery. I've been experiencing some minor health issues lately. Dr. Lan shook his arm in front of Luo Meng. To his surprise, what should have been a pure, vibrant green hue on his arm began to fade, blending with a normal skin tone, resembling a stain of paint. No wonder. Luo Meng chuckled softly, choosing silence thereafter. The two remained in tranquil companionship. Luo Meng lay quietly on the bed with his eyes closed, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Dr. Lan meticulously adjusted the equipment, ultimately inserting the vial of serum into a nearby apparatus. As the serum was introduced, the machine's lights flared to life, accompanied by the resonant hum of motors filling the air. Without uttering another word, Dr. Lan stepped outside the isolation glass. Arriving at the control room, he gazed at Luo Meng and pressed the red activation button with determination. In an instant, the entire chamber enveloping Luo Meng was shrouded in a green luminescence. Observing the events that had previously transpired within himself, Emile's expression turned serious, his focus unwavering. The green light flickered as the serum was propelled, coursing through myriad translucent needles into Luo Meng's body. Strangely, despite the serum being nearly fully administered, Luo Meng remained with his eyes tightly shut, exhibiting no signs of disturbance. Dr. Lan fixed his gaze on Luo Meng, endeavoring to discern his reactions. He had informed Luo Meng from the outset that the experiment might fail, yet Luo Meng remained resolute in his determination. Initially, Dr. Lan attributed this to Luo Meng's arrogance and chose to disregard it. However, after a month in this laboratory, he had come to realize that Luo Meng was far more complex than he appeared. Indeed, once the serum was entirely injected, Luo Meng's entire being transformed into a grotesque spectacle. The tendrils behind him flailed chaotically, yet deftly evaded all intricate machinery. As the air shimmered with green radiance, Luo Meng's crimson scales began to shift towards a verdant hue, seemingly reverting to the form he had assumed after receiving the lizard serum. Every inch of his flesh began to swell, resembling the grotesque manifestation of a corpulent creature. His once defined cheekbones became obscured, appearing as a mass of putrid flesh. The scales covering Ro Meng's body loosened, slightly lifting under the pressure of the engorged blood and tissue beneath. Exposed flesh bore the strain of bulging veins, while his muscular form began its metamorphosis into a giant. If this continues, he truly will burst, Dr. Lon muttered to himself. He could not fathom that Ro Meng would willingly walk the path of destruction. Surely, he must possess a contingency plan. Observing Ro Meng's transformation, Dr. Lon steeled himself and decisively pushed the lever next to the button to its limit. The illumination within the isolation chamber transformed into a vivid crimson, reminiscent of the red-hued skin of a colossal titan. This was cosmic radiation unleashed. Any ordinary person exposed would scarcely survive. Yet, it seemed to interact with the serum coursing through Ro Meng's veins. Within a mere 10 seconds of exposure to the red glow, the swelling of Ro Meng's flesh appeared to deflate, akin to a punctured balloon. After the extraneous gas was expelled, Luo Meng's visage became distinctly clearer once more. However, it was only when the flesh had entirely tightened that Dr. Lon and Demille were astonished to discover that what had shed was merely the excess, while the transformed, flawless physique remained wholly intact. The faint green of the infection had long since vanished. The scarlet hue adorning Luo Meng's body was now even more pronounced, exuding a palpable tension that seemed ready to burst forth. A mere glance from an ordinary person would leave them in a state of prolonged astonishment at such a spectral, sanguine color. Each piece of his scaled armor appeared to be enveloped in a layer of sinew, heavy and textured. Luo Meng's entire form had more than doubled in size, reaching an impressive height of 2.8 meters, although lacking the exaggerated and exposed musculature of the red giant. His physique surpassed even the length of the experimental bed, and the mere sight of such a being invoked an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure. Chapter 56. Allow the red giant to overlook the entire world. He has truly succeeded. Dr. Blue murmured to himself. The scene unfolding before his eyes had transcended his comprehension. How could Luo Meng successfully embrace the mutated state of the red giant? Why did the fusion of the red giant and his original mutated genes occur so harmoniously, as if they were long-lost kin? At this moment, it seemed only logical that Luo Meng would be unable to contain the power of the Hulk and would explode instead. Although he had prepared himself, Dr. Blue was nonetheless overwhelmed by the spectacle before him. Yet, the shock was fleeting, quickly replaced by a burning intensity in his gaze. Luo Meng, Luo Meng, Luo Meng. Dr. Blue found himself repeatedly calling out Luo Meng's name. His feet moved unconsciously, and by the time he realized it, he was already standing before the door of the isolation chamber. His hand, slightly glowing green, rested on the doorknob. Dr. Blue looked up in astonishment, only to find an empty experimental bed. Simultaneously, a raspy, deep whisper reached his ears, reminiscent of a devil from the depths of hell, softly murmuring. Even Dr. Blue felt a shiver run down his spine, from his tailbone to the crown of his head. An overwhelming chill nearly disrupted his exceptionally advanced mind. Forcefully turning his body around, the first thing that entered his field of vision was a row of bone-like, sharp teeth, emanating a faint coldness. Though they appeared bony, Dr. Blue had no doubt they could effortlessly shred him to pieces. As his gaze moved upward, he was met by a pair of eyes that only intensified his dread. Eyes are the windows to one's thoughts, yet at this moment, Dr. Blue found himself utterly unable to perceive any emotion within those eyes. The obscured gaze and indistinct features only deepened his terror. It was only now that Dr. Blue completely broke free from his earlier ecstasy. What followed was a genuine sense of horror. What kind of monster have I created? His thoughts became utterly chaotic in the face of fear. Even his exceptionally advanced mind finally teetered on the brink of collapse. As if corroded by the encroaching chill, his ability to think was completely frozen. At this moment, the red figure bent its massive form, peering down at Dr. Blue. Behind its terrifying head lay a physique of extraordinary strength, far surpassing the norm. The red symbiotic substance spread and writhed along every visible muscle fiber, as if the very essence of life had emerged from within. Luo Meng. At this instant, Dr. Blue finally erupted. His voice was a mixture of wails and despair, personally celebrating the birth of his greatest creation. I am here. Luo Meng's voice reverberated with a resonance, as if two voices were speaking simultaneously. Yet, when the word here fell. The sound echoing throughout the laboratory seemed to return to its normalcy. Dr. Land's eyelids twitched as he gazed on, only to find that the imagined vision of crimson did not materialize. Instead, he was met with the cheerful countenances of Ramong and Feng Shiri. Sensing Dr. Land's penetrating gaze, Ramong maintained his smile and reiterated, "I am here." His words echoed like tender reassurances from a beloved companion, starkly contrasting with his demeanor from moments prior. This time, Romang's voice had fully returned to its normalcy. A warm breeze of spring that melted the icy barriers encasing Dr. Land's heart. Observing Ramong in his ordinary state, Dr. Lan felt a sudden jolt, as if his consciousness had been restored in an instant. What he had just witnessed seemed to dissolve into mere phantoms, never to have truly existed. "You have succeeded." "No. I have succeeded. I have become." Dr. Land's eyes sparkled with a frenzied delight, akin to reclaiming a cherished treasure from the hands of the heavens. The sight of the red giant tree emerging within Ramong sent Dr. Lan into a wild dance of jubilation. His large head bobbed as if intoxicated, stumbling towards Ramong. With a hand that was beginning to lose its color, he gently caressed Romang's skin. Though Ramong appeared as an ordinary person at this moment, Dr. Lan found it impossible to resist his allure. As warmth radiated from his fingertips, Dr. Lan's gaze became entranced. "You have surpassed Ross. You have undoubtedly transcended the red giant. You are my greatest creation, the treasure of the new generation." Dr. Lan's words tumbled forth in a flurry of excitement as he shared his elation with Ramong. Ramong watched Dr. Lan with an unwavering smile, taking his hand and guiding him to a nearby seat, listening quietly as if he were a father observing his child. Ironically, at this moment, Romang's blood and cells coursed with the essence of Dr. Lan's masterpiece. If anyone could be deemed a father, it was Dr. Lan who truly fit that role. Yet, the fervent enthusiasm displayed by Dr. Lan rendered him reminiscent of a child recounting the day's amusing events to his father. As Dr. Lan animatedly recounted his story, Ramong gently nodded in acknowledgement, reassuring Dr. Lan of his presence and attentive ear. Unbeknownst to them, Emil lurked in the shadows, lost in thought, oblivious to the exchange between Ramong and Dr. Lan. Crouching in the corner, his chest rose and fell slightly, reminiscent of a panting dog. When Dr. Lan finally regained his composure, the excitement ebbing away and clarity returning to his eyes, Ramong stood up. "Are you leaving?" Dr. Lan could not help but grasp Romang's hand, looking up with a question in his gaze. Ramong remained silent, merely nodding slightly. "Very well," Dr. Lan replied, his large head drooping with disappointment. Ramong stood still, and they remained caught in a moment of stalemate. Suddenly, Dr. Lan lifted his head sharply. "Could you please refrain from ending my life? I am merely on the path to gradually returning to a state of normalcy, devoid of any extraordinary intellect." For the first time, a plea appeared in Dr. Blue's gaze. Yet, in response to his earnest request, Roman merely maintained his smile and nodded. Strangely, what was intended as a nod, in Dr. Blue's eyes, elicited a sorrowful smile from him, amplifying his air of desolation. Suddenly, Dr. Blue lifted his head once more. The pleading in his eyes was met with a calmness tinged with stubbornness. Let the red giant cast its gaze upon the entire world. However, curiously enough, Roman did not nod in agreement to Dr. Blue's serious demeanor. Instead, he turned his back and departed with Emil. In the now empty laboratory, a sigh resonated. Dr. Blue, with a bewildered expression, surveyed his surroundings before ultimately opening the door to the isolation chamber. He retrieved the empty vial of giant serum. Thus, Dr. Blue lay sideways on the experimental bed, cradling the empty tube, and slowly closed his eyes, appearing as if he had drifted into a tranquil slumber. In the next moment, the entire laboratory trembled as if the very earth was shifting. A pair of colossal red hands emerged, descending with overwhelming force. The laboratory began to collapse, a surge of green blood spreading amidst the torrent of scorching sand. The once desolate desert regained its eerie tranquility. Chapter 57. The Hammer of the Thunder God. United States. Mexico. A scarlet figure emerged at the heart of a temporary structure. Ramong lowered his head, glancing at the massive hammer that had left a deep crater in the ground. His eyes sparkled with an intense glow. After contemplating for a while, he surprisingly remained unnoticed by the passing agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Subsequently, As if having made a profound decision within himself, Ramon extended his hand, cloaked in crimson, towards the hammer. As his fingers brushed against the cold handle of the hammer, he felt a peculiar rhythm emanating from it. This sensation bore a resemblance to the scarlet that enveloped him, as if it possessed a life of its own, yet undeniably remained an object. As Ramon tightened his grip on the handle, his entire arm began to exert force. His muscles surged with power, while countless tendrils from behind him simultaneously coiled around the hammer of the thunder god. The hammer, in rare form, began to emit faint traces of lightning. However, it could not harm Ramon in the slightest. Instead, the crimson tendrils continued to spread, ultimately engulfing the hammer entirely, causing the previously rampant lightning to dissipate completely. A low growl escaped Romang's lips, finally drawing the attention of those around him. Observing this crimson-clad monster, everyone instinctively reached for their weapons, yet refrained from firing immediately. Although Romang's exterior had undergone some changes, he still bore a striking resemblance to the scarlet that the American populace favored. The hesitation to fire stemmed not from a desire to avoid harming a hero, but rather from a shared understanding that, following Romang's massacre of an army, none dared to provoke him lightly. After all, the last one who disobeyed had lost his head, ignoring the others. Romang's focus remained solely on the hammer of the thunder god beneath him. As the tendrils wrapped around it, he exerted force together with them. The weight he could perceive was likely beyond 10,000 pounds, as if magnetically anchored to the ground. With his pulling motion, the earth around him inexplicably shattered. The power of lightning could no longer be concealed, bursting forth from the tendrils' embrace. Blood-like liquid surged across Romang's face, resembling bulging veins that writhed ominously upon his fearful cheeks. As he exerted even greater strength, the hammer of the thunder god finally broke free from the ground. The sudden contrast of force nearly caused Ramon to stumble backward. The power of thunder erupted uncontrollably, yet his eyes shone with delight. He had not anticipated that he would qualify to wield the hammer of the thunder god. Since Thor had been banished to the mortal realm, Odin had altered the rules governing the hammer. Through a curse, only those deemed worthy could lift it. The advantage was that, apart from Thor, others could also have the opportunity to grasp the hammer. The downside, however, was that even Thor himself could no longer lift it. In Romang's photographic memory, the events unfolded vividly. Only a select few can wield the mighty Mjolnir, among whom the most notable is Thor, the god of thunder. Following him are Vision and Captain America. While Thor is the rightful owner of Mjolnir, Vision and Captain America have merely exploited certain loopholes. Vision, being a synthetic being, is inherently exempt from the curse that binds life, while Captain America's enhanced persona, bolstered by the super soldier serum, embodies pure justice. From a conventional perspective, Captain America is akin to the Hulk. Although he appears human, his essence cannot truly be defined as such. Yet, unexpectedly, the Hulk found himself recognized by Mjolnir as well. He reflected on his own lack of justice and greatness, pondering the reason behind this acknowledgement. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought, acknowledging that the intricacies of curses surpassed his comprehension. This was merely his initial encounter with such phenomena. Suddenly, an inexplicable sensation surged within him, prompting him to gaze towards the heavens. The surrounding agents were startled by his reaction, but he paid them no heed, fixating instead on the sky as if perceiving something beyond it. As he looked upward, the Mjolnir, which had been resting peacefully in his grasp, grew increasingly heavy. The raw power of thunder surged, and Mjolnir seemed eager to ascend. Sensing the mounting force, the Hulk's expression darkened slightly. He relinquished his grip, allowing Mjolnir to soar freely. With the absence of his restraint, it darted away like a rabbit escaping from its cage, vanishing from sight in an instant. The agents exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of how to respond, and ultimately, one of them, feeling rather unlucky, turned away muttering about the inconsistency of promises regarding wielding the hammer, suggesting it was merely a family heirloom. In truth, the list of those who could unsettle the Hulk now included Odin's name. Indeed, anyone deemed worthy could lift Mjolnir. Yet wielding it effectively was an entirely different matter. The Hulk contemplated this, acknowledging that Thor was Odin's designated heir, and the challenges he faced were akin to a prince's adventure. Are you saying that you have already resolved that significant predicament? Peter hung upside down from the ceiling, looking at the Hulk in disbelief, feeling as though he had missed an entire universe. I apologize, Ro. After the last incident, there has been more unrest in the shadows of New York. Additionally, I must comfort Gwen and her family. Peter's face was tense as he fervently explained. But the Hulk waved his hand to silence him. Rather than being dismissive, he was intrigued. Gwen must be terrified, right? Did anything happen between you two? At the Hulk's curious inquiry, Peter's face visibly flushed. The murderous visage of the dark spider was nowhere to be found. At this moment, Peter resembled an infatuated youth. He leaped down from the ceiling and hesitantly spoke. I will visit Gwen's home again. Her family has been considerably kinder to me. I was inquiring about Gwen. Roman bluntly interjected, piercing through Peter's pretense. The mere question caused Peter's face to flush a deep crimson, reminiscent of a red giant. Understanding dawned upon Roman, who chuckled softly and ceased his inquiries. Observing Peter's demeanor, it was evident that Gwen had likely discerned his true identity and had naturally accepted him as he was now. It appeared that Gwen had been significantly transformed, albeit indirectly. He, look who I have spotted. A pajama-clad darling. Were you not frightened last time? Tony entered through the front door, a bouquet of flowers nestled in a black gift box resting upon his arm. Chapter 58. One red giant is sufficient. The number of villains he has personally dispatched far exceeds yours, Ro Mang retorted bluntly. Oh, how terrifying. I hope the spider demon doesn't come after me, Tony exclaimed, dramatically placing the flowers aside. It appears I didn't extend an invitation to you today, did I? Ro Mang remarked, casting a glance at Tony. Tony shrugged, adopting a gesture of resignation. Pepper sent me here, claiming it was to express her gratitude for saving her. Damn it. I was the one who cradled her in my arms and whisked her away from danger, Tony said, rolling his eyes in exasperation. The thought ignited a flicker of annoyance within him. It seems Pepper is quite the grateful soul. Do convey my thanks, will you? Ro Mang first inhaled the fresh fragrance of the petals, then looked up to continue. As for you, Tony, you can barely be considered a person. Hannibal Lecter. Do you remember my virtues? Tony retorted, displeased. Since witnessing Ro Mang devour the 4 major symbiotic villains, that nickname had firmly taken root in Tony's mind. Enough of the banter. You didn't come here merely to deliver flowers, did you? Ro Mang tilted his head, inquiring with his gaze fixed on Tony's eyes. Given Tony's nature, even if it was Pepper's request, he likely merely sent the flowers via remote-controlled mark armor. After all, the more intelligent one is, the more one values time. A moment of time is worth a fortune, as his father, Howard Stark, had once taught him. Rather than reminiscing with Ro Mang, Tony would perhaps prefer to flirt with Pepper over a glass of red wine. And confronted by Ro Mang's gaze, Tony was the first to yield. All right. Now I need you to listen to me earnestly. Tony suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, all jest and mockery vanishing from his face. After enduring various trials, Tony had indeed matured considerably. Locking eyes with Ro Mang, he enunciated, I hope you will hand over Dr. Blue. Upon hearing Tony's words, Ro Mang silently chuckled, meeting Tony's gaze in return. Is it your desire, or that of the Avengers behind you? Ro Mang raised an eyebrow. If he was not mistaken, the Avengers had begun to take shape at this moment. Since Tony had no connection to Dr. Blue, it was evident that the one requiring Dr. Blue was not Tony himself, but someone else entirely. As Ro Mang's words hung in the air, a slight tension enveloped the atmosphere. Peter remained quietly at the side, saying nothing, yet he was prepared to act if necessary. Did Peter harbor a grudge against Tony? Certainly not. However, if forced to choose a side, Peter would unhesitatingly stand by Ro Mang. The dynamic between Ro Mang and Tony shifted a moment ago. They seemed to be engaged in friendly banter, yet now a subtle tension arose. Listen, I'm not here to quarrel. I merely seek Mr. Blue, Tony stated. His voice slightly diminished as he stood unarmored. Yet, upon reflecting on the purpose of my presence here, I felt compelled to emphasize a particular statement. Come now, Mr. Blue is of no use to you. He is merely a scientist, engaged in some research, green spotlights, or the like. Although Tony seemed to be idly chatting, each of his utterances was carefully crafted to evade the crux of the matter. If you are uneasy, I can assure you, on behalf of the Avengers, that Mr. Blue will not pose a threat to your safety again. Tony spoke with his eyes wide open, and after delivering that final remark, even Peter found it difficult to suppress a laugh. Guaranteeing Ro Mang's safety? Perhaps one should first ensure Mr. Blue's safety. I have killed him, Ramong stated plainly and decisively. If he remains alive, I might even lose sleep over it. He continued, absent-mindedly toying with a pedal. Ramong was forthright about his actions, as he had conducted them with utmost transparency. Those capable of ending Romang's life require no justification. Conversely, those who need a reason cannot bring about his demise. As long as one's survival is not threatened, all matters can be discussed. Yet, why? Tony furrowed his brow, voicing his confusion. This time, however, Ramong chose to remain silent. Deep down, he understood that the power of the red giant need only exist in one instance. If Dr. Blue were to survive, complications would inevitably arise. It was perhaps wiser to eliminate him. Was Ramong cold and unfeeling? Perhaps so. He merely prioritized his own survival above all else. Eradicating potential dangers was simply a method of operation. Ironically, the individual who understood Ramong the most was none other than Dr. Blue, whom Ramong himself had killed. Ramong ultimately declined Dr. Blue's request, for words, no matter how eloquent, could never influence the world as effectively as actions could. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, Dr. Blue would no longer witness the unfolding events. As two figures appeared at the entrance, their shadows elongated by the sunlight behind them, Ramong gestured towards the door. Smiling softly at Tony, "You should take your leave." "Very well, if that is the case, I shall return and explain it to them," Tony replied casually. However, the brightness of his hair-gelled eyes betrayed that his feelings were far from uncomplicated. In truth, even without Tony's words, Ramong could surmise the situation. Within the Avengers, there was but one individual who could be connected to Dr. Blue and required his assistance. Of course, one could argue there were two, Banner and Hulk. At that moment, the green giant continued his path of growth. Ramong brushed past Emil, who weakly averted his gaze and greeted him. Trailing behind him was Flint, who merely nodded silently at Ramong before retreating to a corner alongside Emil. Observing their camaraderie, Ramong was taken aback by the unexpected harmony between the two. "Hey, Ro, did you miss me?" Deadpool exclaimed, bursting through the door while clutching a bottle of toilet cleaner, taking a hearty swig and letting out a belch. "Wade, since you have attained immortality, have you forgotten how to wield a blade?" Ramong gazed in astonishment at Deadpool, whose twin swords, once inseparable companions, had inexplicably vanished. "Hey, isn't that the crux of the matter?" Deadpool quipped, deliberately shaking the bottle of toilet cleaner in his hand, his expression one of mock curiosity. To his surprise, Ramong merely glanced at it and remarked, "Your occasional eccentricity is, in fact, rather typical of you. But have you lost interest in the arsenic trioxide in my laboratory? What prompted you to indulge in, cough, the heavenly toilet cleaner?" Ramong softly read the name on the side of the bottle. "I recently encountered a woman, and she resembled an angel. What astounded me most was her utter disinterest in my handsome visage. I have suffered a heartbreak, Ram." The acrid scent reminiscent of decaying organs emanated from Deadpool's words, prompting Ramong to push him aside in mild distaste. It was only after hearing Deadpool's confession that Ramong realized the foul odor was not that of rotting flesh, but rather the pungent aroma of love. "For heaven's sake, could you keep your mouth shut? Today is a significant day." "Keep my mouth shut? Perhaps you could consider sewing it closed for me, like Wade. I mean, Wade's twins?" Deadpool seemed to have let slip a secret, abruptly shifting his tone and striking a playful pose. Chapter 59, The Viper Gang. Following Deadpool, Max, Martinley, and the Punisher arrived in succession. Max had indulged in the thrill of being a hero in recent days. No matter where he appeared in New York, he was instantly recognizable by the public. His iconic gap-toothed grin and the dazzling form he assumed when harnessing electric powers had catapulted him to the status of the second most popular superhero, right after the formidable Ron. As for Tony, he oversaw an entire military-industrial complex, developing weaponry for warfare, hardly a figure to garner widespread admiration. Not to mention Obadiah Stane, the Ironmonger, who had once collaborated closely with the Ten Rings, leaving countless victims in his wake due to Stark Industries' weapons. With everyone assembled, Ron took his seat at the head of the table, inviting the others to find their places. The elongated rectangular table, though not excessively long, emanated an air of mystery and elegance. Each chair bore an intricately carved area behind it, and while there were 9 chairs, Only 8 were occupied. Martinly, observant as ever, pondered the absence of the 9th individual, for only that chair bore an engraving, a lizard curled into a crescent shape, its scales vividly etched, radiating a palpable vitality. As if sensing Martinly's gaze, Ron spoke softly. "Dr. Connors, many of you have met him. Regrettably, he is unable to join us today. But our assembly is complete. Is there anything we can assist you with?" Peter, unable to contain himself, interjected. Since starting a relationship with Gwen, he hadn't spoken to Connors in quite some time. Upon his utterance, all eyes turned towards him, including those of the Punisher, who typically adhered to a personal code of violence. "Have you heard of a criminal syndicate called the Viper Gang?" Ron appeared unfazed by the collective response. "I've heard of them. The number of empowered individuals is considerable, albeit their abilities are rather mediocre." Martinly waved his cane dismissively, showing little regard for the Viper Gang. "I once had a skirmish with Viper Jordan and the Glasses King Cobra, Klaus." "And then what happened?" Max inquired, curiosity piqued. "Since then, the Viper Gang has lost 2 of its venomous members." Martinly chuckled, leaning on his cane. His power of reversal could completely negate the mutated genes within the 2, and with the alluring aspect of his abilities, he needn't lift a finger. They would turn on each other. "Oh, you are quite impressive," Max exclaimed, his eyes brightening. At the last superhero versus supervillain contest, he had been too anxious to notice the abilities of others. "However, I would prefer not to provoke the Viper Gang unless it involves territorial disputes and interests. There are too many empowered individuals. A direct confrontation is manageable, but lurking in the shadows poses a significant challenge." Martinly candidly acknowledged this, for he had the entire Demon Gang to oversee. Within the ranks of the Demon Gang, despite the influx of a substantial arsenal of high-lethality weapons, there exists but a solitary individual endowed with extraordinary abilities. Should the Viper Squad conceal themselves in the shadows, transforming into true serpents poised to strike, Martinly would find himself ensnared in an interminable state of passivity, his fists insufficient to counter the multitude of adversaries. This reality was undeniable. Luo Meng regarded Martinly with a nod of understanding before casting a sweeping glance around the assembly. "From what I gather, the Viper Squad comprises at least 20 individuals with diverse capabilities. While the potency of their abilities may be moderate, their greatest strength lies in their unity as a gang." Even Luo Meng could not suppress a note of admiration at this juncture. The members protect one another, sharing the spoils of victory, which is precisely why they have ascended to the status of a second-tier criminal organization on the global stage. Luo Meng paused. This assertion was not mere hyperbole. After all, outside their circle, the Viper Squad is colloquially known as the Righteous Serpent Squad, bonded together as though they were siblings. In terms of teamwork, few criminal enterprises can rival their cohesion, marking them as a benchmark within the industry. As Luo Meng concluded his thoughts, a myriad of expressions adorned the faces of those present, accustomed to solitary endeavors. Each seemed to ponder how they might confront this criminal organization if it were their own challenge. Meanwhile, Deadpool and Max, curious and somewhat oblivious, surveyed their surroundings, one with a mind somewhat unhinged, and the other a fledgling hero, unable to grasp the contemplative atmosphere enveloping the group, clearing his throat to reclaim their attention. Luo Meng proposed, "I have contemplated the necessity of establishing a collective organization, a platform for sharing intelligence and confronting crises together, thereby minimizing the risks to our survival." After meandering through his thoughts, he ultimately unveiled his true intentions. Since the previous life, during which he was pursued by government forces, a notion had been quietly nestled in his mind. Among all his plans, this one stood at its core: to cultivate a personal influence, augment his own threat level while diminishing that of his foes. On the path ahead, he would inevitably encounter like-minded individuals. Should they not align in vision, Luo Meng would endeavor to forge that alignment. At this point, he cast a glance at Peter. "I concur. United, our peril shall diminish." Peter, as an ardent admirer of Luo Meng, found no reason for hesitation. Upon sensing Luo Meng's gaze, he promptly expressed his agreement. Following him, Max spoke up. "The most significant conflict I have participated in was the recent competition. My most immediate realization is that without you all, I would never have emerged unscathed. Nor could I have rescued my mother. I hope we can stand united." It was Max's inaugural address before such a gathering of empowered individuals. Despite his efforts to muster courage, his voice quavered slightly. Observing Max's response, Luo Meng silently sighed, recognizing the arduous journey ahead for someone with a personality steeped in self-doubt. "I shall join," intoned the Punisher, his voice resonating with determination. Such decisiveness was unforeseen by Ramong. The Avenger stands apart from Peter and Max. One is a steadfast supporter of Ramong, while the other is his most grateful companion. However, the Avenger has always occupied a peripheral position within the Romain group, rather than being a true member of this faction. It is more accurate to describe him as a kindred spirit whose path occasionally intersects with theirs. Yet, from the fundamental perspective of their merciless beliefs, it is evident that the Avenger is inherently different from Ramong. Ramong nodded at the Avenger before turning his gaze to the others. Subsequently, Emil and Flint nodded in response. They too are direct subordinates of Ramong, and their silence is attributed to their ongoing observation of the attitudes of those around them. Chapter 60, An Eye for an Eye. A tooth for a tooth. As Deadpool noticed everyone gazing at him, he swiftly retracted his leg that was playfully nudging Peter. With a mischievous grin, he pointed at the toilet cleaner in his hand. "I still prefer the 84 brand," he quipped. Upon hearing Deadpool's nonsensical reply, Roman chuckled, undeterred. "Wade, anyone who joins our organization will receive a subsidy of 100,000 for every action taken, with no upper limit. What do you think about naming our organization the X Special Operations Team?" Deadpool, upon hearing this, excitedly slammed the toilet cleaner onto the table, causing the caustic liquid to sizzle menacingly upon contact with the surface. His reaction was, in fact, anticipated by Roman. As Deadpool had always presented himself in the light of a hired gun, it seemed he was returning to his roots. As for the source of funding, Connors was fully capable of handling that. In recent times, the price and sales volume of the regeneration serum had risen, upholding the principles of excellent after-sales service. Roman diluted each unit of the serum into 3. This meant that to achieve the effects of 1 unit, one would need to spend 3 times the money to purchase it. What? You say the market will eventually saturate? The market may indeed reach saturation, but money will never run dry. When that time comes, we can simply create a few demanders. After all, who has faced a broken limb at some point? In other words, the regeneration serum was Roman's inexhaustible source of income. With the demise of Osborn and the second Green Goblin, Harry, there was virtually no one left to obstruct Roman's path forward. Reflecting on this, Roman's gaze fell upon the last individual, Mr. Negative, Martinley, leaning on his cane. Martinley pondered for a moment, his skin oscillating between negative colors and normal hues, seemingly negotiating between his benevolent and malevolent personas. This flickering did not last long. In about 3 minutes, Martinley regained his composure. Meeting the hopeful gazes of those around him, Martinley ultimately shook his head. Roman was the most inscrutable person Martinley had encountered since his illegal entry into the United States. During their first meeting, he appeared to be a cancer-stricken man with little time left. Yet, during their second encounter, Roman's demeanor began to instill a sense of trepidation in Martinley. Although Roman had never shown hostility towards him, this was a world rife with interest and deceit. One careless step could lead to utter ruin. While Martinley's benevolent persona was in agreement, under the strong suggestion of his malevolent counterpart, he ultimately decided to decline Roman's invitation. Had Roman been able to hear Martinley's inner thoughts at that moment, he would have displayed a look of astonishment and exclaimed, "How did you know what I was thinking?" As for deception, from the very start, Roman had resolved to scheme against Martinley. In this world, it seemed that only those of Asian descent would plot against their own kind. Even now, Roman still intended to extend an invitation to Martinley. He has absorbed the demon gang into his fold, establishing a heroic image before the American public. Naturally, it is rather inconvenient to engage in actions that starkly contrast this portrayal. Moreover, with Peter and Max having recently dismantled numerous gangs, and with Kim's death leaving a power vacuum, dispatching the demon gang to manage America's underground factions may indeed be a prudent choice. After all, amidst the multitude of gangs, the demon gang possesses a commendable overall caliber. Among countless gangs, the demon gang is relatively composed and cannot be compared to the second or third-rate factions. Upon hearing Martin Lee's resolute refusal, this unguarded expression from Roman instilled a sense of foreboding in Martin Lee. An evil persona, akin to that of a deity, instantaneously surged forth, grasping a golden-headed cane. The power of transformation flowed from his arm to the cane, which swiftly morphed into a striking black and white hue, its lethality magnified manifold, which swiftly transformed into a black and white embodiment of destruction, exponentially increasing its lethality. Martin Lee's actions caused the expressions of those participating in the roundtable meeting to shift noticeably, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. A subtle rustling sound began to permeate the air. Flint's legs had, unbeknownst to him, morphed into sand, spreading beneath Martin Lee's feet. Emile stood with one hand behind his back, gripping the tall chair beneath him. With a mere moment's transformation, it could come crashing down upon Martin Lee's face. Peter. His spider sense would compel him to respond optimally. The Punisher, arms crossed, scrutinized the situation of others, furrowing his brow in silence. Max appeared utterly at a loss, raising both hands in an apparent attempt to urge calm. Meanwhile, Deadpool had vanished from his original seat, and a glance around revealed him at the entrance, fervently attempting to wedge his calf into the door latch. Noticing the gaze of the crowd, he sheepishly lifted his head to offer an explanation. He shyly raised his head to explain, "I was just afraid he might run away." Also, does the $100,000 start counting from now? With Deadpool's inquiry, the initiative returned to Roman. In terms of strength, cohesion, and financial resources, he was undoubtedly the rightful leader. Everyone awaited his command. "What are you all doing?" To their surprise, Roman's words caused a momentary pause among them. "What do you mean? What are we doing?" "We're here to help you eliminate traitors and establish authority." They silently screamed in their minds, though voicing such sentiments at this juncture was out of the question. They merely cast puzzled glances toward Roman. "No need to be so tense, everyone. Let us remain calm," Roman said with a smile as he rose to his feet. His subsequent actions left everyone momentarily stunned. Roman approached Martin Lee with measured steps, and as the atmosphere thickened, he extended his right hand toward Martin Lee, smiling. "I sincerely appreciate your continuous assistance." "I hold it, dear." Roman's unusual response left Martin Lee momentarily disoriented. Is this still the Crimson who, at the slightest disagreement, pursues four supervillains with deadly intent? Even Martin Lee instinctively feared that Ramon might betray him. After all, such negotiations are not uncommon in the underworld. Observing Ramon extend his right hand, Martin Lee instinctively reverted from a negative state. Releasing his cane, he grasped Romain's hand. "Why are you all staring at me? Do you think I would forcibly keep Lee here?" Ramon inquired softly, noticing the confusion on the faces of those around him. "Sigh, how tedious." Deadpool returned to his seat, resting his face against the surface of the table, his hands limply dangling underneath. "What is wrong with you?" Peter asked quietly. "Oh, nothing. Just a broken leg," Deadpool replied lazily, waving his hand as if mourning a lost fortune of $100,000. As the atmosphere gradually returned to normal, Ramon made his way back to his own seat, speaking aloud as he walked. "I would never compel anyone to join. Likewise, anyone who has joined may leave at any time." However, Ramon stood at the head of the table, exuding absolute confidence. His gaze swept across each person's face, capturing the subtle changes in their expressions. A smirk appeared at the corners of his mouth as he transformed into Crimson. With the power of Crimson, his stature instantly expanded to 2.8 meters, casting a towering shadow over the entire table. Countless tendrils danced and swirled behind him, the thick scent of blood permeating the air around them. Rule 1. Do not discuss this with anyone. Rule 2. Please adhere to the first rule. Rule 3. A cold, brutal glint flickered in Romain's blood-red eyes. He slowly spread his arms wide, gazing through the eaves at the dark, starry sky. "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. We are the Crimson Secret Society. P.S. I have matters to attend to today, so the update will be a bit late. I appreciate your understanding, dear readers. Also, I would like to request your assistance in brainstorming a name for the organization. Crimson is already a testament to the author's lack of creativity. And as usual, I kindly ask everyone to click to urge updates upon reading the latest chapter. Your support and 5-star reviews are greatly appreciated. Thank you. Dear readers,